The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 101. Swamp Gas. The worst thing about this posting had to be the swamp itself. The ancient flooded forest produced an enormous amount of methane from its decomposing base, and the smell, combined with some particularly aromatic local animal defense mechanisms, was nearly enough to burn the eyes. Despite the air being safe to breathe, most of the infantry had taken to wearing at least a cloth mask and goggles to keep down the smell and reduce the effects of the fumes on their eyes while on patrol. While off patrol, they retreated to the mine shafts, where an air purification and radiation mitigation system had been set up to keep them safe while the construction machines reinforced the tunnels so that they wouldn't collapse when under attack. Max was keeping up with the state of the battle as well as he could, given the situation. There wasn't much to go on, with reports so scattered and the Narcian efforts to disrupt their communications being so successful, but with Nico's help, he had a pretty good satellite and radar overlay of the region, showing that there were battles moving in this direction, but they were still hundreds of kilometers away. It was quite likely that the enemy didn't yet know that this region was important to them, since they hadn't had a chance to explore it yet, but that could change on short notice. There wasn't much data about their sensory and exploration capabilities, but if they could hack launch control, there was no reason to believe that they couldn't find a buried fuel source on a planet that they had occupied. And so, they just waited, building a proper defensive position big enough to hold 2 landers worth of reinforcements, in case the battle turned for the worst and someone needed to retreat to their position. Max didn't expand the position, that would stretch his units too thin. Instead, they built a second row of defenses on the hill that held the mine entrance. If they were attacked before the third wave of drops, they could retreat to the second row and rig the first one to detonate if necessary, and if they weren't, they were ready to accept a full landing force to defend the mine. This planet's evolutionary path didn't ever use hydrocarbons as fuel, so the entire swamp was rich in both coal and oil, often leaking to the surface and adding to the innate stench of the place, but that wasn't going to attract the Narcians, as they had stopped using them centuries ago. It did give Max an idea for defense though, as the floating unrefined oils were still highly flammable and long-burning. They could gather them and create ponds on the islands within the swamp, lighting them as a distraction to divert enemy troops or to mask the heat signatures of giant mecha. The work wasn't pleasant, even using the Khmer pattern corvettes that had full environmental systems, but by the end of the second day, they had a half-dozen pools of crude oil filled in case of emergencies. The idea was one from his memories of his past life, where a burning oil field was used as an ambush site to eliminate an enemy force that relied heavily on thermal sight. Nico suggested that a series of randomly placed traps and explosives in the swamp would be a fun and efficient idea, but the risk that friendly troops would be the first through the area was too high. They couldn't risk their allies being blown up as they retreated toward the unit's position. Their next 4 days went this way, while the officers trained the troops on relevant combat techniques to use against the oversized enemies in this world, and the freshly recruited infantry slowly started to look more cohesive. They hadn't seen a proper battle yet, but the location was enough to make everyone put in maximum effort, not wanting to be a liability should they be attacked. Command to Stalwart, third wave has begun. Keep your sector secured. Sector GA-18 has been selected for attack staging. The automated message comes up on Max's cockpit display and he sighs. That's their sector, and that means that more than a few landers are coming. That also means that they will almost certainly be redeployed somewhere more dangerous once the defense force is here, ending the relatively safe start to their first battle as a special tactics unit. The attacking forces were in for a shock when they landed though. The swamp is a meter deep in most places with dozens of meters of peat bog underneath, built up from decayed plant life over centuries. If they weren't careful, it was entirely possible to sink a Crusader-class mecha over its carapace armor in the muck, and extraction would be a nightmare. Stalwart to command, copy mission update. Advise that landers only place on verified solid ground. Swamp unsuitable for mecha travel. Max sees that the message is confirmed, but doesn't get an immediate response, not that he was expecting one. In only a few minutes, the sky lights up with the fires of orbital drops, though this region is mostly free of anything that could harm them. Tereth's rage to Stalwart. The radar reports mass enemy movement in the zone. Recommend sending out patrols to intercept. She is right, They have charged right by the forces outside the swamp that they were engaged with and are coming this way. The landers will be falling on the far side of where they are now, so the entire Narcian force will have to pass by the mine to get to the targets. Their best bet for victory is to attack the moment the lander doors open, so they are rushing to get there on time, not even stopping to scan the area, since they hadn't noted any forces moving about in the zone, or coming through since the battle started. Charlie, your turn on base defense is cancelled. Bravo, you get an extra shift. Alpha and Charlie squads, prepare to move out. We will be intercepting the forces coming for the landing zone. Max calls and the unit rushes into action. They have carefully mapped the area in the days since their landing, so they know where the deep and soft spots are, which should give them an advantage here. The Alpha squad under Ari takes the left side with Tereth's Rage reinforcing them, while Max moves stalwart to join Vincent and Charlie's squad on the right flank. The Narcian force is running full speed through the swamp, at least they are at first. Then they find out about the swamp mud and the seemingly endless peak bog underneath it. Max's radar scans show multiple groups stop, or entirely disappear in the swamp while the others slow down. Their battle armor has environmental systems, so it is unlikely that any of the giants have drowned, but the effort to pull everyone out of the mud will slow them down for a while, letting the special tactics unit engage them a few at a time instead of in one cohesive wave. Those who aren't stuck only slow for safety, they aren't waiting for their allies. Doing that would make them all late to arrive, which would greatly increase the casualties on their side since the Kepler Mecha would have time to prepare for their attacks. Tereth's Rage is the first to engage, sending a long-range blast of glowing white energy from her ion destroyer to obliterate the leader of a Narcian attack squad, before clanging her sword against the side of her leg, letting the sound echo through the swamp and drawing wayward attackers towards their position instead of having to chase them down to defend the zone. Compared to her, Max's side is not nearly as lucky. The Narcians heard the attack, and they are rushing in her direction, grouping together near where Max had Charlie's squad set up their defenses. They have 10 plasma cannons for the infantry, plus 10 Corvette-class mecha with heavy energy weapons. The Narcians are well defended against the energy blasts, but projectile ammunition is just too hard to replace for Max to have equipped most of the unit with them. His battle cannon roars as the first shell is fired, a high explosive round that throws a half-dozen giants from their feet and turns the force in his direction. They are still out of visual range, so Max continues firing, using the artillery shells to his advantage and reducing enemy numbers before they are capable of shooting back. The plan seems to be going well until a huge explosion nearly takes Max from his feet, and topples over a number of light mecha. What in the world was that? Max shouts, hoping someone has information. If that was a misdirected enemy round, they could all be in trouble. The explosion covered nearly 100 meters. Artillery hit a methane pocket, Vincent reports, trying not to laugh at the accidental destruction. The methane pockets are a common occurrence here. Max just happened to land a direct hit on a methane vent and blow one of them sky high, wiping out the enemy units, but creating a giant crater that is quickly filling with brackish water. Add the crater to the known obstacles list. Radar, where is my next target? Max sighs, checking the position of the Narcian attackers. Chapter 102, Giant Pain in the... Max doesn't have to wait long for more targets, with the first of them coming running out of the woods just after he asked for a radar update. It is his first time seeing these enemies up close, and they are truly fearsome. While their size isn't intimidating to a Crusader-class mecha, the speed and agility with which they move through the shallow water are far beyond anything mechanical Max has ever seen. Incoming from 220 degrees, Max calls as a group tries to circle them while staying out of their direct line of sight. Beside him, Vincent in the morning glory lets loose a battle cannon round of his own, having refrained from the earlier bombardment for lack of a suitable targeting skill. The enemy is under 100 meters away and is closing fast until the massed firepower of Charlie's squad's infantry forces them to take cover. They weren't expecting the Kepler forces to have stationed infantry here, in a place so unsuitable to vehicle transport, and it took them off guard. A half-second after they move out of the majority of the infantry fire, the Corvette-class mecha begin their assault, using the advantage of their height above the water to hit targets that the infantry couldn't. Now that they have realized that they can't hide, the Narcians charge. Their plasma shots are mostly going wide of the targets, but they were intended as covering fire, keeping Charlie's squad under cover until the giants can get close enough to tear them apart at close range. The pulse laser array on Stalwart flashes as Max makes the best use of his split fire system skill, taking out one target after another before they can even react. System update triggered, generating appropriate skill. Max doesn't have time to even notice the message from the system flash in his vision as he shoots, but suddenly the world seems to be moving in slow motion. The laser is firing so slowly that he has all the time he needs to pick and choose the best targets and adjust to weak points, taking out throats and helmet visors instead of simply hitting the giants with his shots. Even his next battle cannon round is visible as a fast-moving blur of metal racing from Stalwart's barrel into a newly detected group of Narcian invaders. At first, Max is baffled, and then the second system message clarifies his situation. New skill added. Perception 1 increases cognitive speed by 50% at will. That explains the sudden change. His skill for reaching 200 points of total bonus has finally come in. This one is also a combat skill, but it will also be very useful for strategy and command. Having more time to think gives him time to contemplate his orders even while under pressure, turning every 2 seconds into 3. The number next to it indicates that this is a skill that can be increased during future advancements, so with time, his thoughts will get even faster. The only unfortunate part is that the system very rarely makes anyone smarter after the developmental acceleration. Instead, this skill only lets you make bad decisions faster. A group of Narcians in stealth suits have almost made it to the small island that they have picked as their defensive position when Max's sensors pick them up, and he pings the spot on the radar map to let the corvettes know that there are incoming enemies. They are too far off target to get Stalwart turned around, so he leaves them to the others, while he takes aim at a large group that is charging through the tangled mess of downed trees that the battle has created. He sprays them with the pulse lasers, eliminating nearly half of them in a second as they charge into the range of the plasma shotguns. The sizzling crack of the dual weapons spitting their cluster of light blue energy balls echoes through the area even as static electricity from the continued energy attacks ripples over Stalwart's surface. But the shotguns live up to their name, and the wide spread of the pattern leaves the remaining giants nowhere to escape their wrath. With the area temporarily clear, Max checks on Alpha Squad, where Nico in Tereth's Rage has joined the identically equipped bulwark piloted by Captain Ari. They are also under heavy attack, but with Ari carrying a shield in her gauntlet and Nico enjoying close combat as much as she does, they still haven't taken any casualties. Max can only imagine how upset the Narcians are on that flank. They view shields as cowardice, and Bulwark is using one to defend the human infantry, which they also detest, even though the infantry weapons often prove lethal to the giants. Bravo Squad back at camp still hasn't faced any enemies, with the two advanced flanks pulling everyone towards themselves, but they are preparing for much larger enemy numbers now that the incoming landers are getting closer, already visible over the horizon on final approach. They will be down in only a few more minutes, and will be fully deployed in the area Max is currently defending within the hour, according to the orders that Max has received. Once they are, his unit is to fall back and let the third wave handle defense, while they will be reassigned to a more urgent target than the mine defense. Not that there is much that qualifies as more important in the area, but Max counts over 20 landers incoming, and 15 of them are heavy mecha wings. With somewhere around 100 Crusaders plus light mecha support in the area, his special tactics unit is a drop in the bucket of the total firepower during a siege situation. Max takes advantage of his newfound cognitive speed to start sending targeting data to Vincent so that the battle cannon on Morning Glory can join with the artillery being fired from the base camp to thin the ranks of the Narcians before they get close enough to be a real threat. It doesn't take much with modern targeting to turn the swamp into a death trap for them, with the artillery rounds falling from the sky as the Narcian forces are slowed by the hostile terrain. The scene awakens another of Max's repressed memories, showing him historical footage of battles from his past life. They were centuries before the mecha were invented, and even longer before he was born, but the concepts of trench warfare were born from those ancient battles, and Max recalls seeing holographic footage of soldiers rushing through no man's land between trench lines, attempting to assault the enemy. If they could make it, the death toll on the entrenched soldiers would be horrific, left with nowhere to flee. But the number who had to die on the open ground of no man's land in order to accomplish such a feat was equally staggering. Both sides tried to take advantage of each other's perceived weaknesses to gain the upper hand and minimize their own losses, and that made Max realize what the Narcians' next move is going to be. All forward units, relocate. Enemy return fire predicted. Max calls, leading the squad further away from the central camp, extending their coverage and abandoning the island they were stationed on. For a moment, Max thinks he might have overreacted, but just as the radar shows the enemy starting to advance again, the sound of Narsian artillery hitting the area where they were stationed shatters the air and sends dirt and steam rising high into the sky. Now they are spread too far apart to prevent units from moving between them and attacking the central force, but they are also able to intercept the attackers that have gone wide around the bombardment zone in an attempt to flank them and get to the landers before they can deploy. The plan is unintentionally genius on Max's part, and they encounter a battalion-sized unit of Narsian heavy infantry slowly slogging through the muck, the weight of their gear and thicker armor dragging them down with every step. Even though they are new to war, everyone knows what to do. They need to kill the heavy weapons battalion before they can get prepared to defend themselves. Max circles further right, getting a good firing angle on the giants that have hidden out of sight of the main unit, while Vincent goes left, being charged by melee troops wielding giant axes with electromagnetic fields around them that can cut through even the prodigious armor of the Morning Glory. He has the rending claw to defend himself though, and with their recent training, he has gotten very proficient in using it to both attack and defend himself. The flamer in the center of the claw boils the swamp water, creating a thick mist that the vision of the Narsian struggles to penetrate, while the anti-aircraft battery fitted to the top provides suppressive fire to reduce the numbers charging at him. Their armor is easily torn apart by the might of the claw, chopping the soft bodies underneath into pieces, and the battle cannon at close range is causing chaos in their ranks. All the while, Max is on the other side, unleashing a fantastic barrage of energy weapon fire, and the light mecha are leading the infantry in shooting at anything that isn't obviously a Crusader-class mecha. A lot of the targets are trees, but who told them to look so much like Narsian infantry anyhow? The first few landers are down and deployed now, and the radar is showing more and more giants have made it around or through the defense lines outside the swamp. That's still nearly 300 kilometers away, but at the rate they run, they should be here within the next 6 hours, even with the swamp slowing their progress. Chapter 103. Prepare for incoming is the senior unit on location. It falls to the Special Tactics unit to arrange for the defense of the uranium mine against the incoming Narsian attack wave. 8 of the 15 heavy mecha wings are down already, as well as all 5 infantry landers. The infantry will take a long time to get here, as they have no amphibious equipment for the meter-deep swamp and its muddy bottom. But the heavy mecha should be here within the next 10 minutes, so Max sets them a perimeter pattern, enclosing the tightly grouped landers as well as the mine, with an emphasis on the side closest to dry land, where the enemy numbers are highest. At first, a few units question why he has sent so many to a sector that isn't currently under attack, but once the incoming wave of Narsian infantry gets closer, the spread of their pattern clearly shows that the main force is indeed taking the shortest direct route to where they last encountered Max's mecha. There isn't much they can do for defenses in this place, but many units start piling up fallen trees to form a defensive bulwark in front of their light mecha. Plasma weapons, like the ones that the Narsians prefer, have very little penetrating power. The rounds tend to explode on impact, due to their unstable nature. That increases their damage, but it also means that you don't need much of a barrier to block the first wave of attacks. Randomly piled trees are perfect for the purpose, as the pattern means that even as chunks get blown away, the majority of the barrier will remain intact and functional. After half an hour, every lander intended for the region has made the ground intact, and their occupants have fallen into position. Max assigned 6 wings of mecha to the base itself, along with all the infantry, allowing them to have a mobile force to defend against large attacks later without having to rearrange the defenses that Max had set up. From the orders that he has seen, it is possible that half of these mecha might be sent out on attack later, along with most of the infantry, but for now, the directive is to hold the mine. Even Max's own redeployment has been held for the time being, as Abraham Kepler has detected large movements of Narsian troops headed this way. Hey Max, what do you want to bet that we are the bait? Looking over the lander patterns, no other group of drops was so densely packed or arrived so close together. They likely think that this is a super secret military facility or something. Nico laughed over the radio. Don't even say that, we were the bait last time and it sucked. It sucked a lot, Paul complains, watching over the region from inside his mecha. We got a nice safe spot on a bridge in the middle of nowhere last time and look how that worked out. Some ass blew all the other bridges up and we got charged by super heavy mecha for a month straight. Nico points out, and Max can hear the infantry outside his mecha laughing. Everyone knows that a serious battle is coming, but if these veteran officers are relaxed enough that they can joke about the times that life actually sucked, it must not be that bad, at least in the hopeful minds of these recruits. Someone put on an extra pot of stew. We have a couple of hours left until the first attackers arrive, and I want everyone up and ready for the first wave. Max orders, sending Alpha Company's infantry, who are back on mine defense duty right now, into overdrive. The other infantry units have also set up kitchens down in the mine to feed everyone here, but usually, only 1/3 of the mecha are on duty at a time, with the others either on standby and relaxing, or sleeping. That way, they also all eat at different intervals, so to have everyone ready and fed at once is a monumental task. The stew, as it was called, wasn't actually an official meal of the Kepler military. Instead, the assorted dried fruits and meats that came with the rations, items that were only eaten in the direst of situations where extra calories were a life or death matter, were combined together with water and spices and boiled into a stew. The result was a savory and sweet combination much better than the sum of its parts, and without the inherent danger of broken teeth that the dried products came with. Since they had a proper kitchen today, they also combined the breakfast oats into the mix, using the flavoring and powdered cream to add to the flavor. An hour later, the meal was being sent out to the pilots, while the infantry enjoyed the extra portions of stew. It's nearly impossible to transport bowls of hot liquid, so the pilots get the ration meals, while the infantry trades theirs for stew. It's an eminently fair trade in their minds, and the pilots are used to it, since most of them would prefer to stay in their mecha this close to an attack anyhow. Even before the Narsian troops get here, the advance forces will likely set up artillery to shell their location and try to put the defense force off balance. They might not have as much technology as the Kepler forces, especially in the sensory department, but they aren't complete idiots. Hey, stalwart, long hot shower and then a bubble bath, Nico calls over the intercom, bringing Max's attention to the stale smell of heavily filtered air as his recirculation system strains to keep the rotten stench of the swamp out of his cockpit. You are truly evil, you know that, right? Max responds, laughing. The 5 of them in Crusaders might be able to fully filter the air, but the Corvette-class pilots have to exit their mecha at the end of the shift to get proper rest since the cockpit is too small for a bunk. No, evil is fresh laundry with the lemon detergent and a hot cup of cocoa. Nico returns and Max can hear the men outside groan. Make her stop, I was already longing for cocoa and clean socks. One of the newly arrived infantry complains, shifting in his wet boots and making the soldiers of the Special Tactics Unit laugh. How many pairs did you bring, Private? Captain Catan asks curiously. The regulation issue 4 pairs, sir. The man answers, not understanding the problem. See son, if you had an experienced commander like Major Max over there, he would have told you that the answer is 12 pairs. No more no less. You might get by with only the 2 uniforms, but you need all the socks you can get. The captain informs him, and many of the other soldiers of the Special Tactics Unit nod their agreement. Every few days a pot of filtered water will be boiled to wash laundry in, and if they are lucky, there might even be detergent to get them cleaner. But in the swamp, 4 pairs of socks is barely enough for one day, much less 2 or 3. I will put in an order for extras with the first supply drop. His commander sighs, seeing the enlightenment in the eyes of his unit as they learn about the simple oversight they have made. Any other words of wisdom from the veterans? The lieutenant asks curiously, looking up at Stalwart, which is standing off to the side of the base. Sure, no matter how much ammunition you think is enough, it's not. Don't wait until your men start running low on power packs to start recharging them. Start them the second the first packs are depleted. One less man on the line is a far smaller problem than empty rifles. Max suggests, and the lieutenant nods and writes it down in a notepad. That's not a good sign. He was most likely made an officer due to his noble heritage and knows exactly zero about combat. Even if they're not his troops, they are still on his side, so Max decides to give a little more advice. And one more thing, if you have sergeants who have served planetside, or in law enforcement, listen to them. It might not be by the book, but what works and what is written are rarely the same thing when you want to stay alive as an infantry officer. Max adds, the amplified exterior intercom of Stalwart carrying to most of the infantry units in the area. Hopefully, most of them take those messages to heart. It is their first mission of a 10-year deployment, and the first mission is always the highest losses. All units to defensive positions. Artillery incoming, comes the voice of Ari over the open channel. Max isn't sure how she knows already, possibly due to one of her system skills, but she isn't wrong. Seconds later the first shells whistle by overhead, hitting the open ground between the mine and the perimeter mecha. Great, Just what Max needed, an area bombardment to begin his day. Chapter 104. It's raining. The infantry was still scrambling to return to safety, and the light mecha of the reinforcements were still powering up when the first shells landed near the mine entrance. Only a few at first, but there were more and more with every passing second. From the radar scans, it appeared that the entire front line of the Narcian assault had stopped in their tracks and set up artillery emplacements. It was an excellent strategy, but the Kepler heavy mecha had sophisticated enough targeting systems to roughly estimate where the shells were coming from. Not every mech could fire back, but those with missile pods or battle cannons soon began to return fire with a vengeance. The sound of explosions, both incoming and outgoing, would have been deafening if not for the protection of the mecha, and the light mecha immediately bemoaned the lack of tactical shields. Many of the Crusader-class mecha had them, and they chose to stand shoulder to shoulder with another mecha, using the shield to cover the main hull of both mecha from incoming artillery. Max was under the protection of a mecha called Sturm's Fate at the moment, with both mecha firing battle cannons at the Narcian emplacements. It didn't take long for the artillery barrage to die down though, as the second line of heavy infantry was about to reach the forward lines of heavy mecha that Max had reinforced. The sound of energy weapons crackling joined the sound of fading artillery, and then the high-pitched buzzing of Gatling cannons set a distorted rhythm to the day's destructive melody. "How are you enjoying the first real taste of war, ladies and gentlemen?" Max asked on the unit's secure channel, as the first wave of attackers was repelled and the front lines finally got a moment to breathe and regroup. "It sounds like Captain Vincent trying to beatbox," one of the Corvette-class pilots joked, making the others chuckle in their cockpits. "Hey, my sense of rhythm isn't that bad," the captain in question countered, but even he didn't sound too sure of his assessment. The man was never cut out for a life of music. Even his speech patterns were disjointed and unevenly flowing. "Alpha Squad, move to 195 degrees and reinforce the unit at that position. The radar shows heavy incoming." Max directed Ari's squad, who immediately began shifting positions, along with Nico, who was currently attached to them. Max sent battle cannon shells towards approaching targets until his feeder ran dry, and then signaled his wingman that he was breaking off to reload. Their lander still had a fair bit of extra ammunition, as well as a loading and repair rack, so the other units had brought some extra munitions forward to build the stockpile at the base. Most of the landers were within their encirclement, but the ones that weren't had been picked dry and sealed shut so that the enemy couldn't easily use them against the Kepler forces. With trained staff on the loader, the process only took Max a few minutes and he was almost ready to head back out when a Narcian portal opened right outside the mine entrance. That was the worst possible luck that the invaders could have had. Their second wave could only come through a few at a time, and the troops on the other end had no way to contact the ones on this side of the portal before they arrived. They were traveling blind and had walked into a brutal crossfire. Max's mind went into overdrive as the mecha fire started, eliminating the Narcians before they could get a signal off. The Special Tactics unit was granted a number of esoteric weapons for their job, along with the unusual patterns of mecha, and among the toys was a fusion bomb, intended for destroying fortified underground bases. Detonated above ground, it would destroy everything within dozens of kilometers. The portal goes both ways while it is open, but it will only be open for an hour at the most. If Max sends a bomb through to the other side, he could well destroy the enemy facility that they are departing from. There is no way to tell what the layout is, or even what planet they are coming from, but one thing that Max knows for sure is that they will have eliminated everyone not of their species before they built the portal facilities and left to spread their territory. It might only be a few thousand soldiers destined for this world near the entrance, but the facility itself is a valuable target, and the radiation from the bomb will kill crops well beyond the range of destruction. That's why the Kepler handbook doesn't approve it for above-ground use on civilized planets. Open crate 16A5 and load the contents as the next shell in my battle cannon, Max directs, sending the staff running to comply. They manually load the shell and signal that Max is good to go. They were just in time too. The Narcians seemed to have gotten a signal off, or they didn't, and the command squad was expecting one because the portal was beginning to close already. Max doesn't wait and fires the shell through to the other side as soon as he can see the open side of the portal. "Everyone get clear of the portal," he calls, unsure how much if any blowback they will be receiving on this side from the bomb. The portal is almost closed when the shell detonates, sending a concentrated lance of searing hot light across the camp and into the hillside, where it blasts free a chunk of stone the size of a lander. "We can call that a victory for our side," Max announces over the intercom, and the Kepler mecha send up a cheer, celebrating the end of the nearest source of Narcian reinforcements. Though, the fact that they sent them at all is disturbing. They must have put a very high value on this planet to send more than one wave of attackers towards it. Normally what arrived on the first day would be the end of them, and enough to take the planet, according to their own estimates. They were often wrong because they had no way to account for nearby space vessels full of troops, but they were also often right, and many worlds fell to their might. The attacking Narcian forces didn't seem to know that their portal had been breached, and they were charging in full force, ignoring the heavy shelling that they were receiving, intent on reaching line of sight of the Kepler mecha, where they could begin doing real damage. One after another, the battle cannon-equipped mecha returned to the lander to reload, and light mecha returned to base to pick up additional munitions for their units. This was the greatest advantage of being near a staging location. They could go all out on the artillery fire and get case after case of shells to keep the enemy at bay. Any battle where the enemy can't fight back is a good one in the minds of the mecha pilots. Close contact. Nico informed the defense forces over the group channel, pinging the location on their radar screens. That served both to let the others know that there was a chance of infiltrators and that they shouldn't indiscriminately shell the enemy, since they were now too close to the mecha. The sonic boom of the rail guns on Tereth's Rage was clearly audible even when fired over 10 kilometers away from where Max was standing. 3 times a second they went off, over and over for 10 straight minutes until a tired voice came over the radio. The position has been secured. Rotate a standby unit to my location for repair and reload purposes. Nico called back to base and Max got right on sending a group their way. There were 3 squads in that area, making 30 light mecha and 4 crusaders, and still, it clearly took them a 10-minute-long intense firefight to deal with the invaders. That's a lot to ask of a projectile-based munitions supply. Max decided that he too needed to be on the front lines for a while since most of the mecha pilots here were still rookies, and 2 of his own veterans were coming off the line for a cycle, so he sent the text notification to Nico that she would be taking over dispatch duties while he filled her spot on the line. He picked the 3 units from the top of the list of mecha on standby and turned stalwart to the west, moving to fill the gap in the lines before more Narcian forces arrived and took advantage of the weakened area. He was just in time too, as over half of the mecha waiting for his arrival were out of munitions, moved to the back for their safety while Nico and the mecha of Alpha Squad took point, engaging the handful of newly arrived giants in close combat to keep the line from being overrun. "I thought you said position clear," Max joked, blasting a pair of giants off their feet with the plasma shotguns mounted in the curved nacelles above his mecha's shoulders. "This is as clear as it gets. But the position is secure," Nico responded, and Ari's dismay at her nonchalance was so intense that Max didn't even have to focus on her to feel her thoughts. "Fall back, you've got 2 rotations of dispatch duty. I'll be back after 1, and I'll switch you out after the 2nd. Max instructed Nico, who gave him a sword to the chest salute as she turned to make her way back to base. Chapter 105. Courage and Discipline. Even before she made it back to the base camp, Nico was barking orders for units to swap out, rotating the most exhausted back for a period of sleep and a good hot meal, while the fresh pilots took their place. At first, Max didn't see the need for her to hurry, but then his radar slowly began to fill with red dots as the Narcian attack waves turned from organized groups to a cohesive mob. They must have hidden survivors from previous waves in the water and had them wait to join the next group of attackers. They are under half an hour out from the front lines already, and the density of the attackers is steadily increasing. His new perception skill that increased his rate of thought really came in handy at this moment, allowing Max to make full use of split fire and multi-point targeting. To the other mecha on the line, it looked like his lasers were guided, every shot hitting a different target, even though they knew that the weapon should be a hard-mounted barrel, adjusted by arm movements. Max was going easy on the battle cannon rounds, for now, knowing that he had an entire shift on the line at the minimum and that if he went all out on the hard ammunition, with his increased rate of fire, he would definitely run out. That is why the mecha only spent 2 hours on the line at the most, with the standard shift being 1 hour. At the maximum rate of fire, 2 hours was enough to severely deplete solid ammunition, while an hour of intense combat was the point where it started to get mentally draining, even with the enhanced minds and bodies of the system-enhanced pilots. They didn't need much sleep, but an off-hour to rest their minds was still necessary to keep them from mentally lagging and making careless mistakes under pressure. Temperature alert, Stalwart reminded Max as the barrels of the pulse laser array slowly rose in temperature with the constant firing. They had been modified and system optimized, but he still couldn't fire them at maximum output forever. The number of giants that were charging them was getting close to overwhelming though, now that the hidden forces had reached the forefront of the battle. They were even getting to the tree line, under 100 meters away from the defensive line now. Max added blasts from his plasma shotguns to the mix and reduced the power of his lasers to 75%, letting them cool down a little without reducing his rate of fire. That's the best he could do, and he could see that the rest of the mecha at his location were in a similar position. With the enemy tightly packed and getting closer, Max switched from standard shells to the high-explosive version more commonly used for artillery in his battle cannon, the advantage of the dual feeder that they had installed after taking the facility on Belmont. The explosions shook the ground and boiled off the swamp water into a steamy fog that limited actual visibility to only a few meters, but large sections of the enemy forces were destroyed with every shot, giving the line a half-second breather now and then, as the Narcians moved to fill in the gaps left in their assault. Close combat mecha forward, Max instructed, as that still proved to be insufficient to keep them at bay. The light mecha and a few crusaders with claws or combat shields moved up to push the enemy back from the more vulnerable long-range units, and the long-range units of the squad started picking their targets more carefully, trying to eliminate those with the best close combat weapons before they could reach melee range. It was standard procedure for the Kepler military, and it had worked well 1,000 times before, so Max was fairly confident it would again, even if they were now beginning to take damage. Stand fast. The next unit should be here soon, we just need to hold until they arrive. Max announces, looking at his notifications and seeing that they were still 5 minutes away. Nico had sent the rested units out early, only 30 minutes into their hour-long break, just long enough for the mecha to get restocked and the pilots to be served a proper meal. Not much of a break, but the intensity of the attack was much higher than anyone had anticipated. Neither orbital scans nor radar had detected this many Narcians in the area, so Max suspected that there had been more portal openings, either in the swamp itself or nearby in the hills where these giants were coming from. Just our luck, isn't it? We had to be the ones that pulled the double deployment Narcian invasion with untested recruits. Nico jokes to Max, her text message popping up on his heads-up display where the joke won't be seen by others and damage morale. They're not untested anymore, Max sends back as he unloads on a Narcian heavy weapons team with both his shotguns and his battle cannon. Their weapons aren't the only thing increased, so is their armor, making them the Narcian equivalent of a tank squadron. The combination of weapons is enough to take them down though, and Max lets loose a sigh of relief. Prepare for incoming orbital strike. That's the robot voice of Abraham Kepler, but why here and why now? Max wonders, right before the sky lights up with brilliant purple lightning. The ship used a dispersed pattern orbital lance to eliminate everything from a few kilometers away from the defense force to the edge of the swamp. The temperature warnings on Stalwart light up again, but this time not for his weapons, but to inform him that the exterior temperature is unsafe for infantry troops. All infantry back to base and get underground. Nico instructs a few seconds late. It seems that the strike was a surprise to her too, or at least it came much sooner than anticipated. The Narcians have been shocked by the attack as well, their carefully planned attack formations faltering and the mecha on defense tearing through the survivors at a rapid rate. Max takes a moment when his position becomes clear again to check the official logs, not seeing anything about a strike by Abraham Kepler. But there are 4 more drop ships now on Planetary Station, all having arrived within the last 20 minutes. It's possible that they planned a series of strikes on high-density enemy targets over the fleet channels, with updated encryption, so Max wouldn't have received them, but that doesn't make it any less shocking when you get a notice of friendly fire 2 seconds before an orbital strike. Here is the updated intelligence Nico sent over to Max as he was clearing out the stragglers of the Narcian attack and considering what might have prompted the orbital bombardment. Looking over the data that Nico sent, which had just minutes ago been made available to the commanders, he finally understood. When Nico rerouted the landers of the first wave, she sent the entire population of Abraham Kepler to this one continent. 1 out of the 9 that were on the planet. The overwhelming force cleared out most of the Narcian troops, and even now they were making great headway with the second wave. With one secure continent, they were free to launch attacks on the others, and could safely stage supplies, repairs, and logistics. Despite the early setback, the tactic was unintentionally brilliant, sending them all to the lowest value continent with the fewest enemies. The Kepler forces now had a secure foothold on the planet, and the ships of the fleet were planning to do the same thing on another continent, but with twice as many troops, to account for the increase in Narsian soldiers. If it worked again, the 4 ships would take 2 more continents in short order, and then they could push out to attempt to take the rest. This would make for a slower battle than blanketing the entire planet at once, but according to the fleet data, it should reduce resource expenditure, or as soldiers called it, casualties. Their orders were to hold the swamp while the next waves came down, while the units on dry land scoured the region for surviving Narsians. Bringing the population of them to 0 in a day was realistically impossible, but estimating by the number of red dots that disappeared from his radar, they lost tens of thousands in a second today. Contact South. Nico informs the backline Mecha, who have been mostly waiting and killing off sporadic attempts to encircle the mine. Not that they haven't been in combat, just not as intensely as the unlucky lot in front of the main push to break their forces. Contacts are under control, the southern line reports, and Nico sends a round of deployment orders, bringing Max's group back to base and sending out an equalized force to hold the perimeter, lacking the doubled patrols that Max set up for the attack. That leaves them with a third of their force available in an hour to go on patrol, hunting the swamp for Narsian survivors and additional hidden attackers. The muddy and bloody part of the battle is about to begin. Chapter 106. Prepare to hunt. For an hour after he returned to base, Max napped, getting his mind in order for the next set of orders that needed to be given. As his body progressed, he needed less and less sleep to function at full capacity, but this last advancement seemed to be the real tipping point. After only a single hour, he was refreshed and ready to face the day again, confident he could last through much more than just a single shift if needed. Most of the pilots weren't at this point yet, and wouldn't be for years to come unless they had a particular affinity for advancing through battle. Fortunately, the orbital strike had made their lives easy, and the single-unit patrols on the perimeter could safely be extended, giving the pilots 4 hours off between 2-hour shifts on duty. As the area stabilized, that could be extended to a full 6 hours, but that increased the chances of inattentiveness near the end of a long shift, so Max preferred not to do it if at all possible. Special Tactics Unit, gather at Stalwart, Max instructed, bringing his unit jogging over from where they were resting in the base or underground. Once they were assembled, Max began his orders. Mecha squads, you will be going on a cleanup mission. 1 in each cardinal direction except towards the crater. Mecha only for that deployment. I have a separate mission for the infantry. The swamps were too deep and difficult to navigate for any of the infantry vehicles they had brought, so there was no point in them slowing down a hunting patrol of highly agile mecha. Instead, Max was going to have them take care of the second most important aspect of life on base. Supplies. Infantry, keep to your original squads and search the landers that are beyond the perimeter for anything useful. Rations, ammunition, repair devices, raw materials. If it's there, bring it to us here. I don't expect them to get cleared out quickly, but there isn't enough room to move them into the compound, and I will not be giving up our resources to the Narsians. That was the sort of mission that infantry soldiers could appreciate. Not only were they not intentionally heading for combat, though they might find it anyhow, but they were also tasked with improving their own quality of life. More of the infantry would be sent out soon, but as the elites, Max wanted his own men to scout the area first, making sure that there weren't any hidden pockets of resistance. If they did find one, the Special Tactics Unit was not only better equipped to fight, but also to run away and survive. When you reach the first lander in your zone, have the materials printer create pattern SBM0420. It is a flat-bottomed boat with a crude gravity drive. It won't hover, but the drive is silent and the disruption to the surrounding water is much lower than a hover boat, with a negligible energy signature. Nico adds, giving them a way to get around efficiently. The boats are flimsy things, made of a single sheet of light metal, but they take only a little more material than a single armor-penetrating battle cannon round and can run off a plasma rifle energy clip for an entire day. They're relatively fast as well and can be loaded with a large amount of gear. Max had forgotten about those things, regarded more as children's lake toys than military equipment, but he sees the logic in Nico's mind in her instructions. The Narsians will likely take them as civilian vessels if they do detect them, and if they make them after leaving the camp, the enemy won't be alerted to their use until the first round of them arrives back at camp with supplies. Assuming that the mine area is under surveillance by the Narsians, of course. The capabilities of the Narsians have been surprising this mission, so Max isn't willing to discount that they might have much better technology than usual. The Mecha are the first to leave, followed by the scrounging squads. The crater area isn't a great threat at the moment, So Max holds off on sending any more mecha squads out, letting them rest until they are needed. Even if they haven't had time to learn much, being suddenly awoken to go on missions is a favorite tactic of academy instructors everywhere, so they should be able to scramble on short notice. It would be nice if there was a senior officer on location though. All of the unit commanders are majors at the moment, and Max is the senior officer, so he can't even order one of them to take over until he is redeployed. The first few minutes of the mission go quite smoothly, as no Narcian would dare to stay so close to an enemy fortification. That doesn't last long though. Contact Squad Alpha, 12 Narcian infantry, all injured. Ari reports as her mecha wing moves through the swamp. These are survivors of the orbital strike, soldiers who were on the very outskirts of the blast and managed to escape with their lives. Even injured, they are still fierce combatants, and Max can see that some of the light mecha have taken damage, based on the condition updates that the mecha send back so commanders can tell how their troops are doing. When everything is good, the unit will show solid green where Max has placed the displays on a side screen inside Stalwart. With only 35 mecha to keep track of, they are simply 4 rows, 3 for the squads, and 1 with himself and Nico on it. There's no such luxury for the infantry, but he has worked out a system for that, using separate sections of the touchscreen to indicate casualties and injuries, as well as reported ammunition shortages. The random numbers might not make any sense to others, but to Max, it is a comprehensive overview of the units under his command. Soon after, the infantry reported that the boats have been created and that they have loaded what they can from the first landers. It seems that the other units left almost everything behind, bringing only their food supplies and what ammunition was in the mecha. The first few landers they came across were among the first to land though, and fully mechanized, so they might have assumed that they would be returning, and they didn't have any infantry to carry resupply provisions for them. Even emptying a single lander is too much for the squads. They built 6 swamp boats each, for the 5-man fire teams that would board them, but there is still more valuable material inside than they can carry. Return to base once the boats are loaded. We will send a larger scale mission tomorrow at first light. Max instructs, checking the amount of sunlight left. There's plenty for at least one more trip, but building and loading the boats took more time than expected, and he doesn't want the infantry trapped out in the swamp after dark. The Narcian army doesn't need night vision technology, they can see well enough in the dark on their own, like the feral cats that inhabit the slums of Kepler Terminus where Max grew up. Only absolute darkness is enough to stop them. The infantry boats all make it back in good condition if you disregard minor damage due to the fact that nobody on board, a few of them, had ever piloted a boat before. Kepler 111 has lakes and even oceans, but for kids who went to the academy at 12 years old and grew up in the suburbs of a megacity, those were things from picture books, not something that they had ever seen themselves. Max is a bit annoyed at the fact, then he realizes that he too might have the same issue, if not for his innate talent of mind reading. He has never been on a boat before, much less piloted one, at least not in this lifetime. Bravo Squad has made contact, Alpha Squad has made contact, Alpha Squad has made contact. Ari and her team really did pull the short straw today. They hadn't gone a full 10 minutes on patrol without running into something, mostly injured remnants of the main push on the mine, but Charlie Squad under Vincent in his mecha, Morning Glory, had yet to meet any form of resistance. In fact, they had hardly even seen any signs of enemy movement on that side. Bravo Squad requests reinforcements, portal force detected. Paul calls and Max perks up, checking the data that he relayed from the newest orbital scans since Paul could only detect a mass of heat signatures. They haven't made contact yet, but they are picking up hundreds of Narcian infantry, and the pattern suggests that they have made a base of their own in the swamp, setting up a defensive perimeter and multiple improvised heavy weapons bunkers. Second shift to your mecha. Enemy force detected for elimination. Chapter 107. Hunting Narcians. Max watched in appreciation as the pilots got ready for action, powering up their mecha and double-checking the weapons functions as they moved into position for deployment. They are all intensely focused, and he can't see any real errors or problems with their training as they form a column to move out. 4 minutes 15 seconds. Not bad, but you can do better. Nico calls over the intercom, eliciting a few soft laughs from the other unit commanders. 5 minutes is the standard for most units, 3 is the standard for special forces. The fact that they were actually ready in under 5 minutes for a surprise deployment took most of their commanders by surprise, but it stands as a testament to their dedication to wiping the invaders off the face of this human-colonized planet. Everyone move. Double time to the meeting point. We still have a patrol squad in the immediate vicinity and they won't remain undetected forever. Max orders, leading the column with Nico moving Tereth's Rage to his right side. She has a combat shield in her mecha's gauntlet, with her sword hung from the hooks on her torso armor. Even after the mecha was repainted to the new color scheme, the chains and razor wire remained. With the red and bone-white paint a bit scorched and splattered with swamp filth, the combination gives the 10-meter-tall mecha a menacing aura, which somehow feels more at home here than the other Crusader-class units, who clearly look like interlopers. While Max picked red and bone as his unit's colors, the rank and file mecha of the 43rd Mechanized are all drab green with yellow accents. In a forest, they should look like part of the scenery, but somehow the black bark of the trees, and the odd teal green of the leaves just highlight the fact that these units were painted to blend into a different world. Stealth was never going to be an option, moving dozens of giant mecha through the swamp, so instead, they go for a high rate of movement. None of the special tactics units mecha are with them, though they will be meeting up with the Alpha squad in just a few minutes, so Max decides to teach the new pilots an old trick. I need 2 Corvette-class pilots forward. Grab a long branch, at least your mecha's height, and move in front of the column. Max instructs, and 2 of the lieutenants hurry to comply. Move 30 meters out front and probe the swamp with every step using the sticks. If you find a deep spot, spread left and right and find us a better path so we don't have to slow down. Max orders and the 2 agile light mecha dart out ahead to begin their scouting duty. That saves them the need to be extra cautious of their footsteps since the route has already been checked. There shouldn't be too many deep spots in the swamp, and much of it looks like land until you try to step on it with a mecha, but they're in a hurry and don't need to be spending time fishing pilots out of holes. This side wasn't a high priority for artillery, but it did receive some outgoing fire. Contact, 10 o'clock. Nico calls and Max turns to engage but doesn't see anything on his radar or thermal scans. What do you see, Nico? He asks, confused before the ion destroyer on Tereth's Rage begins vaporizing swamp water. The moment the first round hits the water, a group of Narcian scouts jumps up and begins to fire back, their purple energy weapons a stark contrast against the blue and white of the Kepler units. They are wearing some sort of flexible body suit that hides their thermal signature, so they didn't show up on any of Max's sensors until they stood up and made themselves a moving target above the water. They weren't even showing any sort of energy signature. Good find, Tereth's Rage. How did you do that? One of the other Crusader pilots, in a unit named Jericho with a heavy laser cannon and a gauntlet, asks, watching the light mecha verify that the scouts are indeed dead. Call it a woman's intuition, Jericho. Do you remember how your mom used to catch you sneaking cookies? It's just like that, Nico informs him in a smug tone. How did you know about that? The pilot gasps and the comms fill with soft laughter. Man, everyone's mom caught them stealing cookies. Even guys without moms were caught by a babysitter or neighborhood auntie. It's just a fact of life. But I'm guessing she actually used a system skill. One of the other mecha teases the naive pilot of the Jericho. A sensory skill is your 50-point upgrade. That's just not fair. One of the pilots, whose stalwarts display tags as being in a light mecha, complains. No, my 50-point reward was a repair-related system skill, and it comes in really handy in a prolonged battle. I'm over 200 points of bonus stats now. Just like you will be by the time you go home. Nico informs the young man, who clearly forgot who he was talking to. One day for sure, Major. I'll just have to wait. I only got my first step bonus just last year after all. He agrees and Max sighs, looking through the pilot's profile. He's gamma ranked for system compatibility, as expected of a line mecha pilot, but back on Kepler Terminus, 50 points was the goal for the first years at their academy, since progress slows down so much afterward, with 100 points being the goal before graduation for the light mecha pilots. Since the stats are based on a standardized average human, that really shouldn't be too hard to accomplish, but it is becoming clear that not all planets view things the same way. Friendly mecha sighted. The 2 Corvette-class scouts call in unison a few minutes later, alerting the mecha of Alpha Company to their presence, which signals them all to stand up and join the incoming force. Here's what we have found out about the enemy position. They are settled in, but the only defenses that they have built are the heavy weapons emplacements. Trenches and foxholes aren't really feasible in the swamp after all, but they have a dozen heavy plasma cannons, evenly spaced around the base, at the positions that I've indicated. Good work, Bulwark. Max commends Ari by the name of her ion destroyer-equipped mecha. She must have gotten caught on a low-hanging branch, because the curved top carapace armor has a rather sizable tree draped across it, and it doesn't look intentional. It does make for fairly decent camouflage though, and she isn't in a hurry to dislodge it. Battle Cannon Mecha, stay here and take up artillery positions. Bulwark, you take the left flank with half the force, and Tereth's Rage will take the right. Stop once you get a good line of sight. The Narcian plasma is decent, but their true strength lies in close combat. Get as many of them down as you can before they close the distance. Max orders and the column smoothly split. Everyone has a preferred wingman, so the Crusaders move by pairs, while the light mecha split off a unit at a time. Kepler's battle strategy isn't big on heroic charges and individual heroism, so as long as the intelligence was correct they should outnumber the enemy force. The artillery will soften the target and move them to hiding spots, then the main force will move in and clear them out. Simple, safe, and efficient. At least that's the plan. Nico feeds live orbital scans to the unit, showing everyone with battle cannons, the only weapon they have available that is capable of indirect fire, where they should start their barrage, and the mecha begin to pick their targets. Begin bombardment, everyone move out. Max's order begins a thunderous roar of artillery shells being hurled into the air while two large units of mecha spread out to prevent the enemy from fleeing. Even from kilometers away Max can hear the shouting and screams as the first shells land, proving that they are right on target. If they hadn't heard the mecha coming already, they know about it now, and Max can see the lights of energy weapon fire in the distance, making the low-hanging fog glow in the dim light under the forest canopy. Spread and encircle, Nico orders, signaling that the heavy mecha have reached the target, so Max orders the bombardment to stop. Artillery, move forward, and engage. Fill any weak points in the encirclement. The battle seems to be going well, at least on their side, and Max doesn't see any major damage to the mecha of the Special Tactics unit as he advances, leading the long-range mecha into combat. But the reason why soon becomes clear. The battle is about to turn ugly. What they thought was a standard portal opening is actually a Narcian Special Forces unit, kitted for close combat with extra heavy armor. They must be the ones that sent the scouts that the unit encountered earlier, and they were expecting company. As the mecha moved to encircle the camp, Max spots stealthy giants moving around well outside the perimeter getting ready for an ambush. Check your backs everyone, Narcian Special Forces outside the camp. Max sends the order just as the battle cries of the giants begin. The sound is more like an animal's roar than any coherent speech, and it is met by the barking report of light mecha firing at the charging heavy infantry. Chapter 108. Encirclement. While the Narcian ambush sprung from the outside of their ranks, most of the force was trapped in the middle of the Kepler mecha squad's formation. Artillery shells from the battle cannons continued to rain down on them, while the giants rushed out to meet the enemy head-on. Despite the fact that Max brought greater numbers, the giants still had the edge in close combat numbers, since most of the Crusaders were long-range focused, and the line mecha weren't their equals one-on-one. But to get there, they would have to withstand the full fury of a Kepler mecha barrage. They couldn't do anything about the battle cannons, which were out of the main camp's range and not close enough to the ambush teams for them to stop, so staying in place wasn't an option. Instead, they all charged for the encirclement, opening themselves to incoming fire that they hoped would be less damaging than what was landing in their camp. With the heavy weapons emplacements expertly taken out by the first volleys of artillery, the return fire as the mecha approach is minimal, but large. Portions of the force have turned around to stop the attackers that are coming from behind. If Max could see them, he would shake his head in shame. For an attack from behind, the standard procedure is to switch every second mecha around so that the main target wasn't left unattended, but entire wings turned to face their opponents, leaving large gaps in the advancing lines, just as the Narcians intended. Spread and fill the holes. Nico's angry voice comes over everyone's intercoms, and they hurry to obey. They were mostly successful at taking the Narcian countercharge, but some giants still snuck through the holes in the lines to attack the back of the units who turned to deal with the ambushes. For a moment, the two circles are a confused melee, as the outnumbered giants look for ways to get at the relatively defenseless long-range mecha and to take out the line mecha who make up the majority of the bodies that are trapping them in for this attack. While the Kepler squad leaders shout orders at their wings to deal with the most imminent threats, the Narcian commanders do the same, their roaring language unintelligible to Max. It isn't one of the languages that Kepler's translation software recognizes, so Stalwart can't translate their deployment orders for him. Max moves forward, locking onto dozens of targets before cycling up his pulse laser array and blasting the backs of two of the ambushers as he approaches at the head of the artillery squad. They roar something back at him, and a particularly large Narcian, standing a full head taller than the rest of his unit, lifts his hammer in a challenge, then throws it at Stalwart. The Narcian weapons have a disruptive energy field around them that causes strong vibrational damage to anything they hit, in addition to the force of the weapon itself, but the shield on Stalwart has no trouble with such simple attacks, knocking the flying metal weapon to the ground with a simple flash of energy on impact. The failure seems to have enraged the giant, and he pulls a large sword as he rushes toward the giant mecha, every step covering a half-dozen meters of ground. The effort is doomed though, as the twin plasma shotguns flash and the heavy armor over his body vaporizes, leaving only a lower torso and legs to collapse on the swampy ground, dyeing the teal leaves with the giant's blood. Since the rest of his unit is already engaged, the pulse lasers from Stalwart tear into their backs with impunity, felling a giant with every strike while Max continues onwards towards the main fight. The sound of all three of the rail guns on Tereth's rage shatters the air, before the keening wail of the serrated blade being forced through the air begins and another round of Narcian orders are shouted out. Only this time, someone shouts back at them, using the intercom of a Crusader-class mecha. Nico has analyzed enough of their language to decipher the basics of the insults that they have been shouting at the Kepler mecha, and she is taunting them back in their own language. In order to take down a Crusader-class mecha, they would need at least 4 team members or a lucky shot with a heavy weapon, so the Narcians divert a few of their warriors from where they are locked in combat with the line mecha to go deal with the rude red mecha's pilot. "You got this, Stalwart," Nico laughs, realizing that Max is looking straight at the unprotected backs of the giants running her way. Max sighs and turns his pulse lasers on them, following with a blast from the plasma shotguns, before Nico cuts down the last of the 5 with her sword in a single strike. With the line mecha holding the giants away from the more heavily armed mecha, the battle has turned into a slaughter. Crusaders are firing at will, blasting away Narcian infantry by the handful every second, and the ambush forces are getting ready to flee. "Keep them engaged. We don't need infiltration attacks hitting the infantry later tonight," Max orders, in case some of the pilots had the idea to let them escape and prevent more damage to their units. A cornered enemy is a dangerous enemy, but it is more dangerous to let them live. The Narcian forces are nearly obliterated when suddenly Max's radar fills with red dots of unidentified movement. Not hours away, and not at the edge of the swamp, like most of the movement that the satellites detect. No, this is detected by Stalwart's own sensors, and it is under 20 kilometers away and approaching fast. "We've been detected. All units fall back into the forest and converge on my position," Max instructed, moving to a small hill where they had detected extremely deep holes under the water on 2 sides. That should limit the number of attackers they will be facing at one time, and give the ranged mecha somewhere to fire from. As the Narcians fall, the unit retreats, preparing for additional incoming. By the numbers, they are over 500 strong, with unknown equipment, but clearly aware of the battle that just raged here. Not that they could have missed it. Between the glow of the energy weapons, and the sound of rail guns and battle cannons, they would have to be deaf and blind or dead to not notice, and even then there was a good chance they might. The enemy is almost on them when they are finally in position, but they do get themselves arranged for a close combat charge before the Narcians are in sight. The first sign that they have been spotted is the plasma cannons, heavy weapons being fired on the run, forsaking accuracy for the ability to engage without stopping. They are strong enough to make it work, and a number of light mecha go down with assorted damages, while the Crusaders take minimal blows to their armor. The curved armor plates of the Redemption Pattern Crusaders are among the finest of any army's equipment. A single shot from an infantry-sized plasma cannon won't take them out. Over the heads of the light mecha in front, the heavy weapons roar out their reply, lighting up the sky again, as they did with the first attack. The line mecha brace for impact, but just before the Narcians reach them, bulwark and another Crusader with a combat shield step forward to block a large section of the forces, with Tereth's rage between them, crouching to sweep low with her sword, forcing the Narcians to try to stop or risk losing their heads. It was perfectly timed, even without coordinated orders, and the center of the charge faltered. Then the left flank falls into the deep underwater hole, flailing for purchase in the mud before being blasted apart by the ranged attackers they were trying to reach. "Full rate of fire. After this we will return for resupply," Max orders, picking dense clusters of Narcian signatures to target with his high-explosive battle cannon rounds. He didn't bother loading anything else this time. Even if the Narcians have armor on the planet, they're not bringing it into this forsaken swamp, so the weapon is best suited to artillery duty and eliminating large groups of enemies at once. The giants quickly learn to fear the blue light of his pulse lasers, moving behind cover when he pans the weapon in their direction. They are clearly shouting obscenities at him, though Max can't understand the words. There's only one thing to do then. Repay the favor. Max chuckles to himself in the cockpit of Stalwart, switching his targeting method to fully randomized, splitting his fire as much as possible to hit Narcians dozens of meters apart at nearly the same time, while the plasma shotguns take out anyone brave enough to stand in front of Stalwart. Light mecha casualties 20%, comes the automated message from his computer, and Max surveys the battleground while firing at whatever target seems convenient. Most of them aren't dead, just disabled, so once the battle is over they should be able to recover the mecha and drag them back to base. As they themselves did to the Narcians, Max's patrol has found themselves surrounded. There are enemies on every side, but with the impassable waters on two sides, the ranged mecha are still clearing the Narcian force at a steady rate, despite the heavy damages they are taking in return. One after another the giants fall until they are at under a quarter strength, causing their commanders to signal the retreat. Do not give chase. Gather up the wounded and the damaged mecha and let's get back to base. Max orders, his mind slowing from the fast-paced thought processes of battle to a more sedate speed, reducing the flow of endorphins and adrenaline into his system. It's a side effect Max hadn't considered. Faster thinking causes an increased stress response, which releases more adrenaline, further heightening combat effectiveness in the short term, but causing a crash in the long term when the adrenaline wears off. He will have to learn to control his excitement even more, or at least train his body to handle it. As it is, his hands are shaking, and he isn't sure if he will be able to pilot smoothly for the walk back. Chapter 109. Long walk back. Everyone double-check the dead and then fall in for the trip back. Max ordered, using the light ion rifle mounted as a coaxial weapon on the front of his mecha to poke the corpses, checking for any response. Even those who were very good at playing dead would twitch a little when shot after all. A few survivors were found and disposed of in the name of safety, but the mecha are ready to move in under a minute, retracing their steps through the swamp and back towards the mines. There's something wrong with the radar. Change of protocol. All units will search the surroundings as we go using thermal and energy trace scanners. Do not trust any single scan to give accurate information. Nico declares suddenly, startling Max. What she found unusual about the radar was a mystery. Max didn't see any enemies on it for her to have questioned. But after a few seconds, he too noticed the error. When the formation shifted slightly going around trees and deep spots, the number of units in their squad would fluctuate on the radar, which it shouldn't if the data being displayed was coming from their own scanners. Just like the incident with the drop pods, their computer systems were being tampered with, only in this case Mecha's internal systems are secure, so the only thing that can be changed is the signal that comes back to the radar. Max sends a command channel emergency pulse with a new encryption code, forcing every mecha in the unit to automatically update their frequencies and security codes. It is an automated procedure and is often used to prevent infiltration when fighting other mecha using societies that might have infiltrated them. All units, comms check. Let me know if anyone is having issues. Max instructs. Only the command mecha have the decryption code for the command channel, so though the rest of the units would be forced to update by the signal if they were being monitored, the enemy was unlikely to have gained access to the signal itself. One by one the units at the mine report back in, showing that none of them have any issues, so Max decided that the issue must be more local to them. Keep your guard up. I think the radar interference is coming from nearby. The Narcians might be hiding their true numbers from us. Max informed the unit as they made their way around a larger island. Almost as if his words were prophetic, the movement alert from the Corvette-class mecha on point pinged enemy movement. Roughly 20 Narcian-sized heat signatures at 500 meters and closing fast. Scouts hold position. All other mecha, keep moving. Don't let them know we have detected them. Max ordered, moving one step back so Nico and Ari, the two close combat members of his unit that were on this expedition, could take the lead. They couldn't play dumb forever though, and once a third of the unit's sensors sent Stalwart the signal that they had detected enemies, he ordered the formation to a stop and into a defensive circle. Under normal circumstances, this would be a nearly perfect ambush for the Narcians, but since the Kepler mecha already knew where they were, there was no sense of disorganization as they moved. Nobody needed to look for targets, as they had already locked on and chosen the recipients of their first volley. Fire at will. Max's order triggers a barrage of weapons fire, tearing down trees and vaporizing swamp water as heavy weapons designed to eliminate much larger and more heavily armored targets are turned on the Narsian infantry. The casualties don't slow the giants' charge though, and the Narsian forces slam into the light mecha at a full run, their alloy weapons crashing into durable armor plating with incredible force, knocking many line mecha from their feet and damaging many more. They seem to have realized that Max is the commander this time though, possibly a relayed signal from the last group that Max fought. Plasma fire flies his way in steady bursts, even while his pulse lasers work frantically to thin the enemy ranks. Keep up the fire rate, I've got you. Ari calls, moving bulwark in front of Max's stalwart, with her combat shield planted in front of her crouching form, preventing the vast majority of incoming fire from hitting him. A splash and the sonic boom of the rail guns on Tereth's rage draw his attention for a moment, and Max sees that Nico is using the immense weight of her mecha to pin targets to the ground, stepping on them to keep them out of the fight until she has time to shoot them with the weapons mounted on her gauntlet. The Narsian battle armor holds up well against her wickedly serrated sword, at least for what it is, and most targets are only torn open and flung away instead of chopped in half. That makes them easy kills for the light mecha, who target the breaches in the armor. Nearly 100 giants fall in the first minute of the battle before the Narsian commander sounds the retreat and they race out of sight through the trees. Commander, I believe that was a probing attack. Probability suggests that the enemy strength is much higher than the reported number in this combat zone. One of the wing commanders, a major named Alphonse, calls over the radio. Max is almost certain that he is right, but there isn't much to be done about it at the moment. The base is already on high alert for attacks, and they are doing the best they can to get back before they are isolated and surrounded. Noted Major, I suspect you are right, but with the errors in the orbital data, and the radar glitches, we don't have much proof to report back to command yet. What we do know has been sent. Max replies with a hint of sadness. The command team aboard the Abraham Kepler is all about logic and data. The gut feelings of units on the ground and anecdotal evidence are often overlooked in favor of solid evidence when it comes time to make a deployment or send supplies. With their additional delays discussing enemy tactics, the unit didn't even get moving again before Max's sensors detected hostile heat signatures, moving towards them from the site of the first battle. Looks like the Narsians came to see what the fuss was. Get a move on everyone, this is going to be a running battle. Fire and move or we will be stuck out here for days until they have exhausted us. Max ordered, leading the way while sending Nico to the back of the column so her enhanced sensors will be the closest to the approaching Narsian forces. High above the planet, the crew aboard Abraham Kepler and the 3 newly arrived ships were in a panic. All communication with the planet was being jammed, and the troops on the ground had been receiving falsified data for over a day now. They had been unable so far to find the source of the signal, and as far as they knew, no communications had gotten in or out successfully. Everything was intercepted, and false reports were being sent back. They had even gone as far as releasing spare Crusader-class chassis on orbital walks outside the ship, and relying on their data since the systems of Abraham Kepler had already been compromised once. For the most part, everything looked good, but the satellite feeds were all tampered with, severely limiting the quality of their sensor data. Move to a 4-point encirclement at high orbit. The ship's system scan is secure, so we can use them for course data and attempt to establish communications directly with the surface again. Admiral Akbar of the newly arrived Organa Kepler ordered the others as the senior naval officer on the mission. Moving to position, the other ships responded at once, beginning their shift. Direct line of sight might not tell them everything they needed to know, but they still had the reports collected before the interference started to go on, so they at least had a rough estimate of the situation on the ground as of a day ago to base their next waves of drops on. That wouldn't be any real help to Max though. He had just sent a coded message to command, intended for General Tennant, but the response was incorrect. His signal was not making it to Abraham Kepler, whose staff would know the code words, and was instead being responded to by whoever intercepted it. Nico, before those Narsians make it to us, see what you can do to get a direct signal to the fleet. Our reports are being intercepted and the responses we are getting aren't coming from command. Max orders, hoping his friend's innate talent of technology control will serve him better than his own learned hacking skills. The column gets 5 more kilometers back towards the camp before the enemy catches up to them, starting a running battle that Max doesn't see ending anytime soon. Being in the lead position, the wide scatter of his pulse lasers and the overwhelming force of the plasma shotguns allow him to save ammunition in his battle cannon for emergencies, while still clearing the way for the column to keep moving. On his left and right flanks are two more dual-energy weapon-equipped crusaders, one with twin laser destroyers, and one with dual-ion destroyers. The setup is a bit redundant in Max's mind, as using matched weapons reduces your versatility, but it's not up to him what other crusader pilots choose or get assigned as weapons for their mecha. At least the ion destroyers can be set for either concentrated blast or wide-area blast, which creates the 10-meter diameter energy balls that Tereth's Rage has been spitting out all this mission. They aren't as deadly, but the Narsians aren't as armored as a Crusader-class mecha, so it isn't as big of a deal. The twin lasers though are intended for heavy anti-armor. While they are deadly against mecha, it might possibly be the worst matchup against hordes of light infantry. The only redeeming feature is that the pilot can reduce power to increase the rate of fire, treating them more like a heavy machine gun. Without extreme talents like Max's targeting skills, the capability is largely wasted, but it looks terrifying, with the wide blue pulses flashing in the air as the mecha fights off the Narsian approach. Rear zone clear. Extra attention on both flanks. Nico's signal means that the enemy has overtaken them, moving past her position, and that they are most likely preparing for an all-out attack from both sides the moment that they think the column is vulnerable. Close ranks. Move in a double file column until further notice. Max orders, mentally preparing himself for the next attacks and checking his map to see how far they have left to go. Too far. 30 kilometers. But they might still make it before dark. Chapter 110.2. Long Walk Back Part 2. Again, the mecha's sensors had detected Narsian attackers coming closer to the column, but this time, they didn't seem intent on mindlessly attacking. The energy signatures had spiked, and they weren't moving. Enemy is setting up heavy weapons positions. Max called over the radio, and the mecha with battle cannons moved so that they could get a better line of sight towards the spots showing active energy weapons. The technology was one unique to the Crusader class and heavier Kepler mecha, not used by any other nation, so it was possible that the Narsian forces didn't fully understand how it worked. If they did, they would have set up and waited for the attack signal to be given before powering up their heavy weapons. Sir, thermal sensors are detecting something strange near the energy signatures. The area is suspiciously even in temperature. One of the scout corvettes reports. It is a standard signature of heat masking technology, usually an energy barrier that disperses the signal over an area, but it can't account for the way that the trees and water inside should be slightly different, so everything comes out as uniform. On the open plains, or in city ruins that might work, but not here in the swamp. Battle cannons, area bombardment. Do not start with the positions of the heavy weapons, they haven't realized that we can see them yet. Max orders. The barrels of the battle cannons subtly shift, and Max gives the order. Fire. 5-shot barrage and hold. The roar of the big guns shakes the trees around them, and the blasts light up the mist over the water. Then the secondary explosions start, indicating that someone's target was their munition supply and that they had wiped out the enemy emplacement, or very nearly did anyhow. Next targets are at 8 o'clock, at a distance of 5,600 meters. Commence area bombardment. Max orders, clearing the next obstacle to their course well in advance. It will still take a while before those enemies are close enough to be a threat, but while they are stopped, it is best to draw out any hidden Narsian forces that their sensors haven't detected yet. The same 5-shot volley is sent out, and then they wait with their sensors at maximum sensitivity, trying to find any signs of enemy survivors or additional hidden forces. Nothing is moving, and the only heat signatures are some lingering fires from the high explosive shells, so the column begins moving again, doing their best to make progress toward the camp at the mines. The camp has reported a few light attacks, but the Narsians pulled back when they realized that it was a larger camp of Kepler mecha. That didn't mean they were safe though. If the Narsians were close enough to attack, they were close enough to detect the signature of the uranium mine, even if it was sealed and buried with tons of aggregate material. So, they would be back, and in force, once they had the numbers. In fact, that might have been the reason for the Special Forces unit that Alpha Squad came across. If the Narsians already knew of the mine, it would also explain the higher-than-usual technology that the patrol had encountered on their way back. The Giants might be going all out in their attempt to eliminate a large portion of the mine's defenders. That's not a reassuring thought at all, but at least Max knows that the attacks on them aren't a fluke or bad luck. Instead, the attacks are because the mecha are moving through the zone where the Narsians are staging before an attack. Max checks the route in front of them, knowing that this last stretch was almost entirely void of enemy activity on the way out to assist Alpha Squad. It doesn't provide much cover for an attack, as they picked the easiest route to travel with the giant mecha, so he has hopes that it will still be the same way, or at least close to it. Increase travel speed. We're never going to be stealthy in the swamp, so it is better to just get back to camp and reinforce the defenders there. Max orders, picking up his pace to near the top of what would be comfortable in a line mecha over this terrain. The Narcians have surely heard them by now, even if they didn't know they were coming back to base, so Max sends the signal for the infantry to be mobilized to the bunkers for an imminent attack and keeps his pilots moving. Contact at 3 o'clock, one of the pilots reports, stopping to take a shot. Don't stop. Fire on the move. We will keep moving until we reach the base. Max orders, sending a volley of pulse laser fire in the direction of the heat signatures. Destroying whatever mediocre cloaking technology they were using reveals dozens more Narcian infantry in the area, who are quickly suppressed by the Crusaders as the column moves past, now a mere 5 kilometers from the mine and closing quickly. The Giants have realized that they no longer have the element of surprise though, and heat signatures are appearing everywhere, only to be targeted by Mecha from both the camp and the unit Max is leading. While they did their best to stay out of the direct line of fire, Max stationed Mecha on top of the ridge when they arrived, giving them a better line of sight down into the trees. That lets the straight-flying energy weapons target at a much longer range, and they're using it to their advantage, marking every position that they see with a few shots so that the locations can be added to the map. If they kill some, they kill some, but knowing where all the Narcian attack squads are located is more important, as it gives them a rough estimate of enemy strength, despite the Giants' attempts to hide their numbers. Prepare the reload and repair bays. Max orders as the mecha column reached visual range of the camp. He took a full third of the force with him on this expedition, not counting the infantry, so they will be desperately needed the moment that the attack begins. Both squads at the base are already deployed and ready, and the artillery that the infantry brought back from the landers is happily thumping away. It's a shame that they didn't get time to clean out all the landers. Max's reports say that they only got 11 of 15 either ransacked or within the encirclement by the time the Narcian attacks forced them back within the safety of the camp. In the worst-case scenario, infantry teams can be sent out on those flat-bottomed boats to launch raids of their own, but returning fully laden with supplies and parts will be much more difficult. The rearming gantries have been greatly improved in the last day, now boasting a full 12 hangars within the lander that the Special Tactics unit arrived in. 2 more landers have been moved close to the mine entrance, set up for repairs, so Max divides his troops, reloading the Crusaders using solid ammunition first. And then the lighter mecha. The light mecha are mostly sent to the repair bays though, as they took the most damage from the Narcian melee attacks, which the Kepler pilots were poorly trained to counter in this swamp, where the enemy could easily get close to them. Guns up and heads down, Captain Catan, leader of stalwart Special Tactics Unit's infantry company, yells over the intercom before the bunkers on the far side of the camp begin firing ion blasts into the trees. Nico, I need a patch into everyone's sensors, Max asked, wishing he could do it himself. How such a capability was never added to Command Mecha is beyond him. It is such a useful feature to be able to make a map out of everyone's sensor data, but he can only work with what he has got. His second-in-command is perfect for the task though, with her skills complementing his and making up for the deficiencies. You've got it, thermal and energy only so far. Nico called back, taking up a spot along the line that looked most likely to be facing a concentrated attack. Max himself is currently waiting for his battle cannon to be reloaded, a 5-minute process when he is nearly empty as he is now. But that doesn't mean he is useless, and his system-improved thoughts are racing to find patterns in the data. At first, he just sends artillery to the largest clusters that he can see, as well as some suspiciously empty areas, but after a few minutes, Max does notice a pattern. Short but intense pulses of energy as the enemy brings their heavy weapons and artillery online. Battle cannons, new targets. A1, A6, A18, B3, B7. Max began calling out every location where he had noticed such a pulse, hoping to eliminate the Narcian artillery before it can cause heavy damage to the camp. The big guns rang in unison as he called out the targets, multiple mecha on each number, firing at every target that they could target as he announced them. The infantry artillery continued their suppressive fire, hitting anything and everything that was near where their helmet displays indicated the mecha had found a heat signature. They weren't fast enough though, and a deafening roar arose from the swamps as the Narcian artillery began firing unstable plasma charges, slowly arcing through the air to land within the camp and explode. They wouldn't be firing for long though. Already Captain Catan could feel the shaking of the bog beneath his feet as thousands of giant bodies in heavy armor charged through the swamp towards the camp. The Narcians had chosen a blitz attack, sending everyone at once to overwhelm and overrun the Kepler forces, destroying their infrastructure within the camp as the defenders were fully engaged. Even if this attack failed, the logic was that they would be out of food and munitions to survive the next one. Chapter 111. Breaking the blitz. As the Narcians begin their charge, the Kepler mecha launch a furious salvo back at them. Blue Kepler plasma and white ion charges meet purple Narcian plasma shots in midair, causing spectacular explosions, while the rounds that barely miss each other cause the surrounding atmosphere to crackle with localized lightning as the opposing charges attempt to equalize in the fraction of a second where they are in close range to each other. Most of the mecha are only doing the most basic job of aiming, treating the mass of attackers like a solid wall that they simply need to put rounds into and break down before it reaches them. It might not be elegant, or even particularly efficient, but at first, it is doing the job well enough. The volume of fire is thinning the enemy ranks much faster than the return fire is thinning their own. Infantry positions, full attack, max orders, and a flurry of light weapons fire, as well as plasma cannon fire, joins the Kepler attack, bringing roars of annoyance from the Narcians. Up to this point, they hadn't realized that there was a large infantry force at the mine and thought that they only needed to clear this circle of mecha and attack them from behind to win. That strategy will not work if they get shot in the back when they try to circle the mecha, and the infantry is set up 100 meters back of the mecha. Too far to include them in the rush. Then the first of the infantry manned artillery, the mortar tubes, joins in the fight. They aren't a large enough charge to directly breach most Narcian armor, but the impact force is high, and the advance grinds to a crawl as the giants are thrown from their feet while taking minor injuries from the mortars. But more importantly, the fire of the Kepler mecha is not slowing down. They are giving everything they have to this wave. The Narcians know that if they weather it, the Kepler pilots will be forced to move half their force back to the resupply stations, and either withdraw their lines or engage in some sort of stalling tactic to prevent being overrun. Commander, light mecha at 25% ammunition. Nico informs him, taking up the duty of a supply officer for the attack. Odd numbers fall back to the supply points. Infantry, move the Crusader-class munitions forward. This is Max's plan to weather the battle. The light mecha use easily swappable magazines for their weapons, so they only need to grab a handful to fill their supply. The Crusaders take longer to equip, and require assistance, so the light mecha will bring supplies for a Crusader back with them, and reload their battle buddy before rejoining the fight. The advance is fully stalled now, Commander. Vincent reports from the far side of the encirclement. The giants have been forced to hide in the swamp, using trees and islands for cover. They are now very close to the mecha lines but waiting for the next wave to arrive before they advance again. Max is hoping that will give him enough time to get everyone reloaded and back at full capacity, or as close to it as possible with the damages they have taken. Commander, Narcian reinforcements have split. They are going for a single point push. Paul informs him, sending a copy of his sensor data through to the unit. The mecha unit on top of the hill has been a nightmare for the Narcians, and the Crusaders have been using the naturally rocky terrain as a shield, knowing that plasma weapons have lousy penetration. The rocks around them have been repeatedly melted into a puddle of lava, slowly flowing down the hill, but now the plasma rounds are only hitting the liquid surface and doing no measurable additional damage. Max suspects that as their target, gaining them the high ground for their heavy weapons, while the close combat troops push out into the Kepler force and kill as many as possible. Mecha are a hard matchup for the giants, due to the ranged firepower, but in close, they are no match and fall as easily as any other human. Commander, enemy signal intercept. I have found out how they keep breaking our signal encryption. Nico announces and a stream of technical jargon appears on Max's secondary screens. In layman's terms, Tareth. What do we need to do? I have taken care of everything we can do for the moment, but it isn't much. There is a traitor on the planet that is doing the work for them, using the authority of the local government to tamper with the satellite system. The Narcians were even supplied with the technology to jam and fool our radar by someone on this planet. But what I have managed so far is to disable their planetary command codes for our sector. We should have reliable satellite signals back in 10 seconds, during the next sweep. Nico informed him in a weary voice. The change was immediately noticed by the ships in orbit. What Nico did to bring the satellites back under control was deliberately fail a brute force attack, resetting all the satellites in their zone to default settings as per their safety protocols and locking everyone out for 1 hour. With the change in one sector of satellites, the errors being reported by the others were glaringly obvious, and the fleet changed strategies. No longer were they treating the planet as friendly, instead all on-planet communications were treated as hostile unless they came attached to a set of double-verified command codes assigned to a unit dropped by the fleet. They then sent a handful of attack satellites out to eliminate the planet's existing satellite network, and the single small commercial space station was commandeered in the name of the military, with the staff on board confined to quarters pending investigation. The move would normally be seen as rather extreme, as the government facilities designated hostile would become military targets and anyone in them would be treated as a traitor, leading to a large number of human deaths. But it was the only way to guarantee that the species wasn't being betrayed by some nihilist cult or foreign power intent on their annihilation. Of course, the civilians and anyone in shelters were still a priority rescue target, but anyone attempting to govern or wield power on the planet that wasn't from the Kepler fleet would be wiped out. In the bunkers below the planetary capital, none of this was known though, and the city defense force was going berserk trying to understand what was going on. First, the satellites went crazy, then when they got reports of an enormous Narcian force moving on the swamps for no apparent reason, the codes didn't match up and the message couldn't be relayed. Now the entire satellite network is going offline, and they still can't communicate with the fleet. They know the Abraham Kepler is in orbit. In fact, they have a heavy mecha unit here, from a lander that barely survived the misdirected drop and somehow remained on target to assist them. But nobody can get through whatever jamming signal is being sent. Nico did have a bit of luck gathering enemy force strength data before the local satellite network was destroyed though. It wasn't good news, but she did learn that they had thousands more giants incoming than they thought, and not much time to prepare. "Damn it, woman, why can't you ever send me good news?" Max muttered as he saw the new data come up in her message. They weren't prepared to take that kind of punishment at this location. It's not like the bridge, where they had an entire ruined city to fortify inside. Here they've got a long hill and a couple of landers in the middle of a clearing in the swamp. Someone down below, find out what is so damn special about this mine. Max orders as he tries to come up with a plan for defense. Stand here and take it doesn't sound like much fun, but abandoning their mission entirely might land them a court-martial. So he needs something in the middle, that will slow the enemy, while still protecting the mine. Max sends the outline of the situation to the other officers in the Special Tactics Group first, hoping they can come up with something that doesn't involve a heroic last stand for the nation. They all have different specialties, so there is a chance that they might come up with something that will work. We brought a collection of blight bombs, just in case. I can have the landers create modified booster shells to complement them. When the blight bombs hit water tainted by the boosters, they will create a huge cloud of poisonous gas. Paul suggests. No good. The Narcians seem to have gone high-tech for this attack, and they're almost all using environmental suits. Vincent disagrees. Though I wish I knew where they got all that tech from. Must have been the last planet they took. The usually taciturn pilot complains, sending another round into a copse of trees where his sensors detected movement. I don't suppose we can get another orbital strike? Ari asks hopefully, looking over the enormous crater from the last one. That might be an awful lot to ask for out here in the middle of nowhere. The conversation is interrupted by the voice of an infantry officer who has been exploring the mine data. "Sir, I believe we have found the reason for the attack. This mine isn't just a mine. It is a dumping ground for the planet's highly enriched fissile material. There are thousands of years' worth of the leftovers from nuclear experiments buried at the bottom of these shafts. That means highly valuable stable isotopes and the possibility of crystallization. If the Narcians get their hands on this, with their expertise in the field of nuclear power, they could give themselves nearly unlimited firepower. The contents of this mine would be enough for them to shoot down Kepler transport ships the moment they reached orbit." Chapter 112. Aboard the Abraham Kepler, a frantic strategy meeting is ongoing. They finally have reliable data about the situation on the planet, and it isn't what they expected. The most pressing is the situation in the swamps. The Narcians have withdrawn from half a continent to gather and defend that region. We sent disturbed landers there in the last wave, and now they're outnumbered 10 to 1 by Narcian scum. Do you think they mistook it for our command base, or do they know about the mine? The head strategy officer asks. Data suggests that they know about the mine and its special contents. But we have over 500 mecha there, plus twice that many infantry. They should be able to hold for a while. The officer in charge of the region informs him with a grim look. The second wave of Narcian warriors was unexpected, and it is causing chaos with their attempts to plan the drops for the other 3 transport ships. Too many regions have gained orbital defenses, and with the interrupted communications they hadn't been able to move units to clear flight paths. Until they can do that, a full-scale insertion would be far too heavy of a loss for a low-priority planet. Sir, receiving a request from Stalwart Special Tactics Unit at the uranium mine in the swamp. The message is a materials request for munitions and barricade materials suitable to the terrain. A radio operator informs them immediately, as it is relevant to the region they are currently planning. Do they not know where they are and what sort of situation they are in? Even if their numbers were all Crusaders, 20-1 is a death trap. The colonel mutters, "They are doing well so far though. Over 500 Narcian infantry confirmed killed in the last wave, and the folks of the Special Tactics Unit have repair facilities set up." One of the other colonels in the strategy meeting points out, indicating the new visual images. Fine, send them the pods they requested. They're not the only ones who have burned through munitions holding their location, so we will need to send a whole wave of pods anyhow. The head strategy officer agrees, before turning his attention to the plan to encircle the planetary capital and drive the Narcians away from the surviving civilized portions of the planet. Good news, Stalwart. We've got a supply drop incoming and they didn't ask questions. We can start building the traps in the swamp anytime. Paul informs the unit when the signal comes in. They are currently enjoying a short regrouping period, while the Narcians catch their breath and prepare for the next attack. The Narcians haven't withdrawn, but they are waiting for something, most likely enough manpower for a third push. Every time they fail, they wait a little longer to try with more men and heavier weapons. It's a vicious circle that is wearing down the Crusaders, despite the constant stream of ammunition that is coming their way. Unlike Stalwart and Tereth's Rage, most of the new units were built with upgraded ablative armor instead of the obsolete energy shields that the relic units used when new. But in a long battle, the shield is the better option, since the armor takes time and materials to repair, even if it is more durable. Start assembling the caltrops. 2 meters high is good, just enough to make them difficult to move past. Max instructs. The scrap metals from the hillside and mine can be used to make the obstacles, or they can be built from rockcrete if absolutely nothing else is available. All they will do is slow down any attempts to charge the compound, giving the mecha more time to shoot, so their construction doesn't matter as much as their functionality. Getting them placed will be the problem. The Narcians aren't far away, and the caltrops need to be placed well outside the base. Best case scenario, mecha with gauntlets throw them as far as they can. Worst case scenario, the light mecha attach a chain and give them a spinning toss like a brutal shot put. The fabrication machines used to repair and create mecha parts, known as the material combiners, make up a few hundred caltrops in the next 5 minutes, and the light mecha bring them out to every sector of the defense lines. Since they want to wait, let's give them some motivation to get moving before they're strong enough to overwhelm us. Max gives the order over the radio, nodding to the mecha beside him to begin hurling the caltrops at random into the swamp. The mecha are bringing out more and more, mostly made of rockcrete now, and the Narcians are hurling insults as the mecha throw the obstacles into the swamp between the two sides, but they still aren't willing to launch a full-scale attack, restricting themselves to occasional shots when they think the Crusader-class mecha with a line of sight to them are distracted. That gives Max time to have a full obstacle course created. It's enough to greatly slow their next attack, and there are still some left. The defense team lines them up tightly together at the base of the solid ground nearest to their heavy mecha. It's not as good as a wall, but anything is better than nothing. While Max and the mecha were scrambling to build a defensive line, the fleet was scrambling to get their orders ready. With a total of 16 landers worth of mecha at one location, the demand for parts, armor materials, and munitions was incredible, far more than a single supply pod could manage. Plus, they were surrounded by Narcians, making the attempt to supply them even more difficult. The final decision was to send 6 pods worth of parts to be sent to the location. 3 was the bare minimum for continued operations, and the mission assumed a 50% loss due to hostile fire. That was pretty standard for a hostile situation resupply, despite the speed and durability of the pods themselves. It was great news to Max though. The Narcians lost a large part of their long-range firepower in the orbital strike, and what they have now is mostly elite infantry, who are not well equipped to take out supply pods. There is a chance they have been hiding that capability and not using it to attack the mecha at long range, but it would be an extreme tactic by their commander if they did, considering the number of soldiers they have put into trying to take this mine so far. 6 pods incoming in 3 minutes. Everyone be on alert to prevent Narcian fire once the pods are launched. Max announced, preparing everyone to fight. The caltrops would prevent them from pushing out into the giants just as well as it prevented them from coming in though, so charging as a distraction was out. Instead, once the pods were launched, Max would order the battle cannons to begin artillery bombardment of anywhere that looked like it might have heavy weapons, and the infantry manned mortars to begin shelling the closest Narcian forces to prevent a charge. As always, the timer was nowhere near correct, and the 6 pods launched all at once 5 minutes and 45 seconds after the 3-minute warning. Begin bombardment, Max ordered, and the whistling sound of flying shells filled his exterior sensors, loud enough that it wasn't quite drowned out by the booming of the big guns. From the low-orbit location that the pods were launched, they needed almost 4 minutes of suppression to keep the Narcians from destroying their supplies, but Max was almost certain they could do it. None of the giants had made a move yet, remaining in their sheltered positions while artillery rained down on them. With 1 minute to landing, it was clear that the pods were incoming and on course, and the Narcians began the counterattack. The few locations where they launched anti-aircraft fire were quickly targeted by the battle cannons, lighting up more of the forest with explosions, and secondary fires from munitions storages that were breached. With 30 seconds to landing, the front-line commander stood up and ordered the charge, only to take an immediate railgun round to the face, courtesy of Tereth's rage. That didn't stop the Narcians though, and the giants hurled themselves over and between the caltrops, heedless of the casualties. Dozens died, and then hundreds, before the pods made a picture-perfect landing right next to the repair landers. Backline infantry, get those supplies open and get us munitions. We are almost dry on battle cannon rounds and the Narcians aren't giving up. Max ordered, looking at his mecha's sensor screen, where a continual stream of approaching enemy forces could be seen. The sight was like something out of a historical text. Tens of thousands of soldiers in organized ranks, advancing on a target, intent on grinding it to dust. Only this time, he was the target, and it wasn't nearly as glorious as the textbooks made it appear. Chapter 113. Facing mortality. The Narcian advance was stubbornly refusing to break under their bombardment, and it didn't take Max long to realize why. The giants had obtained a mobile energy shield large enough to cover an entire regiment of 10,000 giant infantry soldiers. Simply put, none of their shells were actually hitting the enemy. Clear all the forward units first. Eliminate their scouts, Max ordered, knowing that the shield would prove much less effective at close range. Close up the defense, pull the backside onto the hill. Captain Catan, rig the mine to blow. I don't want any of the isotopes to survive if we have to leave here in a hurry, understand? Max rattles off orders, his calm demeanor keeping everyone operating smoothly, even after they learned what was coming for them. Max hadn't let them down yet, and they had faith that he was hiding some secret plan to get them out of here alive. Build us some more swamp boats. I want as much infantry mobile as possible, he adds as an afterthought. Max knows full well that fighting 20-to-1 odds against Narcians that he can't use artillery on is insanity, but if they can at least retreat they should be able to salvage the situation and regroup. They have plenty of supplies now, so munitions aren't a concern. The battle will be over long before they run out of anything. Commander, I recognize that shield. It is one of ours, a mobile design most commonly used by politicians. Once they get within a kilometer I can hack it. It won't stay down long though, a forced reboot is the best I can do. Nico informs Max and his plan begins to come together. Mortars, continue shelling the shield. Get them used to the explosions. Max orders. The directive sends a wave of small rockets flying over the swamp, crashing into the shield above the advancing army. Despite the noise and heat, the attack isn't harming them at all, and their attack quickly picks up speed. At 2 kilometers out, they are sprinting, their alien physiology easily able to cover the remaining distance without tiring. On my count, send everything you have in their direction. Even if it hits trees, keep shooting. Nico orders a few seconds later. Ready in 3, 2, 1, now even the heavy weapons of the infantry join in, despite the range being near their maximum. The enemy doesn't slow down or attempt to evade at all, confident in the shield that had protected them this far. The glowing blue circles of energy where the mortars are landing are clearly visible from inside the shield, then suddenly they are gone and a furious barrage of mecha fire tears the Narcian front ranks apart. Max spots the shining metallic dome of the shield generator and targets it with both his battle cannon and pulse laser array. The device isn't armored, and it crumbles under the attack, bringing shouts of rage from the Narcian soldiers who were working on bringing it back online. The front ranks of the army have combat shields up now, absorbing the worst of the attacks and limiting the casualties of the second wave of Kepler attacks. The metallic alloy won't last long though, and the Crusader-class pilots are doing their best to hit the ranks further back, maximizing casualties. The proud bone and white of the Special Tactics Unit's mecha began to catch the enemy's attention soon after the shield went down. Not only are they eye-catching, but their accuracy rate is significantly higher than average, picking out officers, heavy weapons, and the elite Narcian units with ease. The first target of their fury is Paul, in morning glory, his Crusader, with her laser cannon and ion destroyer staggers under the impact of dozens of plasma balls. At first, he holds up, continuing to fire as fast as he can, but the next volley takes out the core hydraulics of his torso, disabling the mighty war machine. Grab your mobile suit and bring the others out here as well. Max ordered the wounded Capitan, who sent only a confirmation beep in response before running towards the lander. The suits are quick and easy to equip and Paul is running back in under 30 seconds, just in time for the Narcian front lines to crash into the light mecha that are making up the first rank of defenders. The organic styling of the Khmer pattern corvettes that the Special Tactics team uses doesn't escape the Narcians, and they too come under focused attack, singling out Max's men with brutal efficiency. The other light mecha are doing their best to save the valiant elites, but the numbers are too high, and they are slowly being worn down and beginning to succumb to the damage they are taking. The casualties on both sides are horrific. A quarter of the mecha have been crippled or destroyed, and the giants have breached the line, using jump thrusters to bypass the caltrops and get behind the mecha into the infantry. Fortunately, not all of them have such advanced armor, and most are being delayed by the spike traps, or things would be much worse. Max turns his plasma shotguns on a group of agile jump troops, melting their glossy black armor in an instant, even as his pulse laser array treats apart the unfortunate ones stuck in the swamp. Incoming from above, someone calls a split second before Tereth's rage lights up the sky with anti-aircraft fire. More Crusaders follow suit, trying to blast the planes out of the sky before they can drop their payload. The giants have commandeered cargo planes as paradrop ships, and hundreds of fresh and heavily armed special forces are about to land in the compound. There's no time left to delay, and his men will begin dying in huge numbers when those forces land, so Max signals the retreat. Move back over the hill, all units retreat. Captain Catan, blow the mine charges. Swamp boats skim across the muddy ground as the infantry flees from their position, and the mecha begin a fighting retreat up the hill. The boats are loaded with as much gear as they can carry, trying not to leave anything for the enemy but the destroyed mecha that a Narcian wouldn't fit in anyhow. 10 seconds on the timers. Captain Catan calls, boarding the last boat, loaded with precious supplies of the Special Tactics Unit's infantry company. The last of the mecha are still on the hill when the charges blow, throwing them to the ground while the hill shudders before falling in on itself. The direction they are headed is towards the crater from the orbital strike, since it appears to be empty of Narcian forces and there are friendly mecha on the other side. Nico has taken up rear guard duty while Max leads the force towards safety. Paul's Bravo squad is with her, only 8 corvettes strong now from their original 10. While the others are running flat out, they stand immobile, blasting apart Narcian special forces as they enter the swamp in pursuit. Switch to melee weapons, Max hears Nico order, right before his sensors show her charging into 100 special forces giants. I'll come back for you, Max promises himself, watching the gallant form of Tereth's rage get swarmed by bodies half its height. The giant sword collides with Narcian hammers and the rail guns bark over and over until they suddenly go silent. The left arm of Tereth's rage is gone, but the ion destroyer continues to fire near the mecha's feet as it kicks away attackers, defending the final survivors of the rear guard for a few more seconds. The column of mecha has made it 20 kilometers away by the time Tereth's rage is overrun and finally disabled, with the swamp boats in the lead, scouting and trying to contact reinforcements. Come out and fight, little worm. Your armor is dead, but I will give you a chance to die as a warrior. The leader of the special forces, a giant among giants, who stands a full head taller than any of his subordinates, calls to the disabled form of Tereth's rage. This monster of a mecha and its sidekicks killed 80 of his men while fighting a rear guard action, and killing the pilot with a heavy plasma rifle will do nothing to erase his fury. The top hatch on Tereth's rage pops open and a tiny figure, barely a meter and a half tall even in its mobile suit, hops out, brandishing a sword on either hip and a pair of ion pistols. Seeing this only enraged him further. Size is power and power is everything. To have lost most of his unit to this tiny creature is an insult he refuses to accept. If you want to die as a warrior, I will oblige your last wish. Nico taunted the giant, sliding down the ruined carapace of Tereth's rage to the muddy ground. Neither side waited on pleasantries, and the power swords of Nico's mobile suit, with their blades coated in an energy field that creates a monomolecular edge capable of gouging even the armor of a crusader, directly cut the legs out from under two nearby giants. Her system-augmented speed let Nico dodge the first few attacks, but then a blow from behind threw her to the ground, denting her armor and cracking her ribs. One sword was flung away from her body, but she rolled over with a pistol in her hand, coming up shooting. Another Narcian fell to the pistol fire, then a fourth died to her blade as she made it to her feet with a tumbling roll. The giants stepped back in wary admiration for the fighting skills she displayed. All of them except for one, that is. The Special Forces commander stepped forward and flicked his axe in a deadly arc, too fast for most of the Narcians to see, and too hard for Nico to parry. Her blade was mercilessly knocked aside and a burning sensation began in her left arm as warning lights appeared everywhere on the heads-up display of her mobile suit. Nico tried to raise her arm to shoot this overpowered Narcian commander, but nothing happened. A quick glance to her left showed nothing but a bloody stump at the elbow, left by a blade so sharp she barely felt it. Not bad for a filthy animal. Nico panted, exhausted from the continual fighting. The commander was clearly toying with her, but every second that she delayed, Max and the unit got further away, so Nico was willing to play along to the bitter end. I like this one, keep it alive for interrogation. The Special Forces commander ordered, stepping forward with a brutal flurry of attacks. Nico knew that her blade couldn't stop that huge weapon, so she waited for an opening in his pattern, straining her aching body to the limit as she swayed and dodged. Finally, she saw her opening, and Nico darted forward, thrusting her sword deep into the enemy's stomach as pain bloomed along her back and she was driven to the ground again. Stop playing with the humans, you embarrassment. Look at you, you even let her stab you. The translation fluttering across her heads-up display was the last thing Nico saw before her world went dark. Chapter 114. Regrouping. Max led the column completely out of the swamp before they came across a Kepler-controlled position or any living beings for that matter. After the orbital strike, nothing wanted to enter the area, and even the native wildlife was afraid to try to take the territory as their own, on the off chance that whatever happened would happen again. Colonel, I am Major Max, commander of the Stalwart Special Tactics Unit. We, along with these other survivors, were driven from a mine deep in the swamp by a massive Narcian attack. Do you have any more news on enemy movements? Max asked with a hint of desperation when they were greeted by the commander of the Mecha company stationed at the edge of the swamp. This unit is from the Noctum Regiment, who only has the same few battles to their name that Max does, but it's better than nothing, considering that before they saw combat they were in charge of monument security on their homeworld. They know organization and discipline, which the new pilots will need to keep them focused after their first real loss. The residual energy in the crater interferes with communications and sensors, so Max and his unit hadn't been able to get any sort of updates since they left. For all they knew, the Narcians were right behind them still, following just out of sensor range. The main force stopped there at the mine all night, but they seem to have started moving again. Word is that the mine being destroyed has sent them looking for other energy sources. The other commander answers, sending Max an updated chart of troop locations. The advancing troops really didn't send anyone after him, and only stopped at the mine overnight while he was running away before they turned to head towards the cities. Their new destination is a full 30 degrees off the course that Max followed, so they won't be coming within 100 kilometers of his current position. The updated scans show that their numbers are below 3,000 now though, a third of their original strength, and low enough for the city's defenders to reliably deal with. The force at the mine only lost a quarter of their Crusader-class mecha, but over a third of the light mecha, while Max was down 2 Crusaders and 14 of his 30 Khmer pattern corvettes. 6 of the pilots were alive and being treated for injuries, but the rest of the members of Bravo Squad who stayed behind as rear guard with Nico were assumed lost to the last man. By contrast, the infantry did exceedingly well, losing only 7 men, and recovering almost all the supplies. The units here at the edge of the swamp haven't had it easy either. It's only been a few days since they were almost overrun by the Narcian advance that was wiped out with an orbital strike. It has left them short on manpower, but like Max, they got their most recent round of supplies successfully, so food and ammunition are plentiful, even if Mecha are not. For now, everyone is resting and mourning their lost comrades before it is time to sort the gear and set up a new camp. There are the remains of a village here that the other Mecha are using, and they're willing to join forces until new orders come. That's perfect. The units that relocated from the swamp will need a leader, and as a special tactics unit, I am most likely going to be reassigned. With you here, Colonel, they don't need to argue about which major is in charge. Max jokes with his counterpart over the command channel. The entire night passes while the injured pilots recover, and the assembled force waits for a new mission. High above them in Abraham Kepler's command room, a new plan was taking form. The city now had no worries about stopping the Narcian attack. They outnumbered the survivors after the battle at the mine, and they were entrenched with a solid rock city wall behind them to fall back to. That meant that they could spare the survivors of the swamp detachment for other actions, most notably attacking the Narcian encampment closest to their current position to weaken the enemy before tomorrow afternoon's wave of landers. The stalwart Special Tactics Unit was needed for that mission as well, but they would be doing scouting duties, with the majority of the force staying behind. Of the 7 generals that had assembled to make up the command team, 6 were upset that such a valuable asset had taken heavy losses on a point defense mission. That's not what a special tactics team is for after all. The last was General Tennant, and after seeing Tereth's rage reported as lost during the evacuation, he was beyond livid. There wasn't much he could do about it though. At least one of his chosen successors survived so far, and he would simply have to look for a replacement for Nico unless by some miracle she had survived the loss of her crusader. He wouldn't put it past her, the girl was a force of nature in combat. But facing those odds, there was little chance of even running away. He couldn't even spare the Mecha to have someone check the battle for survivors yet. Until the next wave of Mecha was down safely and the region's major targets and civilian centers were secured, wandering through the swamp to look for a mountain of corpses in hopes of a miracle was out of the question. To take his mind off the loss, General Tennant poured himself into a strategy to inflict maximum damage on the Narcians. Not to secure the area, but to demoralize them and crush their will to exist. That was the best revenge he could have for his protege. Command to Stalwart. New orders. Search the area in Grid AR-12 for signs of a Narcian encampment. Report. Strengths and assist Noctum Regiment leadership in creating a plan for the elimination of all hostiles. Max smiles at the orders he has received. This is a proper mission for a special tactics unit. Ari, Paul, Vincent, Catan. Report to me ASAP. Max ordered, climbing out of Stalwart to pull the mobile suit from the storage crate attached to the top of his power plant's cooling fins. When the rest of the officers saw Max in the small powered suit, they knew whatever was coming up was not part of normal unit operations and breathed a sigh of relief. They had seen enough battles of attrition that they weren't in a hurry to see another. Welcome everyone. Captain Catan, how many dirt bikes do we have? We are assigned reconnaissance of Grid AR-12, searching for a Narcian camp. Stealth is important, we want to know as much as we can about them without leading them back here. The rest of you will be in mobile suits for stealth. As Paul already learned, the suits have excellent mobility, as well as decent firepower. Pack light, but bring a bit of everything, and yes Ari, that means you get to bring explosives. If we determine that bombing them is the best way to eliminate them, by the Emperor we are going to do it. Our mission includes forming a strategy for their elimination, so don't fear overstepping your orders. That's the best news I've heard since we left the ship, Commander. Nothing hits the spot quite like a healthy dose of sweet revenge. Paul agrees, thinking of all the lost pilots of his squad. We have 20 bikes, Commander. Do you want them all out? Captain Catan asks, making a mental note of who would be best to send on the mission. The bikes are electric and nearly silent, plus fast and agile, so drivers with higher agility are best. That narrows down his choices to about a fifth, but not all of them even know how to ride a motorcycle. It wasn't in the training they had time for. With that in mind, he decides to simply grab the 20 best stealth operators out of the soldiers who know how to ride. Assuming that many do know how to ride, prepare them all, but we will send out 5 at a time to do the scouting, along with the 4 of us in mobile suits. Max decides. They know approximately where the enemy should be, so they don't need a huge search pattern, which means too many of them in the area would be more suspicious and easier to detect than sending the bare minimum. Captain Catan called 4 men over and they began planning the routes they would take to search the grid square for the camp that the Narcians had set up. Looking at the topographical map, the answer was pretty self-evident, but there was always the chance that they split the camp, or picked a less suitable location, either to distract the Kepler forces or out of a lack of familiarity with the area. Alright, here's the plan for the first day. The mobile suits will search the most obvious locations since they have stealth anti-sensor technology and much faster movement. Take the bikes and search the outlying areas in one continuous sweep, don't double back or make any obvious stops. If they spot you, I want them to think you are messengers passing by. Max orders. Bike messengers were a time-honored tradition. Not every message can be safely sent over the radio waves, and in cases like this, where hacking is expected, not every radio message can be trusted. If we all know our jobs, we will be moving out at first light. Notify the rest of your riders, in case we don't find what we are looking for in the first sweep. Though, the chances that they would find more than they were looking for seemed much more likely than finding nothing at all. Chapter 115. Scouting for kills. Just before the first light of dawn, Max orders the scouting team to move out. With the bikes on a big loop, it will look like they are passing messages between units if anyone is monitoring them, and they have permission to stop off and do exactly that if they should find another Kepler unit in the area, giving them the scouting reports that they have found, in an effort to keep everyone in the loop and reduce human casualties. Follow me. We will split up at the river if we haven't found the Narcian camp. Max instructs the other mobile suit-wearing officers. The suits themselves have an adaptive camouflage function, as well as thermal shielding, housing them from most sensors, but Max added one more layer, old-fashioned ghillie suits. The simple nets with their tied cloth, sticks, and leaves are viewed as unnecessary by most commanders, given the technology available, but Max recalled a battle scene from his past life while he was planning. The enemy Mecha had dragged themselves through the mud and then covered themselves with this story of camouflage. Then they shut off all power and waited. The entire frontline force had passed them by, relying on only their sensors. It was only Max trusting his intuition that spotted the hidden force and prevented them from completing their ambush of the senior military officers. The 4 pilots moved silently through the trees away from the ruins of the village that the combined Kepler force was using as their camp, heading for a hollow between 2 hills. That was the most likely spot for the enemy camp, followed by a clearing near the river and a box canyon that would be extremely difficult for Mecha to access. Being in form-fitting armor is a strange experience for Max. Almost like a pressure suit, but armored and augmented. The biggest change was the lack of targeting indicators in his vision. Inside Stalwart, his system skills would always be looking for more targets, but his rifle is slung over his shoulder, leaving no weapon to activate his skill. It feels somehow very lonely. The fact he had to stop himself from making a joke about it to Nico, who is no longer there to talk to, only made the feeling worse. Slow to a crawl. The target should be just over that rise. Max said softly over the radio, tagging a hill 500 meters away. The location lights up on the navigation display, and all 4 pilots spread out to search for scouts. I have found motion. Ari signals and Max crawls closer to get a better look. The scout is one of only 4 on patrol, and the enemy force is a mere 300 giants. That's far fewer than expected, and the lack triggers something in Max's memory. If so few are here, at the most obvious location, it must be a trap. Back out the way we came. Search the topographical map for nearby hiding spots. Max ordered, wondering what he missed the first time. As the squad settled in to wait and search their maps, Max turned his audio sensitivity to maximum. The Narcians are worse at hiding the noise of their movement than their heat and electrical signatures, so he might learn something unexpected. There isn't anything on the map that indicates a way for the enemy to have hidden from them. All around is a flat forest floor, all the way to the river. First bike has made it to the end of the zone, no sightings reported. Captain Catan signals and the 5 scout bikes make a loop to come back down a different route. Sir, I think I found something. Underneath this location, there should be solid granite bedrock. But the ground feels soft, like the swamp. Vincent hesitantly voices his observation. They had all gotten so used to the feeling that they didn't notice, but Vincent is right, the ground under them wasn't solid. The radar on their units isn't ground penetrating, so the best idea has is to use the multipurpose shovel and dig a hole. Ari has a better idea first though, attaching an audio sensor to a tree root. Then she taps the ground a few times at different locations and removes the sensor. It might be best for cracking locks, but I can tell you that there is a large cavern under us. If a heavy mecha came through they would fall in. I can also say for certain that the hole isn't empty. I heard voices speaking Narcian. So they dug a mecha trap around the camp and filled it with soldiers. Not bad. Very few scouting units would have noticed and many crusaders would be lost when the dome collapsed and dumped them into the Narcian troops below. That would then leave the light mecha trapped with no support and an army in front of them. They aren't heavy enough to fall through, so they would easily have made it to the camp before the trap was sprung. They're not going to leave this spot easily. Our options are to let them know we're on to their tricks by shelling the trap or to find a way through that won't collapse. The mobile suits spread out again, searching for solid spots to cross, but finding very little positive news. As far as they can tell, the hidden moat is a full circle. What's the plan, Commander? Paul asks, eager to get even with these giant aliens. How much thermotex do we have on hand? Max asks, checking his own storage for supplies of the Kepler military's finest new explosive. I have 24 charges, Ari informs him, cutting everyone's search short. That much explosive is enough to level a bunker complex. Set them all as shaped charges around the moat. I want it scoured of life the moment the bikes confirm there aren't any more hidden forces. The order brings a big smile to Ari's face, hidden under the helmet of her mobile suit. She doesn't say anything else, silently getting to work and setting charges all around the perimeter. All done, Ari informs Max a half hour later when she reaches the position where Paul and Vincent were helping rig the charges. All bikes report in, Max calls, getting a variety of answers back. There are no other large camps to be found, but if they're hosting underground, the scouts might have missed them. If they do exist, this boat is certain to bring any hidden Narcian forces running. Max relays his plan back to the camp and the colonel agrees to send 20 mecha with battle cannons forward to bombard the valley when the moat is destroyed. The artillery will stop them from sending medics in to rescue any possible survivors. With a bit of luck, this attack will be no less devastating than the orbital strike, clearing an entire Narcian force in an instant. All scout bikes are safely back at camp. Captain Catan confirms, climbing off his trusty electric steed and plugging it into one of the idle ports on the lander closest to where his men have set up camp. The Crusaders assigned to artillery duty, along with 50 infantry squads with howitzer-type cannons have already left camp, taking almost all the indirect fire capability with them. The plan that Max put forward was to hit the camp so hard that they would have no chance to either survive or even understand what was happening before they were annihilated by the force of the explosion. Captain Catan wasn't completely certain how much firepower would be needed to wipe out an area the size of the valley in a few seconds, but he could see how much they were going to use, and it was pretty impressive. He had thought that they would be joining the mission, but as a special tactics unit, their orders were just to do the scouting and spotting for the mission, while the main force did the legwork. Artillery in position. The call came through, and Max motioned for Ari to set the timers while they retreated from the vicinity of the valley. Fire on my signal. Max called over the general channel, hoping that maybe the Narcians were listening in, so they could have one last moment of panic before they died. Ari positioned the shaped charges so that they would blow in a clockwise circle around the moat, and the effect is glorious. A tornado of fire, hot enough to melt the bedrock circles the trench around the valley, with the charges timed so that each one will pull in the blast from the one behind it, turning a single explosion into a swirling vortex, trapping the heat inside the hole and burning away all the oxygen. The blast is impossible to miss, trees shake and fall over a kilometer away from the main blast, and multiple jets of fire explode into the sky where the Narcians had dug emergency escape tunnels. The force even blows out a section of the valley wall, showering the Narcian main force with shards of rock a split second before the artillery shells arrive. The bombardment continues once every 3 seconds for an entire minute until the artillery commander orders a halt to the hostilities. Send out a scout drone. Bring me some good news. He orders with a big grin on his face for the fate these treacherous invaders have suffered today. The one-sided battle was heard for many kilometers around, as Max had intended, ensuring that no Narcian force could pretend that it didn't happen and that any lost Kepler forces knew where they could find a large number of friendly troops. Chapter 116. System advantages. While the team was laying in wait for the outcome of the massacre, the Narcians who heard the commotion were already on the move. "Prepare for incoming," one of the Crusader-class pilots on sentry duty announced, seeing the first few enemy targets headed their way. That was the signal for the advance troops to retreat back to base and prepare for combat, while Max and the others in mobile suits scouted the area for targets that the sensors missed. "Move out together. I don't want anyone getting isolated and ambushed," Max ordered quietly over the radio, heading deeper into the search zone looking for signs of additional hidden Narcian targets. If they had dug one, it was reasonable to suspect that they had created at least one more as a backup, and that meant an intensive search to see where it might be located. Hidden below the ground as this one was, even his squad nearly missed it. If they didn't find the next one, the Narcians would have a chance to regroup and build up numbers for a surprise attack that might even be strong enough to wipe out the Kepler force in this area with a frontal assault. "Sir, multiple Narcians are incoming from 275 degrees. Ari called, alerting the group to the faint blips her sensors had picked up. They were starting to get used to that now. The Narcian cloaking technology was very good, but not perfect, so when they were moving they would give off a faint signal, which the Kepler technology could detect, but not completely identify. But if you were watching closely, you could see the faint image show up before fading away again, and know that it was them. I count 3 Narcian infantry, let's move to intercept. Max answers, carefully leading the way through the trees. They're in mobile suits now, not Crusaders, so the element of surprise is their best hope at remaining undamaged. If they can kill the enemy without being seen at all, it's even better. Let them send out signals talking about ghosts in the woods. The squad managed to make it to the trio, which turned out to be a Narcian scouting squad, without being detected. Max laid himself out on a slight rise in the woods, the mixture of camouflage and his ghillie suit blending right into the surrounding forest floor. The other 3 picked similar shooting positions nearby and waited for the perfect moment. Once the scouts were a little past them, they could land a clean shot to their backs and kill the giants without them ever knowing they were in danger. The scouts moved silently over the forest floor, watching the trees and their sensors for signs of Mecha, both nearby and having passed through the area. Even the light Mecha would still rub trees and break branches as they passed, it was simply unavoidable. That made them very easy to track, which in turn made the enemy scouts a little bit lax in their duties since they didn't fear the Kepler infantry. 4 shots flashed through the air, 3 lasers and 1 ion blast hitting the backs of the inept scouts and killing them instantly. Their death causes a commotion though. The Narcians had gotten wise to Kepler's trickery, and put a heart rate monitor on their scouts, so the commander knew the instant they all died. 12 more giants came running through the woods, waving a high-sensitivity thermal detector around. Even with the stealth technology of the mobile suits, they weren't perfect, and that sensor would find them pretty quickly. Or at least a few of them, depending on the angle they approached from. When they reach 20 meters, fire at will. I will charge to draw their attention. Max orders his team. After the mystery gains that he got while visiting the Kepler 142 space station, his stats all had a baseline of 3 times human standard instead of 2, and his modifiers were growing quite impressive now, with his strength just recently breaching the 100% bonus mark, putting him over 6 times standard human strength. The standard was set by the minimum requirements to pass the military physical fitness standards, so it was actually possible for a person to begin with a negative modifier to their 1-point base if their system compatibility was low enough that their body wasn't keeping up, but for the most part, the Kepler citizenry with D rank or higher system compatibility were all well beyond what the other human nations would consider normal. When the combat platoon reached the mark he set, Max used the thrusters on his mobile suit to launch himself into their ranks. With an ion pistol in one hand and a sword in the other, a standard fighting style that he and Nico had practiced for thousands of hours together, Max took the lead Narcian by surprise, blasting a hole in its face shield before kicking the body back into its comrades and cutting the right arm off the giant beside him. As soon as his first strikes landed, the weapons fire from the other 3 began and the Narcians moved to shoulder their rifles. All except the 3 at the front, that is, who wielded a mix of swords and a 2-handed war hammer to face Max, who was still moving rapidly into their ranks. Not having time to properly holster his weapon, Max simply dropped the pistol and pulled the small combat shield attached to the Mecha's pack free from under his ghillie suit. The mighty hammer slammed down on his hastily raised arm, nearly driving Max to his knees, but the mobile suit held. The overwhelmed hydraulics were bolstered by the pure physical strength of the pilot inside, as the designers intended. The giant didn't even have time to marvel at the fact that this human could take a direct strike from his weapon and remain standing before a laser rifle shot from the woods caught him in the throat and left him gasping for breath. Max knew that the giant was as good as dead, so he turned his attention to the others, sweeping his blade in an upward arc designed to sever the Narcian's leg. The soldier got his sword down in time to block the first strike, but Max's blade bounced off the much more sturdy one it wielded and the mobile suit activated. Thrusters to move behind him faster than the giant could turn his body. The next strike of the blade cut through the softer sections of the armor, where it was designed to flex for arm movement, and dug deep into the body before twisting and pulling out in a fountain of blood. The remaining Narcians were about to turn their rifles on Max when an unexpected guest joined the battle. A single damaged Corvette-class mecha of the Khmer pattern joined the fight, using an ion cannon to blast two of the giants apart at the same time and totally changing their target priority. Max recognized the markings on that mecha. It was one of his, a member of Paul's wing that stayed behind for rear-guard action and was assumed lost in battle. With the heavier support, they now had the battle won, with 3 more laser shots expertly dropping Narcian fighters and the ion cannon of the Corvette taking another, leaving one last warrior to fall to Max's blade. "It's good to see you again. We thought that everyone on rear guard was lost." Paul welcomed his pilot back home. "It's good to be back, Captain, but I wouldn't say I really survived by much. I'm about out of first aid supplies, but the bleeding is still bad. I think it's internal. My mecha was knocked into the swamp and powered down due to damage. The self-diagnostic got it running again after a few hours and I snuck away while they made camp by the mine." The pilot explains his seemingly miraculous recovery. Just the fact that his mecha came back online is a small miracle. The entire structure is in bad shape, and the armor is devastated. But all 4 limbs are working, at least a little, and it just proved that it was still combat capable, so once they get back to camp they can get it on a repair rack and get it back to serviceable condition. "Any other signs of survivors?" Max asked hopefully. "At least one, though they're likely not alive anymore. When I fled they were torturing someone in the middle of the camp, and building a hero's pyre for someone. You know, the ones from the training data that they build for warriors that kill more than 50 in a single battle." Max knows the ones. They're typically made up of human corpses, the victims of the mighty warrior that fell to help them secure victory. 50 or more confirmed kills in a single battle is incredible though, and Max doesn't recall any outstanding Narcian warrior that might have qualified, so the shaken pilot might be mistaken, and they were simply collecting the bodies for disposal. The Narcians usually leave the dead where they fall, returning them to the soil of the planet they fell on, but in a case like a swamp, where the end result would just be rot, fouled water, and an even worse smell, they sometimes light funeral pyres to dispose of the bodies. "Command says the unit that attacked us has moved on. I will find us an excuse to go back and collect our dead as soon as I can." Max informs the others, more to assure himself that he hasn't forgotten them than for the benefit of anyone else. Chapter 117. The long march begins with no more Narcian targets in sight. Max's scouting group made their way back to the camp, ready to switch out for the next group of scouts who would patrol the area throughout the night, watching for enemy movements that the sensors might have missed. The knowledge that the Narcians were hiding below ground was a game-changer not only for Max and those around him but for the senior officers in Central Command who were planning missions. With large numbers of enemies potentially hidden from orbital scans, as well as most sensors, they would need to build a buffer into their future deployments in order to ensure success. That alone had delayed the troop drops that had been scheduled for the evening, pushing them to a tentative time of 0600 ship time the next morning. To Max, that would be about 3 in the morning, locally, and he did his best to be rested and ready when the morning orders that would accompany the drop arrived. The fact that a wave of drops would reach an entire planet at the same time made for very odd schedules in some parts of the world. Having the reinforcements show up at 3 in the morning was one of the better options. From the ground, a night drop looked like the sky itself had opened up to rain hellfire upon the massed forces inhabiting the planet. First hundreds, then over 1,000 streaks of fire lit up the clear night sky, blocking out the stars and rendering night vision pointless. The ground was lit up as bright as early dawn, in a warm red light that gave off a peaceful feeling totally contrary to the tide of armored landers that had caused it. The Narcian forces began setting up anti-lander weapons, while every Kepler asset in the area was searching for them so that the threat could be eliminated without causing any real damage. As Max listened to the incoming troops' reports, he found there was even more good news that Command had hidden from the communication channels. 4 additional drop ships had recently arrived in the system but had been ordered to remain hidden behind an outlying planet, maintaining radio silence so that the full force drop would be a surprise to the Narsian forces. Even now, they weren't officially announced, but Max knew how many landers a capsule-class drop ship like Abraham Kepler could hold, and recognized the ship movement locations as being from a different planet's orbit. The spectacle of so much massed firepower gave hope to the beleaguered forces of the Kepler military, and the orders to find and kill the Narsian defenses were spreading through the ranks faster than even Max's enhanced mind could process. So, he focused only on orders for his region and waited. One by one, the groups around them were sent to eliminate positions until finally, it was their turn. Noctum Regiment, Unit 17, combine assets with survivors on location and proceed to Grid B8 for the elimination of heavy weapons. Stalwart Special Tactics Unit is to reinforce city scouting forces in Grid Ta 24. Make haste, Stalwart, they will need you there by 2300 tonight. The order is a bit shocking to Max. That is on the far side of the swamp region, hundreds of kilometers away from his current location. Making it there shouldn't be a problem with the swamp boats, but it is a very long relocation when there are cities much closer that are also under threat. The only thing that Max can think is that the region has been assigned to a different ship's forces and that once it is mostly cleared the Noctum Regiment forces will also be moving out to make way for the new arrivals to hold the area. Command prefers that method. Minimal overlap lets them segregate responsibility and keeps the central command from being overwhelmed by smaller troop movements while focusing on the big picture, the battle on the planetary scale. You heard the fleet. Pack up, and get ready to move. We have to make decent time to get to our new destination. Max ordered, doing one final system check on Stalwart. Everything checked out as properly repaired, and Max ran his optimization skill on the Mecha again to bring it all up to peak performance. The process takes a few minutes, so Max took the chance to double-check his system bonuses and see how his progression was coming along. Keras Max compatibility determined, rank a primary attribute STR 2.5x modifier, secondary bonuses Dex 2x, SPD 2x STR, 3 plus 110% Dex, 3 plus 60% SPD, 3 plus 60% innate talent mind reading, additional function unit optimization, additional function multi point targeting, additional function split fire, additional function perception 1. Everything was coming along well, and his secondary stats had evened out again, bringing some balance to his physical abilities. His body had also undergone 2 rounds of physical enhancement thanks to the system's attempts to prepare the vessel for the changes it saw as necessary. That made his bones exceptionally hard to break and increased his senses to well beyond that of his childhood, though neither was deemed worthy of a quantifiable category by nanobots. Once the unit was ready, Max set their first waypoint on their journey through the swamp. The now destroyed uranium mine. Traveling a known route was faster than making your way through an unknown swamp, so Command couldn't have any complaints about his route. Plus, it was very important to all of them that they returned to the scene of that battle and laid their brothers and sisters in arms to rest. What Max didn't know was that he wasn't the only Kepler unit currently headed for the mines. Deep in the swamp, a young second lieutenant, freshly graduated from the academy only days before the recruitment, stood at the head of a small column of infantry assembled from a half-dozen different units. Every one of them came from the survivors of an attack or a downed lander, and they were all equally lost in the swamp, unable to see the sky through the foliage, and no longer having any working communications equipment. Just what we needed. Now the moon is gone too. The blonde-haired officer complained, looking at the red glow of the sky. At least we know those are our own landers. Plus, they will all be traveling from east to west. So if we go that way, it's guaranteed to be north. A stout and swarthy private answered cheerily. The private had a point. They might not know where they are, but they knew there was a large force north of them somewhere. They had heard them on the command channel 4 days ago before a Narsian attack had destroyed their last working radio. Their luck on this mission had been abysmal. First, they were shot down, then they were just plain shot at, and now they were doing their best not to drown in the sudden holes that appeared below the swamp. For days, it had been mostly flat, but suddenly, there were enormous craters below the surface, deep enough to swallow a trooper whole. With the gear they were carrying, it was impossible for them to swim, so the holes were a nightmare for their progress. The sergeants declared that this was most likely the sign of a mecha battle, with their giant weapons boiling away the water and blasting through the muddy bottom, which meant that they should be near a large group of friendly forces. At least in theory. Sir, we have found something, I think you need to come to check it out. Their scout called out from his position 100 meters ahead. Clearly, that something wasn't Narcians, or he wouldn't be shouting in the middle of a swamp, but the lieutenant moved forward to check it out anyhow. What they found was a massacre. There were the remains of a section of solid ground, now blasted to rubble, along with the shells of over 100 mecha and thousands upon thousands of Narcian corpses. In the very center sat a pile of Narcian bodies as tall as a Corvette-class mecha. By rough estimate, there had to be nearly 100 of them piled up there, with something on top, laid on a piece of camouflage netting. Spread out and check for survivors. Some of these mecha don't look too bad, and it doesn't look like the Narcians ransacked them, so they might not have had the manpower left. The officer sighed, running his fingers through his filthy hair as he tried not to vomit while processing the scale of the destruction here. The smell of the swamp had long since ceased to process in his brain, but this smell, of burnt flesh, spilled oil and the lingering smell of hot metal and explosives was utterly revolting. When he was in the academy, he was told that, war is hell. But at that moment he decided that the training officers were wrong. War is war and hell is hell, and of the two, war is the more reprehensible. For in Kepler, the army is conscripted. How many of these dead soldiers would have willingly left their home planet, his home planet, if they had a choice? They were just beginning the search, using their rifles' power cells to activate the locks on the fallen mecha to check for signs of life inside when a rhythmic clanging became audible in the distance. A mecha squad was returning to the scene of the battle. Chapter 118. The Horrors of War. Those are mecha, and they're in no big hurry. Keep searching for survivors and maybe we can give them a bit of good news when they get back. The better the mood they're in, the more likely they are to not leave us stranded on a rock in the middle of a swamp. The lieutenant barked at his troops, bringing about a round of laughter. He had a point though. They had a medical team with them that could work wonders if they did find any survivors, so the best thing they could do was to keep searching. At first, it seemed hopeless, but then they found not one but two pilots at the same time who were still clinging to the edge of life inside their cockpits. One was in a Crusader-class mecha with the entire top shell that forms the most formidable armor of the Redemption pattern machine dented and cracked in. It was missing a leg, and the power plant was crushed, but the pilot was still alive inside, having been forgotten by the Narcians in the heat of battle and unable to free himself due to the weight of another mecha leaning against his escape hatch and the damage to his top hatch. The second was a line mecha pilot with incredible luck. When his mecha was destroyed, the force of the blow entirely crushed the bottom of his cockpit, squeezing his legs and preventing the mangled wreck of his body from bleeding out. He would be a non-combat asset after this unless the upper brass saw potential in him and got him a regrowth treatment to replace his limbs or a very good pair of prosthetics. The Kepler Empire's technology could easily create both full and partial conversion cyborgs from even the most mangled of bodies, as long as the brain was still intact and alive, but due to cost constraints, not many enlisted men got that opportunity. For them, it was basic prosthetics. The pilot would likely walk just fine, but the prosthetics couldn't keep up with the system-enhanced reflexes and impacts involved in mecha piloting the way the much more advanced cyborg conversions could. Better to walk with a prosthetic limp than to rot to death in the swamp though, and the doctors got to work sealing the arteries and finishing the amputation needed to free the pilot from the wreckage of his mecha. Strangely, they didn't see many infantry corpses here. The lieutenant at first thought that none had been sent to this point, but as he looked, he could see bunkers all around the rubble. Did the mecha order them to retreat? That's unusual for a Kepler commander. Lieutenant, you need to see this. The same call again, from the same scout, but this time he is standing on top of the pile of Narcian bodies looking down at whatever is on the camo netting. He seemed to be unwilling to approach whatever was there, so the officer assumed that what he saw was going to be hard on the stomach. With that in mind, the young man slowly climbed the mountain of bodies, stopping just before the top when a blade whistled past his face. What the feth is one of them still alive? He yelled at his scout, who only stared with an open mouth and pointed at the top of the pile. The lieutenant circled around to where the scout was standing, seemingly safe on the other side of the pile. What he saw was enough that he simply fainted on the spot and fell to the bottom of the mound of corpses. At just that moment, the stalwart Special Tactics unit entered the battlefield at the mine. Find out who those soldiers are and search for survivors. Gather all the corpses you find and we will give them a proper burial before we go. Max ordered, heading into the southern area of the battlefield to see if the more intact-looking landers still had any sort of functionality. A few gravestones and more boats would be a good start. Major Max, we have found the Tereth's rage. It has lost both upper limbs, but it looks like someone started to repair it, as the power has come back on. Ari reported. And Major Nico? Max asked grimly. No sign, sir. The top hatches swung open and there are Narcian bodies stuck in the razor wire. I suspect that she exited her mecha when it was overrun to fight on her own. No way would she have gone down easily. Keep searching. As a command officer, it would damage the unit's pride to leave her here. Commander, I have contact with the soldiers. They are from a mismatch of units that were mostly destroyed. They have no surviving comms equipment, so they just kept moving until they found this point. They have doctors and are working triage on the 2 survivors they found before we arrived. Paul confirmed. That was excellent news. Not 1, but 2 more survivors from their unit. Looking north into the camp, Max noticed that 6 of their Khmer pattern corvettes were lashed to stakes behind a pile of Narcian bodies that had a Kepler scout standing near the top. Paul, go see what that scout knows. Narcians don't usually build shrines like this out of their own men. We might have taken out a top commander of their force without knowing it. Max sent the command and Paul gave one more longing look to his fallen crusader before going to fulfill the order. While he made his way through the battle, Max struck gold. One of the repair bays was still functional and stocked. The roof of the lander had collapsed in front of it, and the Narcian forces had ignored its survival. Get some corvettes over here. We have a surviving repair bay and materials. We can get some of the fallen mecha back up and running. We will just have to double time it to make our destination on time afterward. Since they had lost far more crusaders than pilots, that was great news to the unit. It would let them bring their combat strength back up a little before their next mission. Every mecha they brought back from the dead was a victory against the Narcians, their own personal vow of endurance against all odds. Commander, I have found Nico, or what remains of her. Paul informed Max quietly over the secure command channel. Max left the lander nearly at a run, slowing only enough that he didn't step on anyone as he made his way to the pile of corpses where Paul stood next to the Kepler scout. It was indeed Nico. Her mobile suit was shattered and peeled off her body, laid out around her like a wreath. Her uniform was shredded and every inch of her skin was covered in scabbed wounds. Both legs had been brutally amputated, as well as one arm. The wounds were ragged, indicating that they were torn free and not cut, and both her eyes were missing, the vacant holes staring at the sky. In the one remaining limb, she held her mobile suit's sword, still firmly grasped in the remains of the gauntlet. Seeing that, Max looked at the pile of bodies and saw that they all died to blades. Every Narcian in this pile died to Nico in close combat, and they had built a hero's pyre to honor her combat prowess. The destroyed Khmer pattern crusaders behind her tied to stakes were their version of a headstone, letting anyone who came by know who the pyre was for by the unit markings on the mecha. Max's altered mind was moving faster than ever, bouncing between proud and devastated, when he saw the sword twitch as Paul approached. Paul, stand back, I think the body is trapped, Max called, turning on all his sensors to see what the Narcians might have left behind for them. As Paul retreated, Max advanced, searching the pyre for anything at all, when his thermal sensors detected something very odd. There was still a heat signature coming from Nico. Holy crap, she is alive. She shouldn't be, but she is. Max muttered to himself, not realizing that he still had the command channel open. Bring the doctors ASAP, we have a critical survivor. Paul called when he heard Max whisper over the radio. 4 men in tattered white coats ran to the pyre, while Paul moved to restrain Nico's one remaining arm until he could relieve her of her sword. Max moved stalwart as close as he could, trying to establish a mental link with Nico, but there was nothing there. There was a mind, but all he could sense was rage and an instinct to survive. Probing deeper, he found her more recent memories. After 12 hours of unsuccessful torture, they had moved her body from a hard place to a soft place and given her back her sword, after which she was soaked in warm blood and then her conscious thought faded. Max looked over the pile and saw where the last blood came from. A Narcian officer lay on the side of the pile with his guts split open and the pistol that ended his life still in his hand. The Narcians must have ordered him executed for incompetence, or something similarly embarrassing. Without the threat of the sword, the doctors quickly got to work, but the grim look on their faces wasn't giving Max much hope for the future. It had been days, and her limbs had been forcibly torn off. Max knew Nico had a healing-related system function, but could a human really survive that? Chapter 119. the ghost. After an hour of grueling surgery, aided by freshly procured surgical equipment created inside the one remaining lander bay, the doctors declared Nico to be temporarily stable and said she could be awoken for a short period of time if it was essential to get information from her. The power of her system function amazed them. The surface wounds on her body left by the Narcian torturers were already scarred, and the lightest of her injuries had closed before anyone even arrived. She would likely still have died in a few more hours, but with nutrients, a lot of artificial blood plasma, and the very best treatments that field medicine could offer, she now had at least a 20% chance of survival. Enough to give Max a sliver of hope. As half a person, Max thought to himself, holding her remaining hand in his own. The touch seemed to be a signal to Nico, and Max's wrist device lit up with a message. Put me back in my room. Her room. Did she think that she was still at home? There was no telling how much damage had been done to her mind under the not-so-gentle auspices of the Narcians. Put me back in my room. The message repeated, but this time there was a bit of clarity in her mind through the pain and rage. She meant the cockpit of Tereth's rage. The cockpit wasn't sized for another pilot to be able to use it. They were all too large so it couldn't be reassigned to another pilot, but she would have a better chance to live if they brought her with them and kept up with intensive treatment. Leaving both her and her mecha together might be a fitting tribute to her personality. But it would be such a waste to let her die here after enduring so much. Max simply couldn't bring himself to follow her request. While Max considered what to do next and gave orders to dig a trench grave for the fallen, the rest of the battlefield was cleared. Before Max realized how much time had passed, they had spent 3 whole hours here, putting them far behind schedule, and he had to finish up and get going, or risk being reprimanded for insubordination. Finally, he made his choice. Nico could stay and go out the way she wanted. Not as a mechanically rebuilt office clerk, but as a Crusader-class pilot. Fine, I'll take you home. We are assigned to Grid Ta 24, if you can, meet us there later. Max sent the message to her wrist device, still attached to her single arm, but got only a beep from his own device in reply. She must not have been able to form another sentence. Doctors, move the patient to the cockpit of Tereth's rage and leave her with as much healing solution and nutrient drip as you can attach to an IV. We have a battle to get to. Max informs the doctors, who nod their understanding and get to work, asking a pilot with a gauntlet to lift them up onto the carapace, which they have to wipe clean of bodies and blood to be able to safely cross. Max thought back to the first day the techs tried to walk on that carapace, and about the unfortunate man who slipped and ended up tangled in the wire, having to be hoisted up and cut free by his coworkers. Other than Tereth's rage, which someone hastily attached mildly damaged new arms to, they managed to get 4 Crusaders active again, and 1 of the Khmer pattern corvettes. Everything else had taken too much damage to be repaired on their current timeline. Max sent a message to command, letting them know what was going on, and that there were a lot of materials and broken mecha here to be reclaimed by a force with the time to repair them. General Tennant assured him that a force was set to be arriving there very soon, and asked that the wayward troopers be left behind to wait for the recovery force. Other than the doctors, they would only be deadweight to a special tactics unit. Doctors in the Kepler military often chose their own assignments once in battle, based on the need as they saw it, and one did choose to go with Max, loading up with as much equipment as the boats could carry until he had a basic surgical suite in crates. The extra weight and bulk were not optimal, but for the chance to get surgery from a proper doctor and not a field medic, they could definitely find a way to keep it with them. To get to their destination, the corvettes were practically running through the swamp, relying on the Crusaders out front to check the depth for them, and the swamp boats were doing their best to search for deep spots as they raced ahead of the convoy. Getting to their destination tonight was the order, but it was more important that they actually all made it there. Thus, a few stops were made to let pilots catch their breath and grab a meal, which they couldn't do properly while operating. In the end, they were almost an hour behind schedule when they arrived, and the freshly deployed Mecha from the most recent wave of landers were beginning to worry that the unit had been attacked in the swamp. Sorry for the delay, gentlemen. There was a battle site along the way and we had to stop to do a burial. Max informed them, and the complaints instantly ceased. No soldier would hold it against his comrades for stopping to honor the dead, especially not when they themselves weren't even in combat yet and had just arrived on the planet. All right, we have the orders here already. Before dawn, Command wants the city perimeter searched and a secure way into the launch location for anti-lander weapons found. This location was sending hostile fire at the landers, and they want it eliminated and for the city to be retaken. Any civilian survivors are a bonus. That's an easy enough order to follow, and Max takes a close look at the layout of the city and surrounding areas according to the satellite scans. There is a large park near the middle of the city that was obscured in the images, and Max was willing to wager that was their target, but getting to it without getting trapped or forced to a halt by the defenders could be an issue. The data they have doesn't have any indications of resistance, civilian forces, other units in the area, or anything but the actual map of the city, so Max starts plotting entry locations. First out will be the scout bikes, looking for signs of patrols and Narcian forces stationed near the edge of the city. Once they have that data, Max can search for a good way into the city itself. Max sends the bikes out in the middle of the night so that they can start getting the data right away. Most of the infantry wasn't too exhausted, having been in the boats for the whole trip, so Captain Catan managed to find his 20 riders without issues and set out. From what they can tell, the city is either abandoned or in a full blackout, as they do for impending air raids. Ari, Paul, Vincent, take the mobile suits and a squad of infantry infiltration specialists each and make an entry here, here, and here. Max directs, pointing at the map towards routes that the scouts and the orbital scans all showed as abandoned. I will take the Mecha of Bravo squad and enter from the western main highway as a diversion. If we make entry successfully, the main force can follow at first light. If not, they will be coming to one of you. There are more waves of landers coming, and Central Command wants this point clear before that happens. Max instructs, climbing up into Stalwart for the diversion mission. One heavy mecha with a single wing of Corvette-class mecha isn't a huge threat, but it is enough firepower that Max shouldn't have a problem fighting his way back out if they run into trouble. Nothing they have seen so far suggests a huge enemy force in the city, and the sensor data sent back from the scout bikes showed almost no life near the edges of the ruined metropolis. Max circles wide to give the others time to get in position before the sight of Stalwart draws attention, then proudly marches his unit straight down the highway into town. Are we sure this is a good idea? One of the pilots asks nervously, not expecting an answer. That depends on what your desired outcome is. If we want to pick a fight and blast holes in a load of Narcians, this is an absolutely amazing plan. A second one suggests, making Max chuckle. Being the bait is never much fun, but without it, the scouts would be in even more danger, and they were already on foot and without a safe position behind them to fall back. The city really does feel empty though. Max isn't finding any sign of a shield, no sign of a patrol, not even any signs of life in the buildings that they have passed. The whole thing is giving him an ominous feeling. Scout squads, run air quality checks. Something isn't adding up and I don't want you walking into nerve gas. Max orders. Normally the Kepler military wouldn't use such a thing, as it cripples but doesn't always kill, which violates the international standards on cruelty. But there is no guarantee that the Narcians or even a civilian force wouldn't do it if they thought they were going to lose. Chapter 120. Ambushed by giants. The moment Max's convoy stopped, the Narcian infiltrators who were hiding among the buildings realized that something was wrong. This opponent was much more cautious than the ones that had come before him. They sent an emergency signal back to the main base and waited for a reply. A few seconds later, bright smiles passed across their faces, hidden under smooth metallic stealth helmets, and they began circling around behind Max's convoy, joined by the other scout teams in the area. Look alive everyone, I've got incoming signals in front of us, 15 Narcian heavy infantry in a reverse V formation. It looks like they want to funnel us in for an attack. Max informed his unit, who spread out to counter the Narcian tactic. If they let the Narcian attack formation get around their sides, they would soon be unable to maneuver and would either be surrounded or forced backward into whatever trap the Narcians had prepared. Maneuverability was one of the few advantages they had at close range. The Corvette-class mecha, especially the Khmor pattern, with its light and nimble organic shell shape, assisted by stabilizing thrusters, had a much easier time traversing rubble at high speed than the Narcian heavy infantry. Steady for the charge, pick your targets and fire in 3, 2, now. Max ordered, lighting up the approaching infantry with his pulse lasers and his battle cannon, letting the sound serve as a warning to the infantry scouts that the diversion team had found enemies in the city and to be careful. The giant's armor was no match for the weapons of a Crusader-class mecha, and when combined with the fire from the light mecha, every one of the attackers was down in seconds. That was suspiciously easy. One of the light mecha pilots muttered over the team channel. Too easy. Hold your positions and circle Stalwart. Max ordered seconds before dozens more infantry charged out of underground tunnels and ruined buildings. The scouts behind them charged as well, realizing that the ambush was going to have to proceed without the trap since this stubborn crusader wasn't going to even attempt to retreat. When the sudden roar of sustained mecha fire sounded through the city, the infantry teams began to increase their pace. It would increase their own chances of being detected and killed, but Stalwart couldn't hold out forever against an enemy that was making them work that hard from the beginning. In the ambush, things were not going as well as planned for the Narsians. First, the Crusader had an energy shield that they hadn't seen before and it was making a mockery of their snipers. Then there was this advanced pattern of Corvette-class mecha that deflected even the most solid of hits with its curved shape, but the worst had to be the shotguns. Over and over Stalwart's twin plasma shotguns sent out clusters of unstable plasma, burning holes through armor and crippling Narsian targets. The heavy mecha wasn't even trying to kill them, he was firing everywhere with those pulse lasers of his, and crippling the back lines with the shotguns, so they could barely defend themselves when the light mecha pushed back. Despite only losing a dozen or so troops, over 70 fighters had been removed from the battle. They had gravely misjudged the capabilities of this mecha, assuming it to be geared for fighting other mecha, the way almost all of its compatriots were. Instead, they had pulled the short straw and gotten what was possibly the only anti-infantry mecha in the entire sector. Stalwart, target sighted and pinged with the laser sight. Scout teams are retreating, Vincent reported, out of breath from the final run in to locate the target and escape the wrath of the guards. The mobile suits weren't heavily armed, but they could fight off a few patrol members if they needed. It was just that there were way more than a few in that former park along with the orbital defense weapons. So, he ran, and his men ran with him like the devil himself was chasing them. Viable route to the target found. Sending in the main force. The unit commander back at the camp reported when Vincente's locator came through. That was Max's signal to retreat since their part of the job was done, so he slowly started backing Stalwart down the road, with the corvettes still circled around him. The Crusader walked in a stumbling circle, which let it target both the front and back groups with its plasma shotguns as well as the pulse lasers, pushing them back and letting the corvettes clear a path so they could keep moving. It was a slow procession, and the damages were starting to add up. Stalwart's shield was flickering in and out of existence every few seconds as he sustained constant fire, and the status indicators for all of the corvettes had moved from warning yellow to severely damaged red, with a few showing disabled arms or torso joints. They were all still moving though, and the radar showed that the main force was almost on top of them. "It's been a pleasure doing business with you." Max laughed over the intercom, sending a furious barrage of fire into the giants between them and the main force, which was closing at a full run and nearly had a clear line of sight to begin firing. The giants were in a full-on rage now, realizing that the scout unit they had ambushed was bait, drawing them out for the main force to finish, not an exploration team checking the status of the city. There were too many incoming mecha for them to handle with their current numbers, so the Narsian attack squad broke off, disappearing into the buildings and the ruins of the subway system before the main force could arrive. They will have all headed back to the defense lines around the weapons. Be ready for a fight to the finish, they won't give up that weapon easily. Max welcomed the colonel that was leading the main force in. "Good job, Stalwart, we couldn't have asked for a better scout team. Retreat and repair, the techs are waiting for you." The colonel replied, leading his men past, shooting sporadic bursts into the city when they thought their sensors detected anything suspicious. "Watch for nerve gas, we took an alternate route out of the city and found lingering fumes. Someone used it here in the city. There are also heavy civilian casualties in this area, both in the streets and inside buildings, which indicates the usage was Narsian." Ari reported as her team reached the edge of the city. The spot where she left the city was most likely the last stand of the civilians, and the Narsians simply did whatever was convenient to wipe them out as fast as possible to secure the area. There was nothing to be done about it now though, except to inflict retribution upon the Narsians, so Ari led her unit back to the camp and began writing her report. This was her least favorite part of her job as an officer, the same as Max. Writing mission reports not only made you remember the parts that went horribly wrong, but it also was dull and boring, and there was a very high chance that nobody would ever read them. They just had to be logged into the system for the algorithm to check for inconsistencies so that you could move on to the next mission. It was like a special form of torture designed especially for them. The sight that greeted Ari when she got back wasn't a relaxed and waiting camp though. It was 1,000 mecha pilots and infantrymen gathered around a slow-moving procession of mecha coming back. That was Max's unit, and looking at it, Ari was shocked that they were all still moving at all. Even with the landers on site to get everyone into a repair bay in a reasonable timeframe, it would not be quick or easy to get all those corvettes back up to maximum capacity. In fact, Ari wasn't even sure if the other landers had the templates to make spare parts for the weapons that they were using, since they weren't a standard pattern and had been customized by Major Nico before the mission began. They should still have some spares though, so Ari sent a squad to go search the boats for spare Corvette-class weapons. Armor plates could be made in minutes and installed in under an hour, but more intricate things like hydraulics and electronics, as well as the advanced systems in the energy weapons, took a lot longer to fix. Something about this place put her on edge, and Ari was convinced that having the corvettes down for even an hour longer than necessary was a recipe for disaster. Max was feeling the same way, but for the moment he was writing it off as the fact that so much of the camp's main force had entered the city without doing a proper sweep. Sure, they had a clear path to the target, but they had no idea what else was waiting for them inside the city limits, and it left the camp in a tight spot if that wasn't the only force in the area. Chapter 121. Ambushed by giants. PT-2. Feeling the unease shared by their officers, the repair crews worked as fast as they could to get everything in order at the camp. Every repair bay was in use, and for the mecha that could be fixed without the dedicated bay, they set up a spot in the center of the camp for them to be worked on. Even troopers with no mechanical knowledge were pressed into service, bringing parts, holding armor plates, and making sure energy storage magazines were full. Only once every piece of equipment was in good working order did they begin to relax. The battle within the city was going better than expected. The Narsians did push out once they saw the main force, but their numbers weren't enough to challenge the Kepler force, even with the advantage of being the defenders within a city environment. The weapons capable of targeting landers, as well as all locations that might have housed more of them, were already destroyed, and the battle was now for the Kepler forces to leave the city. More Narsian light infantry from 27 degrees, additional Narsian units at 315 degrees, one after another. The calls came of additional Narsian forces, and Max realized why it was so easy to get into the city. The giants had made it impossible to leave. Over 20 additional companies of Narsians had been hidden outside the city, or so deeply within the perimeter that they didn't notice or attract the notice of Max's scouting squads. The radar was acting up again, showing obviously false readings, so Max was certain that they had some sort of jamming device with them. The only question was where, and could he get permission to go looking for it? Stalwart to Central Command. Radar interference device in use at Grid Ta 27. Permission to send scouts to locate the source. Max called, giving the customary notification. Negative. Hold tight, Stalwart. Landers are incoming now. ETA 14 minutes. It wasn't often that a request to scout was denied, but they were holding a camp full of spare parts and munitions, as well as a large group of support troops. With more mecha coming, Max understood why they weren't sent out. Just as the first streaks of fire from the orbital entries began in the sky, signaling the next wave had begun, the camp scouts reported enemy movement near the edge of their sensor range. A scout unit of Narsians had finally discovered their base. The scouts retreated as fast as they could, waiting for more forces to arrive, but Max was having none of that today. Squads Alpha and Bravo, send all corvettes to eliminate those scouts. I want them dead before reinforcements arrive. Max ordered, and the remaining 19 Khmer pattern units belonging to the Special Tactics unit went running out to intercept the scouts. Max was tracking their progress with his own sensors, and the moment he had a lock on the scout stalwart's battle cannon began sending indirect fire towards the fleeing giants, cutting off their retreat and leaving them vulnerable to the mecha coming up on their backs. The battle was short and brutal, with the numbers of Kepler mecha being enough to take out the scouts in a single volley. Cease retreat and hold, came the orders from within the city. The assault force had been drugged to a halt and was now moving to a defensive position, waiting out the battle. Either they would manage to eliminate the Narsians right where they were, or they would be wiped out to the very last. In a battle like that, there really wasn't any other choice, except the possibility that one of the landers would drop in the city and give them some fire support. 9 minutes left to the arrival of the next wave. The Narsians decided to get sneaky, sending 3 of their critically injured soldiers sneaking toward the camp as suicide bombers. They would die within an hour anyhow, as the Narsians lacked the medical technology to treat such severe wounds, but 2 of the 3 managed to get close enough that they heavily damaged Crusaders on the patrol line with their final acts. Move back, reserves, take their places. The Narsians won't let us get our reinforcements that easily, Max declared, hoping to inspire some fighting spirit in the shocked troops of the defensive lines. These forces only arrived with the last drop. They hadn't had time to see the atrocities that the Narsians were capable of or the level of bloodshed that was normal in a full-scale battle. Simulations could only teach you so much, no matter how realistic. But in the end, Max was wrong. The Narsians did indeed let them get their reinforcements that easily. 2 landers full of heavy mecha companies landed within the city, and all signs of Narsian activity vanished as they made a desperate push to eliminate the assault force and the new arrivals. All Max could do was wait and listen to the sounds of distant battle while the fate of the city, and the Kepler forces around it, was decided. One after another, Narsian forces were found and eliminated, with 200 freshly arrived Crusader-class mecha scouring the city for any signs of them. Unfortunately, no signs of human life were found until the 3rd hour, when a bunker that had a building collapsed over its entry was located, full of civilian survivors. A few hundred out of the 100,000 who used to live here, but it was a few hundred better than Max had been expecting after seeing the signs of nerve gas usage. The bunker they were in was sealed and intact, so they never suffered the fate that the others did, nor did they make it out of their bunker to join the resistance after the initial attacks. They had been stuck in there since the very first day of the invasion, nearly 2 weeks ago. Stalwart Special Tactics Unit, I am Lieutenant Beckett and my wing has been sent to reinforce you. A youthful female voice greeted Max as a wing of 10 Khmer patterned corvettes approached from one of the nearby landers. We brought a replacement mecha for Captain Paul as well. The same pattern as his previous unit Ferris, with a heavy laser cannon, and an ion destroyer. But this one has a top-mounted plasma shotgun of a modified design based on the Cygnus weapons mounted on Stalwart. A second voice adds, not identifying itself. That news is enough to bring a huge smile to the pilot's face. His own unit was too heavily damaged for repairs, so he had been relegated to mobile suit usage for a while now. The new mecha hadn't earned a name yet, being fresh off the production line. But if it survived this engagement, it would receive one, most likely involving the word Ferris, in honor of the fallen predecessor. Of course, Ferris might still be revived, if they could find the parts and determine that enough of the structure was intact to make it worth the time, but from now on, it would no longer be assigned to Captain Paul. That brings the unit to only 1 Corvette and 1 Crusader less than when they started, so their mecha power was almost back to full, and they had only lost a few infantry so far. This mission could be said to be a very productive one for the Special Tactics Unit. Stalwart Special Tactics Unit, new orders are incoming. Comes the message from Central Command. 90 kilometers east of them, into the foothills of the mountain range that rings that side of the swamp, there is a training facility. They have finished their emergency piloting course, and they need a scout team to identify targets in the mountains for their new pilots to hunt. They were all second-year basic cadets, and the facility was known as a dumping ground for future line mecha pilots that couldn't make the cut for anything better due to poor effort or low system compatibility, but they have decided that this lot is now ready for battle. All the older students were sent out to fight during the early stages of the invasion and the freshmen aren't ready yet. Max relays the orders to the rest of the unit, getting groans and sighs of frustration and disappointment all around. Some because of the mission, some because Central Command has determined that things are so bad on the planet that sending cadets out who had only begun practical mecha use a few months ago is necessary. That's not Max's major concern though. He has faith that his unit can guide them through the essentials of an introductory battle. His real concern is why they would ask a special tactics unit to take up the duty, when Max can see with his own 2 eyes that they have sent entire landers full of Scout-class Sentinel mecha to the region. Something doesn't add up, and it doesn't look good for the survival chances of the trainees. Chapter 122. New rides. Max walked Stalwart over to the senior infantry officer in camp before disembarking, using the same winch system that he first saw General Tennant using from the Phalanx-class Shining Darkness to lower himself to the ground. The only difference is that Max used the top hatch on Stalwart since the side door is a single-use emergency hatch. Colonel, my unit has been ordered to move out to do some reconnaissance for a freshly trained group of local partisans, so we will be departing immediately, but I would like it if you would do a favor for me. Max asked. The soldier gave Max a curt nod, showing that he would do it even if he disagreed, and Max continued. Somewhere in the swamp is a crusader that looks a lot like mine. Bone and bronze with red accents and half-red shoulder pauldrons. We had to leave it behind due to damages, but if the pilot comes looking for us, let them know where we went. I can't guarantee that they will be able to get communications working, or that we would hear them even if they did. That brings a look of relief to the soldier's face. Passing along a memo to a lost pilot is no big deal, though finding that pilot is a big deal to their unit. Sure thing, Major. There are a number of units gathered in the swamp right now, infantry and support units that is. Once they're finished there, they will likely come here, since they're from our cruiser. If they bring any of your mecha, I will let them know that you're looking for them. Max gave the colonel a salute before activating the winch and pulling himself back up to the top of Stalwart in one smooth motion. Given his physical capabilities, he could have easily jumped that high, but this way looks much more elegant and impressive. Now he sees why General Tennant did it that way all the time. The last order of business before they leave is to handle the gear. They're not in the swamps anymore where the boats can carry large amounts of gear with ease. Moving through the foothills will take another approach if they want to keep most of the unit's supplies. Spread out and search for functional civilian heavy transports. 1 will be the bare minimum, 3 is enough to keep everything. Max orders and the infantry goes on a hunt. In the worst case scenario, they can make a trailer from the lander's equipment program and pull it with one of the Crusaders, but that would make both the Fear and the infantry in the trailer a higher priority target. Sir, we have what we need. There is a transport company yard with functional vehicles in the garage. Captain Catan reports just before the humming of anti-gravity drives, or more precisely the low-quality ones used for heavy equipment, sounds in the distance. From the look of them, these were heavy mining equipment, not long-distance transports, but in a way that's even better. They might be somewhat slow, but the carrying capacity is unmatched. According to the placard on the side, they are good for 60 tons of ore each, and they are 7 meters tall, enough that the Corvette-class mecha can hide behind them. They're also heavily armored, for the safety of the crew while transporting heavy materials. One after another, they glide out of the warehouse until 10 enormous vehicles are lined up. They even have cranes, so we can keep the boats. Captain Catan brags, before offering his men to load the first one into his cargo bay. It's an open-topped space, but the Narsians don't spend much time flying, so the risk is minimal. Given their size, one of these behemoths could hold all the gear, but Max has a better plan. 10 is too many. Put some back. We will take 3. Spread the gear between them and load the corvettes inside, crouched out of sight. Anyone who tries to ambush us is in for a world of pain. Max orders and 7 ore T sorts are returned to storage. Ari, you have point. Vincent, you have the tail and I will take the left flank, which leaves Paul the right. To the Narsians we will look like a simple raw materials convoy with a depleted heavy mecha wing as its guards. In the more populated areas that would be common, keeping the repair and munitions production units supplied. Food and weapons are shipped in other and faster vehicles since these slow transports are vulnerable to attack and can't run away. With everything loaded, the protective tarps are rolled over the open top and the convoy begins to head for the foothills. Traveling speed for the big vehicles is a comfortable walking speed for the Crusaders, making their progress down the ruins of the Goodyear look perfectly natural. Even the Narsians watching the camp from a distance don't see anything odd about it and report it as a material shipment for units further from this contested position to intercept. Attacking the supply lines now would give away their position, which is a terrible trade for a single shipment of raw ore. But once they get into the hills, Max knows they will become a much more lucrative target. In fact, he's counting on it. At this speed, the journey will take 3 hours, with the facility being located just off the main highway they are following. But by 2 hours in, Max was beginning to question his estimate of the enemy's priorities. Did they actually not care about the Kepler supply lines? Or was it possible that they were stretched so thin in this twin that they couldn't spare a single unit to intercept? The unit was only 10 kilometers from their destination when they finally found the reason that nothing had attacked them during their slow-moving trip. 6 landers full of infantry were entrenched on a hill surrounded by Narsian soldiers. The giants were clearly taunting them, raining plasma on them every time they tried to set up bunkers and generally keeping them suppressed and hiding. Eventually, the Narsians would attack and wipe these soldiers out, but they were hoping that someone would be sent to assist the Kepler forces first. Alpha Squad, disembark and spread out behind the convoy. Bravo and Charlie, stay hidden until I give the order. Max commanded his troops, while the huge transports continued along the highway as if they didn't know anything was happening. To the Narsians that were keeping the Kepler infantry pinned down, an ore convoy that didn't even rate a full 5 mecha wing to escort it was possibly the most disappointing set of reinforcements that they could have seen, second only to a depleted infantry company. But they were still heavy mecha, so there was no option but to engage now before the attack started. So, the back lines of the Narcian attack force turned to face the convoy, only a half-second before Stalwart and Paul's unnamed replacement for Ferris unleashed their long-ranged firepower. Ari's Bulwark joined in with its ion destroyer, and Vincente's Morning Glory began lobbing indirect fire up in the air with its battle cannon since it couldn't see properly from its position behind the convoy. The suddenness of the attack seemed to catch the Narcians off guard. They had expected the small force to hesitate when seeing the odds stacked against them, but instead, they were met with a withering storm of fire. Even worse, it wasn't all aimed at the closest targets. The pulse lasers on Stalwart had an uncanny knack for hitting Narcian soldiers who were targeting the pinned-down Kepler infantry, punching holes in their backs while they were distracted. The infantry took great joy in this small bit of payback, as well as taking advantage of the opening to set up heavy weapons positions and start properly firing back at the giants who had been holding them hostage until moments ago. Slowly, the forces from the far side of the landing zone were moved to take care of the attacking mecha force, leaving only a scattered line of soldiers behind to keep the Kepler infantry from escaping. That was Alpha Squad's signal, and as soon as the Narcians had removed as many as they seemed likely to, the wing of Corvette-class mecha attacked. The result was chaos. Each mecha was left with only a few targets on that side of the encirclement, which all died within seconds of the mecha opening fire, and now those who had been reassigned didn't know if they should return or follow their orders and advance on the heavy mecha. The hesitation only got more of them killed, as Alpha Squad advanced and the infantry's heavy weapons teams laid down as much fire as they could manage. Just when things were starting to get under control, Max gave the next order. Bravo and Charlie, disembark and join the fight. Pin them between us and the infantry. Chapter 123, You Call Those Pilots. The appearance of the additional light mecha sent the Narcian infantry into a full charge, turning their back on the infantry to deal with the greatest threat first. Even with their losses, they still outnumbered the mecha force by almost 4-1. The light mecha, as well as Bulwark and Morning Glory, moved forward to meet the charge. Bulwark's shield seemed to annoy the giants' sensibilities every time they saw it, but the rending claw on Morning Glory was their primary target. The blades on the three crushing pincers were deadly, but the flamer in the middle was a much bigger concern. If it was allowed to bathe the battlefield in plasma fire, they would be at a huge disadvantage. The fastest two runners went straight for Morning Glory, losing their lives to a masterful scoop with the claw before being roasted by the torch in the middle of the melee weapon. But they weren't alone. 3 more were right behind them, too close to all be deflected. One was knocked down by a backhand with the battle cannon, but 2 more landed solid hits on the legs of the mecha before being shot apart by the corvettes. By then, the main line had reached the Special Tactics Unit, and furious close combat battles were underway beneath a flashing mantle of pulse laser fire as Max did his best to eliminate the units still at a longer range so that the infantry could begin to maneuver and assist Alpha Squad. The Corvette-class mecha successfully repelled the first wave of the Narcian charge, not letting any of them through to attack the relatively helpless long-range mecha, but the numbers still heavily favored the giants. Max didn't particularly need protection though, and neither did Paul. Both were now equipped with plasma shotguns that could easily defend the mecha against groups of close-range attackers, so both pilots moved forward to join the scrum, taking some of the pressure off the light mecha. The plasma shotguns weren't a standard Kepler weapon, and Cygnus was an unknown entity to the Narcians, so the first few blasts took them entirely by surprise, tearing apart armor and crippling Narcians by the handful. It was enough to pull the battle to a stalemate, with the first few corvettes being damaged to the point of collapse, forcing them to retreat and putting pressure on the others. The overall ratio was holding steady though, at 4-1 in favor of the Narcians. Alpha Squad had been forced to a standstill, joining the infantry in their defensive positions and returning fire towards the Narcian forces, so Max brought the last of his reserves into the battle, calling the infantry company to set up on top of the transports and thin out the Narcian forces. It was a risky move for them, as it left them mostly in the open and could lead to mass casualties, but for a few seconds, it turned the tide of the battle back in favor of the Special Tactics Unit. Then, the most glorious of sounds reached Max's external microphones. Light mecha in a large group were running through the forest in their direction. The mecha began shooting the moment they saw Narcians, wounding many and letting Alpha Squad get up out of the holes they had hidden in to again put the full weight of their ranged fire into the enemy lines. There was something wrong with these mecha though. They were clumsy, inaccurate, and visibly inept. To Max, they looked like second-year cadets having their first outing on the training grounds. They knew the controls, but they lacked coordination, and many of them were clearly very slow to enter the commands, so the mecha's movements were jerky and had visible pauses between them. They had the markings of the training base that Max had been sent to scout for though, so he would have to deal with it one way or the other. He just hoped that it was the first battle nerves getting to them and that they weren't always this bad. If they were, this was going to be a very long deployment. 200-line mecha, no matter how inaccurate, was enough to put the Narsians in a bad position. They could only take so many away from close combat without being overrun, and they didn't have enough units left at range to effectively suppress both targets at once. So, they did what any sensible commander would do. They retreated, breaking free of Max's unit and firing as they ran backward, preventing him from following them without taking heavy damage. All units fall in on me. I need damage reports for everyone and then we will get triage started in the landers. They might have come full of infantry, but we have enough raw materials with us to do the repairs. Max ordered, marking the end of the battle. As Max's men start getting set up to do the repairs, the commander of the patrol that came from the academy, who was the only one in a Corvette-class mecha, came up to greet him. Major Max, of the Stalwart Special Tactics Unit I assume. I am Colonel Sanders. It's a pleasure to meet you. I don't believe the planet has ever turned out a Special Tactics Unit of our own, so meeting an elite of the Kepler fleet is an honor. They've never had a Special Tactics Unit from the planet. Max knew some planets had lousy system compatibility, but isn't that taking it too far? The fact that the base commander was the only one in a Corvette-class mecha, and that the one he was in was an older pattern training mecha, and not an up-armored unit that was more commonly used for combat should have been his first clue that things weren't well on Sigmund long before the attack. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Colonel. Did you notice the commotion from the base, or were you just taking the cadets out for a training patrol? Max asked politely. That's well, you see. You know what, there's no good way to put this. Those aren't the cadets. Those are the finest of our freshly graduated pilots. The academy is for failures and screw-ups, more like a juvenile detention facility than a military installation, but Sigmund has never turned out a pilot over beta-ranked system compatibility. During our last recruitment, we only had 2 beta-ranked pilots to offer, so they didn't even form a heavy mecha regiment. They just attached wings of light mecha to the infantry as support. I understand, you work with what you have. I can give them a crash course in not dying on the battlefield if we have a bit of time. What is the average system compatibility? Max asked, trying to hide the dismay in his voice. The average should be on the high side of Delta. But I will warn you, I read your file and the standards from Kepler Terminus are much higher than those here. If they can awaken the system at all, they are pilots. Our infantry is all F-ranked and systemless. The infantry from those landers is likely stronger, better equipped, and better trained than any unit of locals left on the planet. Colonel Sanders explained. That's fine, let's get back to the base. How far is it? Colonel Sanders pointed to a ridgeline under 5 kilometers away, where Max could faintly make out a hidden door. They were in sight of the landers and it took them that long to get a unit mustered and make it to the battle. Someone is messing with him, Max is sure of it. High above the planet, in a central command meeting aboard Abraham Kepler, General Tennant felt a sudden chill run up his spine. Have the units in the swamp made it to the mine site yet? The general asked, looking to the officer in charge of the region. Yes, sir. Recovery is underway, and all units are expected to become functional again within 48 hours. Assuming that the Narsian patrols that have entered the swamp are just passing through and not launching another mass attack on the mine location that is. The captain responded, after double-checking his latest sensor data. Once they have everything cleaned up, report back to me so we can reassign them. The swamp is an excellent central staging point for attacks, but it doesn't have any strategic value other than location anymore. General Tennant ordered before moving on to the next group of orders on his desk. The casualties from the first wave have been staggering. Forget 10 years of service, this recruitment from Kepler 111 was likely going to need to be reinforced after its first battle. On the ground, communications were too limited for the forces to know that though. They could only see how things were going in their region and assume that everyone else got the same amount of reinforcements that they did, not knowing that entire regions had been lost to the Narsians during the first wave and the increased numbers in the best defended regions were there to take the others back. Chapter 124, Combat 101. Looking over these troops, and their instructor, Max was almost tempted to call command and pretend they'd never found them. But, as luck would have it, Max actually enjoyed helping others learn, so before he told Central Command that they were simply wasting resources, he was going to spend a few days giving his all to see if these pilots could actually improve. Right now, all they knew was the skills of a Corvette pilot, with a Gamma-ranked system compatibility at the very best, and Max suspected that most of the instructors weren't even to that standard. How could cadets be expected to excel if they had never even learned what a proper pilot looked like? Back on Kepler Terminus, all of the instructors were of a very high standard and simply preferred teaching to the battlefield or police duties. Here, they took what they could get. Move everyone back to the academy. If these landers are functional, assemble them outside the gates in a staggered pattern barricade. We will make the academy our base of operations for now, Max ordered, bringing sighs of relief from the infantry they just rescued. They had feared that they would be sent out alone to face the Narsians since the ship they had arrived on had such a large infantry complement compared to the number of mecha on board. It wasn't that they were cowards or incompetent, but before landing on the planet, they had never even seen one before and knew nothing about their attack patterns, strategies, or weapons. With a special tactics unit around, they could pick up tips and tricks from the gossip before they were assigned to go somewhere else and fight it out. If they were really lucky, they might get to bring some of the mecha with them as well. With a quick location entry from the infantry unit leaders, all 6 landers smoothly lifted from the ground and placed themselves in a semicircle by the academy doors. Each lander overlapped and left a large gap to move between them, allowing mecha and troops to move in and out, but preventing any long-range fire from hitting the academy doors directly. Truthfully, it wasn't optimal, since they didn't know what sort of facilities the academy built inside a hill actually had, and using the landers as a barricade put the repair facilities in the line of fire, but it was better than having the troops exposed, and they didn't have a safer spot for the landers even if they wanted to protect them. Headmaster, do you have Crusader-capable repair bays here at the academy? Max asked, voicing his concern. One single bay, but we have a number of spare parts available. Since nobody on the planet has strong system compatibility, we train a lot of repair and design techs instead and send them out to various space stations for assignment. Colonel Sanders, in his Corvette-class training mecha, explains. That's a good sign. If they can keep everything up and running, all he needs to do is improve the skills of the line mecha pilots a little bit to see a big return on investment. Most likely they have never learned the little tricks that make piloting much easier and are still doing things by the basic training book. Learning a personalized piloting technique that eliminates all the redundancies and wasted movements is what pilots do in the second half of their academy stay on Kepler Terminus after they have been introduced to the basics of piloting and learned to use the weapons targeting systems. From what he saw, the pilots here haven't even got that second part down. Though they stopped to fire, as expected of a rookie pilot, their aim was still horrible. Do you have training simulators? If you do, I have some advanced programs from Kepler Terminus that I modified for my own training. It will give them help with their targeting. Max suggests. It will actually yell at them constantly in General Tennant's voice, but it does give good hints, all the ones that the general gave out to either him or Nico during their stay at the academy, as well as the basic ones that were already programmed into the advanced piloting simulators. Not the really fancy ones, but we have the full immersion VR headsets for every cadet. The colonel declares with a hint of unjustified pride. Those are kids' toys on Kepler Terminus, but they will do well enough. After all, he learned the basics using one. It was a hacked one, with pirated software, and he was 5 years old, but that isn't the point. The point is that they will be able to give these pilots an upgrade in skills. Max's system wasn't active when he learned, and he could still pilot better than what he had seen, so there is no good reason that these cadets can't. Once we're inside, gather everyone around and I will give them an update and let them know what's going on. Then I need to find out where they are currently with their system bonuses. Even if they hit 50 points total bonus by graduation, we could throw them in any spare Corvette-class units you have and call them sergeants. The colonel went quiet for a while but eventually agreed with Max's idea. If there is anyone who hit 50 points of bonus, that is. He muttered to himself inside his mecha. From his point of view, this elite pilot has no idea how the standard of things works here on Sigmund. But if he can help the kids that the colonel has guided for half their lives to survive the destruction of their planet, the old man is not going to do a single thing to stop or dissuade him from trying. Losing so many of his students, even if they were at the very bottom of the barrel by Kepler standards, was hard on his elderly heart. The only thing he had to be thankful for was that communications were so limited by Narcian interference that he didn't have to know the full scope of how the planet was doing and could focus just on his academy. Chapter 125. Combat 102. Once the troops had gotten settled into the mostly empty academy built deep underground in this rural part of the planet, Max got straight to work with the cadets. They were all eager to get out and prove themselves, but a Crusader-class pilot held a lot of respect in society, especially one currently active in Special Tactics or Special Forces unit. For most of them, fighting alongside such a figure was no more than an idle daydream of heroism, the sort you never expect to come true, the career version of winning the lottery. Max parked stalwart in the reinforced hangar while Vincent and Charlie's squad took first guard patrol, accompanied by a full company of infantry from the landers. Max wasn't in charge here this time, that was Colonel Sanders, but the colonel respected the autonomy of the heavy mecha and let Max set the patrol schedule for his own men as he saw fit. All the remaining cadets had gathered here in the auditorium, a drab green bunker with no windows and soft yellow lighting that flickered with the pulse of the academy's internal generator. It was a bit depressing to look at, but somehow it still reminded Max of home. The slums had the same crappy yellow lighting everywhere since it was the cheapest and most energy-efficient option produced within the Kepler Empire. The crowd silenced when Max walked in, heading directly for the stage at the front of the room and preparing a speech as he went. Greetings everyone, I am Major Erebus Max, pilot of the Crusader-class Mecha, stalwart, and commander of the Stalwart Special Tactics Unit. I have been briefly made aware of the situation here, and I am going to be honest with you, it isn't great. Therefore, I am going to give everyone here a crash course in battlefield survival. I will teach you smoother operation techniques, rapid targeting tricks, and the essentials of teamwork to ensure that you don't die on your first patrol, should you meet Narcian infantry. All of the things I will teach you are viewed as necessary for becoming an advanced mecha pilot, and if some of you prove worthy, I will use my authority to upgrade you to Corvette-class pilots. Max's announcement brings a round of cheers to the room. Here, Corvette-class pilots are the peak for the average citizen, leaders to be respected. Plus, if they live they will be war heroes, and that's bound to count for something. These naive kids don't yet know the horrors of war, so being a hero seems glamorous to them, not the trauma-filled lifelong nightmare that Max knows underlies the word out in the real world. But if it motivates them, he will help as many as he can to see the dream come true. Most of this training can be done through your VR headsets, using a custom program that I brought with me. I am sending it to the Academy database now, and then you can return to your dorms and get started. I will be watching everyone's progress, and wing leaders will be chosen tomorrow morning from among those who advance the most. Max declared, then took a look at the base's wireless network, finding that it was open access with no password required or firewalls around the server, other than a simple read-only restriction. Colonel, is this standard for the planet? This level of file security is a joke, even I have managed to plant a file on your servers without anyone noticing and I'm standing in the middle of the auditorium. Max whispers to the Academy's headmaster, Colonel Sanders. Before this, we never needed the security, so most places were pretty lax. There is a scrambling field around the base so that it can't be hacked from the outside though, to prevent industrial espionage. The valuable files are all offline as well. The colonel responds and Max resists the urge to facepalm in front of the cadets. No wonder the lander controls had been hacked, the government here didn't even try to keep anyone from using their authority. Chances are, the Narcians just walked up to a computer someone left logged in, and got straight to work without needing to break the codes at all. Max quickly informed the fleet's central command of this fact, and his findings on the training of the troops here, then walked to the clearly marked observation room to see how the cadets were doing. They should be logged in by now, and the first bits of training with General Tennant would be starting. It wasn't going to be easy on them, the general's personality as programmed into the software was demanding and merciless, but it would adapt to their current level of skills, constantly setting the training at just barely possible. These kids all knew they were the dregs and needed to work extra hard just to keep up, so Max had high hopes for their work ethic, even after seeing their dismal system compatibility displayed. He knew they were all D-rank, but some of these shouldn't have qualified at all. D- with no primary stat bonus. Were they just straight lying about the kid having a system, or another one with a 1.01x modifier? A 1% bonus is barely a primary stat at all. Even for the D- rank that is pretty sad. There were some decent ones though, at 1.2x and 1.4x modifiers, which could eventually stack up some pretty respectable physical skills. One screen suddenly flashes red about 15 minutes into Max's observation, signaling that the headset had been removed, so Max switched over to the dorm's internal camera system. "I am a person, not a worm, I am a pilot, I can make the mecha move," the cadet muttered over and over as tears flowed down their face. "I guess not everyone is a fan of the legendary general's tough love training style." Max shrugged, then changed the settings on the program to give the cadet major pain as an instructor the next time they logged in. She was strict but fair, and much more gentle with the cadets than General Tennant was, despite having zero tolerance for slacking. "Now, who will be the next to break? I'm sure more than one cadet thought they could skate by with the bare minimum," Max said to himself as he smiled at the screens, watching hundreds of cadets giving their all to learn the new techniques that they were assured would save their lives 100 times over. Chapter 126. The Ghost in the Swamp. 3 infantry units, with the majority of their numbers made up of repair and maintenance technicians, were accompanied by 4 wings of heavy mecha as they made their way to the battle site at the uranium mine. From here, they would be repairing the mecha left after the battle and collecting raw materials from bulk drops to send out mecha and spare parts all over the region in the upcoming weeks. The swamp had been deemed temporarily cleared of enemy forces by the mecha units that had landed near here and spread out to the edges of the zone, joining the various forces attacking Narcian entrenchments. After the last round of landers, more and more of the giants had started digging in to defend, instead of roaming around looking for targets to attack, a shift in the flow of battle that put the Kepler forces at the advantage. The Narcians didn't really have a choice though. So many more mecha had shown up that they couldn't just roam anymore, they had to do all they could just to defend the regions of the planet that they already held. "General Mons, we have reached the mine site. How long until your unit estimates that it will arrive?" The head of the repair and design force that had been assigned to the region asked over the secure command channel. The intended recipient was, of course, the pilot of the mighty Phalanx-class Carpe Noctem, who had been quietly dropped onto the planet during the last wave. The Narcians didn't know that he was here, nor did most of the planetary forces, since Central Command didn't trust that there weren't still leaks and communications breaches in their ranks. They now knew how the first attacks had been launched, poor digital security on the planetary side. But despite their best efforts and a change in security codes, there were no guarantees that the Narcian forces hadn't continued to monitor their communications. To the south of the swamp, in a region where very few Kepler forces had been sent, a large city had been overtaken by the Narcians, and scans showed that the majority of the last wave of arrivals had come there instead of being spread around the planet. To Central Command, that suggested that they might have brought a transportation device with them between planets, so the Phalanx-class mecha was sent to eliminate them, but the battle plan called for the mecha in the area to first prevent any reinforcements from reaching them in time to mount a rescue effort. At the edge of the battlefield was an enormous crater, left by the repeated bombardment. Of the same location, at 20 meters deep, Carpe Noctem barely needed to crouch to get itself almost entirely hidden inside the murky waters, preventing the enemy from detecting the oversized threat and making preparations for its arrival. The repair techs were already hard at work, building up defenses and repairing the more lightly damaged mecha. The thing that caught General Mons' attention wasn't the efficiency of the work though, but the way that the troops obviously and carefully avoided one disabled mecha, a bone and bronze-colored crusader with blood-red hazard stripes on the hull and red unit markings. The pattern was unfamiliar to him, but the markings said that it came from Abraham Kepler, so the general zoomed in on the placard hung from the mecha's waist joint, which was still wrapped in bloody razor wire. The hull had received the same treatment, and numerous Narcian skulls and weapons hung from chains and hooks around the pauldrons and top carapace armor. The nameplate was obscured by the war trophies, but the sign hung on the front was clearly legible. Tereth's Rage, final resting spot of Major Tereth Nico, who felled 100 Narcian infantry in hand-to-hand combat. There was a pile of Narcian infantry nearby, in the shape of a memorial pyre, though the area on top had been cleared away. If the sign was to be believed, that was where the enemy had put Major Nico, before the Kepler forces had moved her back to her mecha. General Mons recalled that Tereth's Rage should have had an ion destroyer on one arm and an anti-aircraft battery on top, but now it had a pair of gauntlets, one hastily painted to a bone color to match the rest of the unit, with the fresh paint looking out of place among all the battle damage. It was clear that one of the arms had been broken off and reattached at some point, but somehow, it seemed that the damage was all cosmetic. General Mons looked closer and realized that the unit itself was repaired. The damage was only one layer thick in the composite armor, with much of it being only paint damage, and all systems looked to be functional. What a strange way to build a memorial, he thought to himself, settling in to read a novel on his data tablet while the techs worked. He was just getting to the good part when the perimeter alarm sounded, meaning that Narcian troops had been found in the area. General Mons ducked a bit deeper into the water, as it was essential that he wasn't detected in advance, and the defensive troops moved out to meet the threat. It all seemed to be going smoothly until suddenly there were cries that an infiltration unit had entered the base. Infantry scattered, and Crusaders turned to look, only to realize that heavy weapons would kill as many of their own as the Narcians, due to the close range. Then suddenly the tomb that was Tereth's rage moved with a burst of speed, unlike anything that a Crusader-class mecha should be capable of, grabbing its sword and a battered combat shield from the ground and smoothly removing the heads of the nearest Narcian soldiers. As the blood flew, the war horn on the mecha, used mostly as a warning siren, gave off a piercing wail. Laughter. The mecha was laughing at them as it killed. The blade in its hand was a blur, mostly obscured by the fountains of blood from the dying infiltration unit for the next few seconds. Then the weapons clattered to the ground, and the techs found that the mecha was in exactly the same spot and position it started in, with only the fresh splatters of blood to show that the battle wasn't a hallucination. What the f was that? Someone called over the radio, and General Mons scanned the mecha again. No signs of life, minimal power readings, as if it was set on standby mode like any other inactive mecha, and the hatches were all sealed shut, possibly welded from the inside. Ghost. It's the ghost of Tereth's rage. Some spoke it aloud, some only thought it, but the consensus was that this mechanical tomb had become sentient. Chapter 127. Hope. After the first day of training inside the simulators, the cadets were actually looking a lot better than they had when Max first saw them. Even the instructors of the academy had taken the time to log in and learn some of the tips and tricks that Max's advanced training program had to offer, since it was all knowledge that they didn't possess. Some of them were eager to begin day 2 of the training drills, some were most definitely not, since they tried to hide in their rooms under the thin military-issue blankets, but it didn't take long before the instructors had everyone logged in again and back at work. The second day of the training brought weapons fire into the mix. Still, the point-firing technique that they were all familiar with, but included the proper ways to use the heads-up targeting system to calculate the lead distance on their targets and increase their accuracy. An energy weapon like the pulse laser that these units were equipped with doesn't have a travel time. The pulse reaches the target at the speed of light, but there is a slight delay between wanting to shoot and the mecha actually pulling the trigger, which has to be accounted for. It's a mere fraction of a second, but at longer distances, that fraction can lead to a target being over a meter away from where they were when you started the process, especially for these pilots with slower reflexes and command entering skills. Since most cadets are naturally competitive, there was an option to turn on the Kepler standard passing rate simulation as a companion to the pilot. It was just a digital image of the minimum standard to pass the line mecha qualification test, but it was much better than these so-called pilots were. Better, but not so far that it looked unattainable to them. So, most of them had turned it on to compete against, wanting to prove to these elite forces that they weren't the losers that the army had labeled them as. In fact, if they could meet the standard, Max would agree that the army was wrong. They could meet the standard, it would just take more work to get them there than it took most pilots with higher system compatibility. Among the infantry ranks, it was well known that competence and system compatibility were two very different things. While some soldiers might be faster or stronger, the ones that lived were the ones that were the best at their job. The same goes for the line mecha, who could be easily crushed by the Narcians if they made a serious mistake in their piloting. While everyone else trained, Max got to work on editing a special edition of the program for the cadets. This one included the Narcians as a target, getting the freshly trained troops used to the enemy and their standard tactics. That would be more important than anything else, once they knew how to walk smoothly and target their rifles. Outside the base, things were fairly calm. One wing of Max's mecha accompanied the infantry on guard duty at all times, taking 4-hour shifts twice a day, but there wasn't much to be seen. The valley they were in was fairly isolated, and the terrain naturally guided forces around it and not through it. The only reason the first group came here in such high numbers was that they saw the landers coming in. Soon, a whole 5 days had passed, and the cadets of the academy got an official combat order to go clear out a known Narcian position between them and the swamp. It should be an easy one since the enemy numbers were low, but they were dug in, so there would be resistance. Ari, Take Alpha Squad and go scout out the location. Captain Catan, your infantry gets to fill in on-guard duty for them. Bring extra heavy weapons with you. Max ordered as the colonel rolled a collection of balls around in a small tumbler. What might that be, Colonel? He asked, seeing the colored ball that fell out onto the table. Random selection. Each ball has a unit number. We will be sending Unit C and Unit F out to retake the position today. The colonel confirmed, and Max gave him a strange look. Double the numbers as for heavy mecha fighting the Narcians. Send everyone who is ready if you want most of your cadets to come back. Max corrected his assumption. I had thought that since you sent a third, that was all that was needed. The colonel shrugged, having spent his entire life in academics, growing through the ranks due to his skills with school management and keeping unruly cadets on track. It's enough to scout the position, but most likely not enough to take it. Central Command has ordered my men to return before your unit arrives for the battle, so it's clearly a test for the pilots you've raised up here. I'll keep my men as close as I can, but they will need some time to reach you in an emergency. That explanation makes sense to the administrator, even if it doesn't make him happy. But orders are orders, and Central Command is going to be watching closely. For all the colonel knows, they're waiting for his cadets to fail spectacularly so the academy can be reallocated and he can be relieved of command for incompetence. The planetary authority that promoted him is long gone, and the fleet is not nearly as kind and gentle, nor are their standards as flexible. All qualified students, suit up and double-check your mecha for full fuel and munitions. We have an official mission beginning in 1 hour once Stalwart Special Tactics Unit has scouted the enemy position for us. Colonel Sanders announced over the school's intercom, bringing the pilots out of their training simulations and rushing towards the hangars, eager to show the world that they had learned the lessons well and were real pilots. Chapter 128, they'll learn. Max's scouts headed out right away and made for the suspected Narcian position. From what they could see, it was a scout outpost, only intended to relay messages and watch for Kepler mecha movements through the very rural areas in the foothills that didn't have much strategic value. As they had feared, the Narcians had dug in, creating trench lines and bunkers that would give them a high degree of defense against incoming fire, while also making them harder for the Kepler forces to spot. The Crusader-class mecha has very good sensor systems for detecting signs of the enemy at long range, but Ari knew there was a high probability of the giants noticing her even though she was near maximum sensor range. So, instead of getting close and then retreating, she made a straight pass, as if she was headed into the swamp with a small patrol. That was a common enough activity since there were multiple forces in the area and the swamp was almost impossible to scan from orbit. An hour later, they turned and came back, again at a fast walk, as if they weren't expecting to find what they were looking for outside of the marshy areas. The second pass was closer, to double-check enemy numbers and fortifications, but still, they didn't attract any hostile actions by the Narcians. Stalwart, this is Bulwark. We have enemy numbers. Total over 30 hostiles with 4 heavy weapons emplacements at the designated location. We will retreat out of range and wait for further orders. Ari informed Max so that he could send out the cadets. You heard the nice young lady. It's time to go. Remember to put mecha with combat shields. Up front, if you have them, they can take at least a hit or two from the plasma, even if they are the small ones for the line mecha. Max called out into the hangar full of cadets, who were to be led by their teachers. This wasn't a drill or a training exercise, and nobody wanted to lose friends today, so the teachers had spent all morning carefully planning their approach. Vincent had made it very clear to them that no battle plan survives first contact, so instead they had focused on getting into position to do maximum damage to the Narcians during that first engagement, then a handful of plans depending on how things went from there. Once they moved out, Max brought the entirety of the Special Tactics Unit, infantry included, to the halfway point between the academy and the Narcians. This way, if the cadets needed to retreat, they would be only a few minutes away and able to intercept the Narcians before they could wipe out the untested youth. This time the convoy didn't look so horribly inept. The few days of training that they had time for had really smoothed out the controls of most of the pilots, and the sight brought a smile to the face of Alpha Squad when they passed by. Well, they at least know how to walk. Do you want us to come to you or remain here on the flank? Ari asked when the mecha passed by in the distance. Just stay there. I suspect they'll need us sooner rather than later. But if they were actually intending to sneak up on the Narcians, they would be doing an amazing job. None of them is watching the flanks, or scanning for threats. It's like they're out for a walk in friendly territory. The Narsians are going to think they will walk right by until the instructors give the order to fire. Max replied with a chuckle. There was a particular innocence to unskilled pilots who had never seen combat that just made their piloting look non-threatening, and these cadets had it down without any conscious effort. Should we welcome them with a couple of battle cannon rounds? Vincent asked once he saw that the light mecha from the academy were almost in position. Dropping a few shells on the Narsians wouldn't be a big problem, but their orders were to let the academy take care of it and only intervene in an emergency. As much fun as it would be, we've got orders. Wait for them to call for a rescue before we start shooting. Max sighed, watching the mecha get into position. They had split into two columns, by class, and were splitting off to move to either side of the location where the Narsians were dug in. Even though they were out of easy weapons range, only an idiot wouldn't know what was going on by now. They know the Narsians can see them, right? Ari asked, not believing what she was seeing. If they don't, they're about to learn. Paul replied, keeping a close eye on the sensors for signs that the battle had started. Suddenly the signatures that were the Narsians lit up with energy and heat, then a group of them raced towards the line mecha in the distance as the cadets opened fire. They might not have experience, but the instructors at least knew the theory and opened fire from maximum weapons range. That would give them the most time to intercept the giants that were racing to get into close combat with the line mecha. One-on-one, the smallest of the Kepler units didn't stand much of a chance against a heavily armored Narsian in close combat, even if they were competent fighters, which very few of these pilots were. Unit 3, focus fire on the targets leaving the trenches. Keep them from reaching us. Unit 1 and 2 keep shooting. A youthful instructor's voice came over the command channel before he swore and changed his radio to the proper frequency. From the looks of it, the line mecha were doing a good job of avoiding being overrun, even if they were using too many mecha to ensure the charging forces didn't reach them. Some mecha had fallen to the Narsian heavy weapons, and a lot more were damaged. The closely packed line was just too hard to miss. But the heat signatures in the trenches were becoming scattered, and then they finally broke and retreated into the swamp. The cadets didn't pursue the retreating giants, and Max decided that was probably a good thing. Without the advantage of numbers and position, they would be doomed. In the swamp, it was just too easy to ambush them. Good work, cadets. I will update your training regimen when we get back. Remember to retrieve all dropped equipment and the disabled mecha. Colonel Sanders instructed, glossing over the fact that many of those disabled units would have dead classmates in them. His vague instruction style is working though, and the pilots aren't thinking too hard about the reality of the fight and are simply following orders. In only a few minutes they have collected everything they came with and are returning to base. Captain Catan, double tap those Narsians and collect the heavy weapons. Nobody has ever complained that they had too many plasma cannons for their bunker. Max ordered quietly, and the infantry commander gave him the thumbs up before going to restock his unit. The Narsian plasma cannons were sized better for a line mecha than an infantry unit, but they were self-contained and had a tripod, which made them a great choice for bunkers. Free weapons are the best weapons when you're putting them somewhere that you expect to sustain the most incoming fire. They're not even trained. Do you think it's alright to keep sending them on missions? Paul asks Max over a private channel. The teachers are the students. Neither has any experience, but they want to fight, and it's not like we have the option to just say no. I've already informed Central Command of the state of readiness here, and they're doing as much as they can, but you have to be ready for them to be fully deployed to a hard target, and us with them. Max responded. The lack of communication was becoming an issue for Max. He liked it way better back on Belmont when at least he knew what was going on around him. The limited signals here, intended to keep the Narsians in the dark, also kept him in the dark with no idea what might be coming his way until orders were given. If only Nico was here to hack the satellite signals and give him a view of the big picture. Major Max, we have more orders. Central Command wants everyone here above the minimum enlistment age to move out towards a conflict in the city in grid ST-12. At infantry marching speed, that would be 2 days. Central Command also had a personal message. Your new friend from Belmont will be meeting you there. Ari informed Max the moment that the signal came down from Abraham Kepler. A new friend on Belmont? That must mean that General Mons was on the planet and they were going for a full-scale city invasion. Emperor help them, this was going to be a mess. Chapter 129. Revelations. Max was sitting on the bunk inside Stalwart and meditating to clear his mind of the fog that has lingered in the background his whole life. He has suspected that these are the hidden memories of his past life since the first memory of battle came back to him during training. Today, the fog seemed thinner than usual and Max continued to push, hoping for a relevant memory that could help him train pilots that didn't have a system. Other nations did it, surely he could decipher the method in time, but he didn't have time, they had to leave soon to join the offensive. His focused mind was like the sun on the lingering haze, until suddenly memories came to him in a rush. The end of his old life, the promise of reincarnation, and then his time in the womb. He was supposed to transfer in cleanly, like Nico did, and recover his memories as he grew up and his body could handle them. Instead, his mother's drug abuse had killed the body he transferred into, and only the lingering effects of the divine intervention allowed him to be born at all. That was why it took so long to remember his past life, and even now, so much of it was either lost or locked away. He still couldn't recall his youth at all, but there were some flashes of training recruits. But these were no ordinary pilots, most of them weren't even human, or any species Max recognized. The thought that he might have come from a faraway place with many species but similar technology never occurred to him. His few memories of himself had shown him as a human, so had thought his old life was more like his current one. Since his own memories were a loss, Max focused on Nico's memories. Her people genetically engineered their pilots, but that should give Max something to work with. There weren't many childhood memories, and what he found when he looked deeper through what he had skimmed from her memory as a child was increasingly disturbing. Her past life did not believe in human rights, or war crimes. They believed in war and blood. When they went to war, billions died in the most horrific of ways, with the intent to honor some sort of religion that Max couldn't seem to understand. Looking deeper through her past life taught Max a lot about Nico. She wasn't an aggressive pilot without concern for her own life. No, his best friend was a genocidal maniac without concern for her own life. At least she was before she was reincarnated. The question was, how much had what she learned from her past life and then locked away during this one influenced her personality? For sure, she didn't follow that blood-soaked old religion anymore, he would have sensed it with all the time he spent in her mind, but she was still a combat maniac, which could be either a side effect or just part of her personality. While Max thought about her personality, the person in question was being rudely awoken by the crusaders attached to the Carpe Noctem. Ghost, oh Ghost, we have need of you again. The mines are clear and we are moving forward to the next battle. The pilot tried over the open channel, with no luck. Then a solid bang on her carapace armor almost shook Nico out of her seat. Get up, it's time for war. General Mons declared out loud with his intercom and Tereth's rage stood up, grabbing the sword and freshly repaired shield prepared for it. There we go, I'm guessing that your radio isn't working, so just follow the group for now. We are supposed to meet up with Stalwart Special Tactics Unit in a few days and you can return to your little lover boy. General Mon's speech brought a round of the creepy laughter from the speakers of Tereth's rage, but the mecha gave him a respectful salute before falling in beside the Phalanx-class giant mecha as its personal guard. Is it just me, or does that mecha just seem more and more like an angry ghost every time the general talks to it? One of the infantry soldiers, now seated in an amphibious transport for the long journey, whispered to the man beside him. Quiet, or she might hear you. The other man responded with a wink, not believing the rumors. Then the bone and blood red crusader turned his way, and the eye-like sensors under the front armor plate affectionately dubbed the helmet were firmly locked in him. Sorry, the second soldier muttered, and the mecha looked away again. There are sensors all around the carapace of a crusader. There was no need for it to look his way to see or hear him, but somehow it felt like the mecha was actually alive the way it turned to face him when he spoke about it. Inside his cockpit, General Mons turned to his co-pilot with a sad terror in his eye. They had managed to establish a video link with Tereth's rage using the command override. Major Nico was in there, and most likely alive, despite her horrible condition. But she clearly lacked the physical capability to control the mecha, sitting stock still in her seat even as Tereth's rage smoothly walked and interacted with the people around it. Do we have an analysis? The general asked his second-in-command, whose innate talent was analyzing the status and condition of other system-compatible humans. Other than the obvious, there are signs of recently healed internal damage, her vocal cords have been burned away and the wound is scarred, and there are no eyes under that helmet's visor. But her condition is stable and slowly improving. The pilot whispered reverently, unable to believe anyone had survived those injuries. What are we waiting for? There are no enemies here. The message appeared as text on the displays of the Carpe Noctem, tagged as having come from Tereth's Rage. They could see the pilot hadn't moved at all, but General Mons recalled that Major Nico was supposed to be a hacker, using her innate talent. That certainly made more sense than a ghost or a possessed mecha. "Everyone move out," the general announced, getting the convoy moving, and he could have sworn he saw a smile pass over Major Nico's mangled face before the video link was abruptly cut. "Arrange for an augmentic surgeon to meet us at the staging area. She is having far too much fun messing with people who think she's a ghost," General Mons ordered, following his troops through the swamp. Chapter 130. Date with the dead. General Mons sighed as he looked over the scene of the battle. This was the third time they had been ambushed since leaving the swamp. There was no way that the Narsians didn't know he was here now, and they most likely also knew where he was heading, based on the number of soldiers they had thrown at his unit. Narsian morale was low though, thanks to their own personal ghost mecha. Tereth's Rage was now a fully close combat unit, and Major Nico had no qualms about throwing herself into combat at the first sign of hostilities. The combat style was strange though. It wasn't anything that the Kepler military taught, but it was much more efficient than any fighting style the general had seen before. He had seen precise and minimalist close combat styles before, from combat monks to rapier-wielding Cygnus officers, but this was different. It didn't have the dignified presence of the combat arts he was familiar with, which gave the impression that the combatant was aiming for a noble victory. Somehow, all the strikes either cleaved straight down to split bodies in half or slightly upwards to throw arcs of blood through the air. Even the Kepler forces didn't want to be too close to Tereth's Rage, in case it forgot which side it was on, according to the commander of Carpe Noctem's personal guard, whose position in line Nico had stolen. "Are the terror tactics really necessary?" General Mons asked Major Nico, now fairly sure that she could actually hear the radio and simply chose to ignore it. In response, she flicked a giant up in the air with the tip of her sword, then swatted the floating body with the flat of her blade, sending him crashing into the ground 100 meters away. The remaining Narsian forces broke and ran. "You know, if I could prove you can hear me, I would have you up on charges of insubordination," General Mons grumbled before cutting communications. After the battle, Tereth's Rage moved to the front of the file so that it would be the first to detect and the first to reach the enemy. The strategy was incredibly effective at keeping the Narsians from approaching the unit. Previously, they had launched rapid attacks, trying to cut down the Kepler forces' numbers before the Carpe Noctem could react and wipe them all out. Now they actively avoided the column entirely, going as far as running away when they saw them on the horizon. They had one more day to the staging area where the Kepler forces would meet before the battle, and the general was getting eager to meet up with Stalwart and its pilot, Major Max. That young pilot was the only one who could reliably keep Major Nico in check, and she seemed to have an instinctive knowledge of just exactly how far she could push the rules before actually being reprimanded. But more importantly, she scared the troops. Some of the other close combat pattern crusaders had tried to emulate her fighting style, but they were all noticeably slower and much more clumsy. Some of that could be attributed to practice, but there was no denying that Tereth's Rage had a kill count that was multiple times higher than the others. Max was also a day away from the meeting point, at the back of the column of Academy pilots, which was flanked and led by his own special tactics unit. They might be considered a military force in their own right, but escorting them with more practiced and better trained troops lets them watch and learn on the way to the meeting. Each of them had a learning program playing in their mecha, giving hints and tricks for smoother operations and more accurate targeting. It was a highly irregular measure, but every time they came across a Narsian patrol the effects were visible in the improvements made. Max had high hopes that by the time they made the destination the next day the cadets wouldn't embarrass themselves around the troops that had dropped onto the planet. None of the other unit commanders knew what a low standard the local partisans were working with, so seeing these line mecha pilots would be their first experience with them, and build their impression of the planet. It hadn't been so long since Max himself was a freshman at the military academy who had never touched an actual mecha before, so he could at least empathize with the cadets, even if he had never been in their shoes. "Set up camp, take a 4-hour break and then we will push into the meeting point," Max ordered, directing the unit to a hollow between two hills for the night. Taking the low ground wasn't optimal as a battle strategy, but it would get them out of sight, and reduce the chance that they would be ambushed during their rest period. Many of the enemy units that they had encountered had overtaken them from behind, moving in the same direction that they were at a higher rate of travel. If he had ever thought that a major offensive could be a surprise, those hopes were long gone after the first day of travel. Now, he just wanted to get everyone to the starting line alive and wait for his new orders. They had only just started moving again, a few hours before the sun came up, when Max saw a familiar signal on his scans. Carpe Noctem was at the back of a large unit of heavy mecha, and they were under attack by Narcian artillery, which had set up in a valley to their right flank. The same right flank that his unit was approaching from. All units forward. Our target is the artillery emplacement. The faster we get there, the less chance that they will be able to change targets in time to shoot at us. Max ordered, and the line mecha began to run towards the target. The Narcians attacking the convoy had sent out attacking squads to delay the rushing close combat crusaders, and that seemed to have taken all their attention. The line mecha managed to make it to 700 meters away without drawing any enemy fire. Line mecha, take positions, and fire at will. Attack Pattern A, Colonel Sanders ordered. Pattern A was simple: everyone stopped, took a knee to make themselves a smaller target and more stable, then fired first at anything approaching them, and second at anything that looked like a big threat. As a strategy, it was laughably simple. As a combat technique, it was one of the best that the cadets knew. Max was focused on blasting away the Narcian defensive positions to let the light mecha get at them, so he didn't notice how the general's battle was going until suddenly his radar showed a tightly packed line of crusaders rushing into the artillery position. In the lead was a bone and bronze crusader with a sword and shield forcibly pushing through the crowd of giants using pure bulk and momentum. Behind it, the others cut down the Narcians who had been knocked to the ground, staying close enough that none could get between them and break up the convoy. Nico, Max gasped, recognizing those hazard stripes on a bone-white carapace shell, and more importantly, the faded and chipped smiley faces on the bottom of a foot that had just raised to stomp on a screaming Narcian soldier. Chapter 131, Reunited. I should have been a farmer. Hunting Narcians is a lot like harvesting wheat, isn't it? Appeared on Max's heads-up display as a swipe of Nico's blade cut down three unfortunate soldiers who were standing side by side. Max used his pulse laser array to clear out a group of soldiers that was rushing at her back while Tereth's rage tore into the artillery weapons with a vengeance before responding. I don't see what the two have in common. It's good to see you again, Nico. Max sent his response to her as a text message. She would receive that as well as a voice command, he assumed. But it was harder to intercept and didn't clutter the radio waves. Her energy shield was flashing like a strobe light with all the incoming fire she was taking, but Nico didn't seem to care, and the mecha that came with her quickly moved through the Narcian position to eliminate the artillery weapons. With mecha forces on two sides, the defenders were in a hard position to begin with. But with the mecha now in their back lines and tearing apart the artillery, the battle was turning hopeless for them. Max could see the moment that the commander ordered his men to retreat, something that they rarely did, even in the face of annihilation. They must be preserving strength to defend the city. Max commented on the command channel, as the giants began an orderly retreat from the battle, leaving the less mobile elements like heavy weapons and artillery behind. While most of the mecha from the Phalanx-class mecha's convoy returned back to their stations, one remained behind. The heads and dismembered upper bodies hung from the chains around its carapace made it look terrifying, but the color scheme marked it as undeniably Tereth's rage. She lived. The doctor that they gained in the swamp cheered, and the 10-meter-tall mecha slung its sword from a hanger on its shield to give the medical professional a thumbs up. Still injured, are you? That's all right. When we get to the staging area there should be better doctors and a full augmentation suite. I saw the deployment orders. The doctor assured her, and the mecha gave him a slight bow. All units, fall in behind Carpe Noctem, Colonel Sanders announced, repeating the orders that he had just received from the general in the Phalanx-class mecha. Tereth's rage moved to walk beside Stalwart, giving Max a light shoulder bump that set the grisly trophies on her mecha swinging. Good to see you again too. Hold out for the rest of the day and they'll get you all patched up and mobile again, Max assured his friend, looking through her thoughts now that she had deliberately moved close enough for his innate talent to interact with the nanobots in her body and feed him information. As he had feared, the memories of her past life had started to take over her mind. He would have to work with that, but a lot of the problem seemed to be the fact that she couldn't move and was trapped in her mind. It had made the mecha her proxy body, and the Crusader-class mecha was only made for war. Even with two hands, it was still a prodigious war machine before it could ever be a body capable of normal interaction, especially when she couldn't speak. You didn't give the general too hard of a time, did you? Max asked her, getting back images of the various ways she had teased the forces at the swamp and pretended to be her own ghost. As funny as some of those were, we're going to have to help you behave. You can't keep acting out like that or they'll pull your position and put you behind a desk. Max laughed at the thought of Nico as a secretary. I got a new ability when I hit 200 points of total system bonus. Drone Commander. Nico sent him a text message to his wrist device so that others couldn't eavesdrop on the one-sided conversation as Max interacted with her thoughts. What is that? Max sent back in confusion. Find me some gun drones or something easy to control and I can operate them until they lose communications. Up to 2 at once, but I should get better with practice. They have a couple of simple observation drones in the storage boxes that only carry a camera, used when they want to scout ahead with some stealth. Max could already feel the eye roll Nico was going to give him for that suggestion and he hadn't even spoken yet, so he decided to hold off on the idea. The larger infantry battalions should have proper gun drones, with anti-gravity drives and laser rifles. They're similar to the drones that the Academy used to train them on the live fire courses and are pretty commonly issued to police forces as well. I will see what I can find you. Max answered, then realized that they might be handy for himself as well. The drones could be ordered to hold position around a mecha, and with his split fire and multiple targeting skills, he should be able to use them as additional weapons for his mecha. It had just never occurred to him since their usage and offensive capabilities were so limited that they served no more purpose than 2 extra infantry soldiers, which he wasn't in need of. Max was still passively listening in on Nico's thoughts when a thought that made him burst into laughter came through the link. The tiny 10 cm cubed camera drones with a Narcian combat knife strapped to the top. The energy field on the knives is enough to punch through armor, and the tiny drones are silent as they move, but the flight drive on them might not be strong enough to hold the knife that was 3 times their size. Melee drone is an amazing idea. Max laughed so hard at the ideas she was sending him on ways to use the ridiculous combination that even the infantry noticed the change in his piloting before he got himself back under control. Chapter 132, Rebuilt at What Price? With the additional numbers, nothing dared to attack their convoy before they reached the staging area, where a large crowd of mecha and an even larger group of infantry were waiting for them to arrive. The Phalanx-class mecha is a symbol of hope for the Kepler forces, and seeing Carpe Noctem, which most of the troops didn't even know was in the system, gave them real hope for winning back the planet. Such grand and noble sentiments were the furthest things from Max's mind thought, since he already knew what standing next to a Phalanx class mecha in combat was really like. He was more concerned with when the battle was going to begin and what his unit's role was going to be. General Mons, what sort of timeline are we on? Would there be time for Major Nico to be reconstructed before the battle, or should we hold off until afterward to maintain our capabilities? Max asked, hoping to get a firm answer. There are a minimum of 3 days left before the last of the units arrive. Major Nico has a self-healing related system function, so there shouldn't be a problem getting her patched up. The only question will be what they can do for her. Her body is in bad shape, so they might not be able to biological replacements. General Mons responded almost instantly. That made Max feel a bit special. The generals are busy people, so he was hoping for a response within the hour, as it is with Central Command, but General Mons answered right away. The courtesy of the rapid response wasn't for Max though, it was for the general's peace of mind. Once Major Nico was an intact and whole person again, he could order her to exit the mecha and mingle with the troops, eliminating the superstitious rumors that had been circling through his men. But even better than that, he could order her to teach more of his pilots whatever it was that she did in close combat. Even the Narcian saw fit to give her a hero's burial after seeing it in action, and General Mons needed more heroes on his side. Tereth's Rage, please report to the Augmentic Surgery Department as soon as possible. It has been determined that your healing abilities will have you ready to fight again before the main battle begins, so they're going to attach some new limbs to you. Max ordered, sensing amusement in Nico's mind. I need 10 minutes. I used the biowarfare containment locks to seal the cockpit, and they are on a timer to disable. Nico informed him by text again. I'm ordering them to give you a new voice box as well. You can't just keep hacking everyone's mecha when you need to talk to strangers. Stranger danger. Good girls aren't supposed to talk to strangers. Nico responded, and Max just stared at his wrist device in shock. How do you respond to that? Every kid learned it in the 1st grade, but that rule doesn't apply to military interactions. Max quietly adds a mental evaluation to her workup. She was a bit off even before the Narcians tortured her, but now she has zero inhibitions in her social interactions. Or maybe she's just incredibly bored and messing with him is her only available hobby. It's not like she can read a book and relax. 10 minutes later, the surgical bay was ready for her with the very latest in Kepler cyborg technology. The doctors had seen her medical data as she reported it through the pilot status reports generated by Tereth's rage, and determined that at the very least a partial conversion was going to be necessary. She didn't have enough intact and undamaged bones for standard augments, and most of the bones that were whole had healed strangely due to a lack of medical intervention before they self-healed. The specs on the experimental conversion looked highly promising to Max. They used a form of non-Newtonian alloy shell that would become harder under the force of a projectile impact, but maintain a flexible and supple state for movement, increasing armor rating as well as longevity in combat while doing a decent job of mimicking skin. They were supposed to be able to interact with the nanobots as well, but the amount of upgrade they could get wasn't the same as increasing body attributes. Instead, the system would treat them as items attached to the body, and the enhancement would depend on the system functions that the user had. For Nico, this was actually a benefit over most augments, other than biological ones which weren't done in combat due to the month-long healing and integration process, but they still wouldn't likely be able to keep up with regular pilot development. Once she was set on the table to begin the procedure, the doctor in charge looked down at her with a gentle smile. "What color were your original eyes? Or do you want something new? My wrist device is in your hand now, I'm told you can answer that way." "Thermal overlays on optical implants," was Nico's answer, and the doctor frowned. "You understand that they won't look natural, right?" he asked, and Nico nodded. The thermal overlays gave the mechanical eyes a red iris, and if you looked close you could see that they weren't biological, but had an adjustable camera lens. Nico didn't mind though, she could wear sunglasses with her uniform, and having mechanical eyes was relatively common among veterans. Plus, as a partial conversion cyborg, she was going to be clearly augmented anyhow. "Alright, let's put you under and get this started," the doctor announced, and the surgical suite went into full lockdown to maintain the sterile environment. What was supposed to be a 6-hour procedure slowly stretched to 12 and then 14 hours, and the entire Special Tactics unit was gathered in concern for their long-lost executive officer. "She will be fine, won't she?" Ari whispered, looking for reassurance. "I can read the minds of the surgical team. She will be fine," but they kept finding more and more damage that was partially healed inside her body and ended up doing a full conversion instead of a partial. Max answered while staring at the wall towards where she was laying. Nico had woken up about an hour in, but with the damage she had taken, she was no longer capable of feeling pain, so she simply waited as they worked on her. At the 15-hour mark, the doors finally opened and the exhausted third shift of conversion surgeons came out, wiping sweat off their brows and removing their gear. "It is done. We had to have the medical team make up an entirely new torso for her, as well as some additional structure, but everything tested well and responded as if it were a natural part of her body. She is sedated for the final round of unconscious functionality checks now. The neural links need to be double-checked before she tries to move on her own, or it could cause an inability to correctly utilize the cyborg body." The lead doctor sighed, looking into the room with a mixture of pride and regret. "I must warn you though, full conversions often cause a complete loss of system function. The only natural part of her body is her brain, and even that has been heavily altered to interact with the cyborg body. She might never pilot again." With that, he walked away and left the officers of the Special Tactics unit to wait impatiently for her new body to update and reboot. Chapter 133. Poke Max watched as the data tethers detached from Nico's new body and she sat up in bed. "Damn it, Nico, have you no shame?" Ari laughed as the Major stood up beside her bed to admire her new form. As it is a cyborg body and was being updated, the doctors didn't dress it at all. It wasn't really a big deal. The body didn't have any flesh, as it was covered in human-shaped armor plates, but the overall effect of the new liquid alloy made it look nearly identical to an actual body, only a little taller and in a nearly white metallic golden color. The smallest size that they had was 150 centimeters tall, a full 5 centimeters taller than her original body. The doctors would have likely given her the standard 175 centimeters androgynous form if they had known from the start that it would be a full conversion. But since they started with the smaller size, thinking they would be keeping most of the body, they had to custom make the rest as they went. "I like it. I might actually stand a chance in physical challenges against a cyborg." "Flesh," Nico whooped me too many times. Paul laughed, admiring the craftsmanship that went into the conversion. This particular line of cyborg bodies was intended to be used for stealth since the non-Newtonian highly malleable metal outer shell could be manipulated to change appearances to some degree, but they were also among the strongest and most adaptable of technology available, which is why it was selected for the first major conversion on the planet. Or, so went the official story. General Tennant had actually ordered them in no uncertain terms to give her the most realistic body that they could. I wouldn't bet on that. I'm pretty sure I'm still stronger, faster, and smarter than you are. Plus, with this new adjustability, I might even have a bigger dick. Nico teased her fellow officer in a gentle and sultry voice, nothing at all like her original. Party foul. If you're going to use that voice, you can't say things like that. Vincent interrupted her, looking over the flowing white gold outer shell of her body. Nico was currently adjusting her outer appearance to being slightly more feminine and returning a facsimile of her original face to the generic androgynous cyborg head. Then the outer shell's skin tone changed and faded to the same alabaster pale that Nico was used to. The only problem was the hair or lack thereof. The mission here didn't call for any political infiltration duties, so the cybernetic conversion team didn't have any morphable hair samples to use. The military didn't care if a trooper or a pilot was bald or not. Hair was not a combat asset. Nico unhappily ran her hand over her perfectly smooth, bald skull and then walked to the locker intended for her use in the operating room and pulled out her cover, placing the blood-red beret on her head. There, that's better, she decided, and Max pinched the bridge of his nose to prevent the incoming headache. Either change your outer shell back to a battle armor design or put some clothes on. A hat alone isn't a suitable outfit. He reprimanded her and Nico shrugged. It's just a cyborg commander. A sexy robot, and we all know that only Paul has a particular taste for them. Nico said over her shoulder as she put her uniform on, then adjusted her body shape a little to make the uniform fit better. Her height couldn't change more than a few centimeters, and she would be immediately identified as a cyborg if someone weighed her, but in her uniform, she made a very convincing mimic of a natural human. More importantly, do you still have access to your system functions? The doctors said that full conversions often lose them, and I need to know before we go into combat tomorrow. I know it isn't much time to adjust to your new body, but that's all you get. General Mons called, entering the operating room followed by a pair of senior medical officers and his co-pilot. Most of them, might rapid healing function says updating, but the rest seemed to be fully functional. Even my innate talent survived. Nico confirmed, and the general sighed. My life would be easier if we could move you to a desk position, but procedures say we still need to test your piloting standards, and if you pass I must allow you to take Tereth's Rage into combat unless you apply for an indefinite medical transfer. General Mon's revelation isn't a surprise to anyone, but the doctors do look pretty eager for her to fail so that they can have a full conversion experimental subject with all the newest technology at their disposal. Let's do the test then. As long as my system functions are active, I don't actually need a fast body to pilot, only one that is durable enough to survive the abuse I'm going to put it through. Nico confirms, since she knows the general has already seen how she was piloting Tereth's Rage before her rebuild. I was afraid you would say that. Off to the testing station we go. General Mons leads them to a smaller back room in the medical complex, where a number of physiotherapy devices have been set up along with a piloting simulator. First you need to pass the basic physical fitness exams. That should be easy enough with this body since the tests are set to the standards for line mecha pilots. Then we will test your Crusader class piloting skills in the simulator. The lead doctor that arrived with the general says, taking out a clipboard with a blank exam sheet on it. So, what do I need to do? Nico asks, looking around the room for some sort of course or another indicator that would let her know what the test is. The easiest way is to have a sparring match with another pilot. We don't have a line mecha pilot here with us, but if one of your comrades goes easy, we should be able to test your strength and response times in under a minute. The doctor informs her and Paul smiles. I volunteer. Thank you for this opportunity, Major. The captain smiles at her, not at all concerned about the capabilities of her new cyborg body. He should be. Her system's mecha modification function works perfectly well on the robotics of a cyborg body, and Max is certain that she's already started tweaking it for better performance. Plus, she's a much better fighter than he is. Who has the camera? We need to record this. For educational purposes, of course. Max asks, and the doctors both pull out high-definition digital video recorders. Go get him, Nico. Max calls to start the fight and the two pilots drop into combat stances. Paul thinks he has the advantage, so he lunges forward, only for his fist to meet the palm of a very hard metallic hand. Pulling back his hand before Nico can grab and crush it, he goes for the follow-up to the chest, but Nico has already sidestepped and treated him to a kidney punch that he never even saw coming. Paul rotates away from her punch, limiting the damage, and grabs her in a chokehold, making Nico laugh. "Did you just try to choke out a robot?" Vincent laughs as Paul realizes his mistake and backs away. Oxygen is filtered through the external shell. No breathing through the nasal passage or mouth is necessary, and there are no easily damaged mechanisms in the throat. The doctor confirms. Nico moves forward with a flurry of punches, startling Paul with her speed. She's still slower than he is, but he's a Crusader-class pilot with years of experience bolstering his system bonuses. Not many things should be as fast as him. Paul grabs her wrist and attempts to twist it over to force Nico into an arm lock. With a whine, the arm slowly rotates a quarter turn before twisting back. Then Nico flexes her bicep and tosses Paul up in the air, catching him in a princess carry. "That's all the data we needed. Now, if you can pass the piloting exam, you can be cleared for duty." The doctor calls an end to the fight before the red-faced Paul can vent his rage at the position he is in. The best he can do is glare at Nico as she sets him back on his feet. The piloting exam is passed with flying colors as expected. Nico's innate talent is technology manipulation, so she doesn't even need to rely on her physical skills to pass, but the cyborg conversion proves to be completely capable of meeting the standard for a Crusader-class pilot anyhow. With that, you are cleared to return to duty. As per Regulation CRB 007, you have the right to request a transfer to a non-combat role at any point in the future, in recognition of the sacrifice you have made for Kepler. The doctor gave her the official notice and signed off on her medical paperwork, bringing Max's unit back up to its full strength of 5 Crusaders. Chapter 134. Capture the Flag begins. Orders for the assault were sent out that evening, giving the commanders 18 hours until they were set to depart. Stalwart Special Tactics Unit wasn't part of the main assault force. They had been assigned to depart early and infiltrate a number of buildings on the edges of the Narcians' highly defended base in the downtown area. Some were to be cleared for infantry positions, some were to be collapsed to serve as cover for the advancing Mecha forces, and some were suspected to have valuable government information in them that Central Command didn't want to lose forever. Each of the locations was marked on their Mecha's internal map with a little red flag sporting a yellow smiley face. This was Nico's doing. Of course, only she would associate smiley faces with military targets, but the other squad leaders liked them since they could adjust the emoji on the flag to represent the current status of the facility. These first 4 targets won't be heavy Mecha friendly. They are all down narrow streets with poor access. A deliberate design to repel assault in the case of insurrection or military coup. The infantry element will take them out. Targets 3 and 4 can be demolished if necessary after they are searched for civilians and any valuable intelligence. Next are the Mecha targets. I have highlighted them by the squad. If you have any questions, ask them now. Max passed out the unit orders and everyone looked over the data that was available on their assigned target. "Where will Stalwart and Tereth's Rage be?" Vincent asked, not seeing the 2 commanders assigned anywhere, which is unusual for Max. "Since everyone else has a target, we are the reinforcements. Tereth's Rage will back up the Mecha elements while Stalwart will provide heavy fire support for the infantry, should things go wrong." Max informed them and the captain nodded in understanding. One Mecha isn't much backup, but since each of the other Crusaders will be deployed with a wing that is only them plus 10 Corvette-class units, it's still a significant bump in capability. The number of targets is unusual though, making the officers suspect that a lot of the infiltration units did not make it to the staging area on time. Normally, a special tactics unit would only get 2 or 3 targets at once, not 7. They will be stretched very thin, but the assigned targets are still close enough that the unit can support each other a little if one squad should fall behind schedule. I can't stress enough how important the timing is. Everything needs to happen at once or someone is going to get swarmed by Narcian defense forces. We all know how that ends, so don't do it. If the schedule is in jeopardy, call right away and I will try to get you back on track. That sets most of the unit's minds at ease, but Paul has one last question. Aren't the Narcians going to lose their shit when they see the trophies on Tereth's Rage? Nico tried to make a smile with her new face before responding, but the motion felt unnatural, so she wasn't sure that she had succeeded. Not that anyone could see her anyhow, as she was already in her cockpit. That's kind of the point, Captain. The angrier they are at me, the less they will focus on you, so you can get your jobs done in the back to the green zone, where the main force will still have reinforcements. The three captains nodded, seeing the logic in the taunting technique. That's the plan. Everyone, work out your unit's routes and relay them back to the executive officer, now that she has returned to duty. I will see you all in 16 hours. Max dismissed the officers and leaned back in his seat to look over all the best spots to set up. What he needed was a location where he could see the infantry without being clearly visible to every Narcian in the city. That was trickier than it seemed. The city was actually designed to prevent just exactly this scenario, where an attacker wanted to hide from the city's defenders and do maximum damage. The best he could do was the main road near the middle of the cluster of buildings they were assigned to deal with. If he stands behind a building, he can fire artillery shells from the battle cannon their way, and if he steps into the street, he should get a straight shot towards the majority of the Narcians who will be approaching or chasing the infantry. During the afternoon, Max arranged the exact timing with a few other commanders who had been assigned to do the same in other zones of the city core's perimeter, so that they could all act at once and spread out the reaction by the Narcians even more. The final assault was set to demolish the buildings at 5 in the morning. That way the infiltration teams, which are almost all infantry, can make it back to base by morning's light. At 3:15, the special tactics teams moved out, loaded up with more kit than they would likely ever need for a mission, but ready for almost anything that could come at them. The infantry targets were the closest, which made things convenient for Max since the mecha were faster. Today just wasn't their day though. Paul almost immediately ran into a large Narcian unit in the dark. They had been using thermal insulation, so his sensors missed them, and there were enough that his unit was pinned down. On my way, Ferris. Once I arrive I will grab their attention and you can immediately proceed with the mission. Nico announced, using the name of his old mecha, and possibly not knowing that the entire chassis had been swapped. This is Ferris. Back on schedule, Paul announced less than a minute later, and Max breathed a sigh of relief. The giants must have all chased Nico and given his unit a chance to run away and reach their target. All they had to do was demolish it so that it dropped across the road, a simple task that they could do in seconds once they arrived, but an important one for the mecha that would be coming down the road an hour behind them. Once Paul was moving again, the sound of the rail guns on Nico's gauntlet began barking constantly, shattering the quiet morning. Then the city suddenly went dead silent again, with every soldier within 10 miles of the noise waiting to see what happened next. Tereth's rage is clear. Chapter 135. Flag down. Max didn't have to wait long until the Narcians responded. His thermal and energy scanners showed over 1,000 enemy forces heading for the park where Tereth's rage was standing. Sure, she took out a small patrol that was harassing a single wing of Mecha, but wasn't that response overboard? That was when Max realized that the scouts weren't the only ones that had made a move. The Phalanx-class super heavy known as Carpe Noctem had also begun to set up for an imminent attack. It had traveled while crouched, to blend in with the Crusader-class escort, and it was at the end of the main road behind the targets that his mecha units had been sent to destroy. The Narcians must have noticed them, and now they were bearing down on the mecha at a full run. Everyone, take cover. Let the Narcians run past you, they should be heading for the Carpe Noctem. Max ordered, and the Crusaders started looking for a place to hide. As hoped, they ran right past the 3 infiltration units, but Nico wasn't as lucky. There weren't enough spots for her to hide in an open field full of corpses, and the Narcians turned to overrun her first. But General Mons had predicted this, and he was ready. Massive energy blasts from the ion bombard array on the Carpe Noctem started hitting the Narcians, killing everything within a dozen meters of the target with every shot. His other hand had been switched to a multiple target laser array, akin to Max's pulse laser array on steroids, but it didn't have the range to hit the giants from outside the city. Once it got closer though, it could target 100 moving objects per second with fairly decent accuracy. It was a point defense weapon that gave the Phalanx-class units such a renowned reputation for being able to hold an entire city on their own. Light mecha couldn't even approach it with that laser array at the ready. The Narcians might do a little better, hiding in and between buildings until they got closer and launching attacks before they were detected. But Carpe Noctem was in the open, there was no way to sneak up on it until it entered the city. Instead, they started firing all the artillery they had at the giant mecha. That revealed the secondary purpose of the lasers. They could intercept artillery shells, exploding most of them in the air before they could do any damage to the Kepler forces below. The light show was amazing. White ion blasts, purple lasers, exploding artillery shells, and then a sea of ground-level weapons fire as the Narsians abandoned the battle with Tereth's rage to deal with the real threat. They had realized the moment that Carpe Noctem started defending the Mecha that it was nothing more than bait to keep them out in the open where they could be easily killed by the ion bombard array. Max was rather impressed. All of the various scout unit commanders had sent Central Command their plans only a few hours ago, and they had predicted things well enough to bait out so many defenders and then use an unsuspecting unit to hold them in the open while they were killed. 10-minute warning. Get ready to leave, Max ordered, watching his timer. The units were all reported as ready the moment that Max called it, but someone on the far side of the city jumped the gun and blew up a number of buildings prematurely. They must have come under attack and done their best to finish the mission before escaping, but that was going to cause chaos for everyone else. All scout units, finish missions in 30 seconds. General Mons ordered over the army-wide channel, and the Special Tactics unit scrambled to get clear of the charges that they had set. Plans are just that, plans. Nobody really expected them to hold up once they were actually tried in combat, but they did make it pretty close. Under 10 minutes deviation from the schedule. Targets destroyed, but we have company. The lieutenant in charge of the 4th Infantry Squad called and Max checked his scanners. On it, he called, firing a half-dozen battle cannon rounds towards the spots his targeting skills thought that the Narsians would be by the time the shells landed. Explosions lit up the buildings and roads near the collapsed building and swearing filled the airwaves. Just keep moving, you're not dead, and the camp can patch you up as good as new. The lieutenant's voice came over the radio again, indicating that something had gone wrong. Either the unit was slower than Max predicted, or some of the Narsians made it through. Major Nico, you're our lucky charm today. I'm coming to you, Captain Catan called out. That was way off his retreat route, but he had run into more resistance than expected, including elite heavy infantry. Those ones could take a Corvette-class mecha in a one-on-one fight most of the time. His unit had a lot of kit, but not enough to deal with a squad of elite heavy infantry. They had taken out a few, but now they were at a full run, heading for the park. Tereth's rage was running towards them to intercept, and Max fired rounds at the rear edge of the Narsian force, slowing them down and giving the infantry a chance to escape. Stalwart, units 2 and 3 are coming past you with a tail if you please. Max saw them running down the main road, with the Narsians in close pursuit, so he stepped out into the road and unleashed the pulse laser array on them, letting the 2 squads escape. All over the city, similar scenes were playing out as the defenders tried to stop the Kepler forces from setting up barricades and bunkers for their advancing troops. All units are behind you now, Stalwart, Captain Catan called, having just assisted Tereth's rage in dealing with the unit that was chasing his own squad. They had been clearing a building for an infantry company to use as a bunker, so they had the advantage of a defended position to fight from when the giants first rushed out, but still ended up on the run. Stalwart Special Tactics Force, back to base. Max sighed in relief. That went better than anticipated. Chapter 136. Spectators. As the initial recon and demolitions teams were returning, the vast majority of the force was headed out into the city to take advantage of the stage that the first wave had set for them. The Narsians had underestimated the might of a Phalanx-class mecha, since they had never seen one before and the data on them is strictly confidential, even within the Kepler military, so there was nothing on the planetary servers for them to have stolen. Instead of charging the mighty war machine, they had turned their attention to the forces advancing from the rest of the city, encircling their position and trapping them in the city core. Even the mighty artillery that they had thought would take out any true threat to their security had given up on targeting the Phalanx-class mecha and had begun shelling the denser clusters of heavy mecha. General Mons wouldn't stand for that though, and the ion bombard array had been pounding away at the artillery positions for the past few minutes, reducing most of them to rubble and forcing the others into hiding to prevent annihilation. Everyone to the bunkers. They have prepared a large enough position for us to relax inside with our transports and mecha. Max ordered the unit, leading them to an underground parkade for large transports that had been reinforced to withstand artillery bombardment. It was a tight fit vertically for the Crusaders, and those who had taller weapons on their carapace armor had to crouch a little to avoid hitting the roof, but it was secure and well provisioned. They even had a fully staffed kitchen set up for the Special Tactics Group and the one other mecha company that had been assigned to this shelter. Since they reused existing parkades, for the most part, each one only held 1 or 2 units. This strategy had the side effect of spreading them out all over the quadrant of town closest to the staging area, but it also served to secure a large area against attack. The building that Max and his unit were assigned to was right on the edge of town, where the transports from the mine were unloaded to a complex conveyor system that fed a number of industrial facilities within the city. Have those conveyor tunnels been fully blocked off? Max asked, looking at the layout of the bunker. There are 4 rows of blast doors currently closed and sealed. 1 at the secondary junction, 1 at the first junction, and then a double set here at the warehouse. Since there is hope to reclaim the city, they didn't want to destroy critical underground infrastructure. The traffic controller that had led them to their parking area confirmed Max's suspicions. You heard the man. We will be setting a double guard patrol of the infantry. I want guards on the conveyors and the doors, with movement sensors and thermal imaging to be placed further down the line, and in 2 rows at the entrance. Both around the perimeter of the building and a block away. I don't want anything sneaking up on us while we are resting. Max ordered. The staff at the bunker thought he was a bit paranoid, but that wasn't uncommon for elite units. They themselves had a constant patrol around the building, and the Kepler military occupied this entire quadrant of the city. They weren't going to stop him though. Having a special tactics unit looking out for them made them feel more secure as well. One by one, everyone who wasn't assigned to this shift on duty filed out of their transports and Mecha to go see what the military had come up with as a buffet for them. A meal that didn't use up their own supplies was always welcome, and some of the field kitchens served very good food. At least compared to the shelf-stable rations. Nico, that means you too. Come out and be social, it's good for your mental health. Max insisted, watching Tereth's rage to see if he was going to have to force her to come out. She did come out without complaint, but he could see the annoyance on her face as she stood on the carapace armor. It didn't seem to be for him though, but for her situation. She wasn't fully used to her cyborg conversion yet, and it didn't have the same physical capability that her old body did. It was likely to be much more durable though, and Nico was willing to test the reality against the design specs. The winch that most pilots use to lower themselves is only rated for 200 kilos. Nico's new body weighed nearly twice that. She would have to replace the winch eventually, for convenience's sake, but for now, she ordered Tereth's rage to raise a gauntlet for her to stand on and then lower her towards the ground. Once it got near waist height, she simply jumped down with a resounding bang, only slightly muffled by the rubber sole of her boots. Hopefully I can get back up there, Nico grumbled as she came to stand by Max, bumping her shoulder into him in greeting. We will find a way. There's a material processor here, the same as in the landers, so we can upgrade the winch on Tereth's rage if you want. Max offered. Yeah, that's likely a good idea. I'll see if I can still climb up though. The cybernetics are very strong, but throwing a chunk of alloy that high through the air isn't an easy feat. Nico gave Max a wry chuckle and followed him to the line for the buffet. Wait, do you still need to eat? Or I should say, can you? I don't know much about full conversions, they didn't have them on my side of town growing up. Max asked, curious about her new status. You know the supplementary nutrition liquid pouches. I need about 1 of those a month for actual nutrition. However, my system functions are still altering this body. The material that it's made of is really compatible with the nanobots, and they seem to be having a lot of fun with it. My first physical upgrade cut down on my need to eat or sleep, replacing a lot of it with photosynthesis, and I can feel the incoming energy flow already as the system tries to adapt to the new body. Because they did the limbs first, then realized they needed to do the rest, I managed to transfer almost all of the nanobots to the new body as the doctors worked. It wasn't like when they do a straight brain transfer from an old body to a new cyborg shell. I didn't lose many functions at all, and the system didn't need to put too much into rebuilding itself. Nico's explanation gave Max a lot to think about, but it would give the doctors even more of a revelation. There was a chance that they had been doing conversions all wrong from a system standpoint. Done this way, it was quite possible for a full conversion to keep a good part of their system intact. What are our orders anyhow? Nico asked while Max was pondering her last answer. Stand by. We aren't part of the main assault plan. All the recon elements will be waiting until the city is taken or the advance grinds to a halt. Max sighed. Chapter 137. Making themselves useful. Max led Nico through the buffet line, grabbing himself dinner while Nico chatted happily with the soldiers around her. Everyone had a bit to say, a welcome home sort of greeting after she was away so long. The fact that she still looked a lot like herself was a relief to the unit. Getting used to the generic faces of a full conversion always took time. There were only 3 designs for the standard body full conversion cyborgs, and they were all androgynous. It was an open secret that the faces creeped most of the population out, being close enough to almost pass as human but clearly not. The warm welcome was also setting Nico's mind at ease. Alone in combat, she felt too much like an outsider, with her memories of a past life driving her in a direction that wasn't quite compatible with Kepler's military doctrine. But here in the bunker, she felt more at home, like part of the unit again. Well, she felt at home except for the fact that she didn't have a weapon. Her sidearm and combat knife were both lost in the jungle, and she hadn't had a chance to replace them yet. All of the infantry carried a knife with them at all times, since they were useful for so many things, including opening ration packs that never tore open along the line as the directions insisted they should. If you cut the top open just right, you could use the resealable bag for many other purposes. Holding valuables, spare drinks, and snacks, the possibilities were nearly endless but relied on the perfect opening that didn't damage the seal. Once they were seated, the wave of well-wishers dispersed, heading to their own meal while the 2 command officers sat and talked about all the things that they had missed while separated. You said you got a system function called Drone Commander, right? Could you use that to scout potential artillery locations for General Mons? From what I've heard, he has amazing multiple targeting skills, even better than mine, but he lacks the ability to target things his sensors can't pick up. Out of his line of sight, in stealth, and so on. If you could send out a couple of drones to look for high-priority targets, his ion bombard array could eliminate them in seconds once they were in the open, or inside an unarmored building. Max suggested, winking at Nico, who felt the sudden urge to tease her commander and best friend. There's an all-female penal colony regiment on the other side of town. I could scout out some beauties on the way. You know, just in case. Nico joked, recalling how flustered Max got with the debutantes during the unit recruitment. Those ones might be safer than the last batch of convicts that we got, but the unit would get jealous if I kept them all for myself. We have a few stealth camera drones in storage for the infantry scouts. How good is your range on that skill? Max deflected the teasing to focus on work. From here, I could hit about 500 kilometers with the help of my mecha. It's all based on communications range though, so in a better environment, I could hack the satellites to send drones globally. At least in theory, Nico explained. That would make for a very valuable addition when the unit was on the move and an added convenience for recording the training between members of the unit. Drones got a much better angle on units. Attempting to hide than troops watching at ground level did. I'll have someone send them to you in a bit. Max decided, then flicked Nico's hand away from his fries. And why are you stealing my food when you don't need to eat? Nico shrugged and grinned at him. They're really good. I still have taste buds, even if I can't digest them. I could always just lick them and put them back. An involuntary shudder ran up Max's spine at that idea. But then again, cyborgs don't have saliva or mouth germs, do they? No, it's still a disgusting thought. Fine, just don't eat them all. Max couldn't help but smile. He hadn't realized how tense he was until he finally got a chance to sit down and relax. She might technically be his subordinate, but it was like he had known Nico his whole life. His first memories were hers. They did all their training together, got into trouble together, and went to battle together. Nico was an inseparable part of him, and Max now realized there was an empty void in him when she wasn't around. The question was how to stop her from doing suicidal things like taking rear guard alone again. For a while, they caught up on the adventures of the unit, and Max told her all about the students of the local academy and their struggles. His training regimen made good sense to her, given the limited time that they were able to actually practice, and Nico could sense his unease at their fate. Because of that, she ended up having the drones sent over right away. Once they were powered on and hovering, she sent them to the door and waited for the next opening to have them fly out into the city. Don't worry too much about the academy cadets. They're hard workers and smarter than most officers would give them credit for. I'm sure they're doing a pretty good job of hiding themselves in a secure position. Nico assured Max as she watched the 2 streams from the drones in the back of her mind. Oh, not even a minute out and I found something good. Nico cheered, stealing another fry. I don't suppose you have a way to show me, do you? Max asked, wondering what he was missing. A video stream notification appeared on his wrist device and Max pulled up the hologram, only to find 4 soldiers involved in a rather interesting form of sensual acrobatics in the rafters of a mostly destroyed building. For Feth's sake, Nico, leave the poor horned dogs alone. How are the cadets doing? Max laughed, drawing the attention of all the soldiers nearby to the projection from his wrist device. No, wait, send the camera back. I still haven't worked out the mechanics of that position. Captain Catan joked as the drone flew away, headed for the spot where the academy cadets should be. Even flying through the streets and dodging buildings, the drones were incredibly nimble, and it only took a few minutes until they were in the right area. Nico sent one drone up into the clouds where it wouldn't be noticed and then moved the other into the building where the academy cadets were stationed. It was a former shopping mall, and still in reasonably good shape, despite some battle damage to the outside. The cadets, line Mecha, were set up in prone positions on the roof, almost 2 kilometers back of the front lines, assigned to make sure nothing slipped through and made it back to threaten the reserves. It was a much better assignment than Max had thought they would get, but not without hazards. Even through the drone feed, Max could see fresh battle damage on some of the units, so they hadn't had it too easy, but they were at least still alive. 1 second, I found a thing and I want to check it out, Nico muttered, and the drone flew away. Moments later it was focused on a team of Narcians setting up a battery of mortar tubes. They were most likely going to target the front line and then retreat before the artillery could come raining down on them. Firing orders have been sent, Nico whispered, and 3 seconds later the scene in the drone view turned into a ball of fire. That's better. You keep scouting around the front lines, and the unit can scout the industrial area around us. After seeing the Narcians just come out of nowhere with artillery, the camp is going to need more scouts than they have assigned. Max congratulated Nico on her good work. Even with scouts out though, this was the closest thing he had felt to relaxed since they landed on the planet. Once he could inform the other units of the danger, they would also send more men to scout, and hopefully, the whole quadrant would come under surveillance by the end of the day. Chapter 138, Rehumanize. Of course, they weren't the only ones with drones out. All the infantry assets carried them and used them heavily to avoid being ambushed by the physically superior and more heavily armored Narcian forces. All over the city, small camera drones floated, reporting targets, searching for traps, and keeping the troops safe. The Kepler lines were slowly pushing forward, and it seemed at first that the Narcians had nothing that could stop them. But the giants were only waiting for the perfect moment to push back. Just after dawn on the 3rd day of the assault, the counterattack began at the moment the sun rose high enough that the more advanced sensors of the Kepler army lost some of their advantage against the eyes of the Narcian soldiers. At this point, the Kepler Mecha were well beyond the first line of defense created by Max and the other scouts. They had pushed deep into the city core, creating only makeshift barricades in preparation to move forward again in the morning. The sounds of battle were fierce, and the whole city seemed to be shaking from the intensity of the explosions and the number of heavy mecha all moving at once. The reinforcements had all been called forward, leaving only the scouts in the camp to protect the logistics staff. Once the shaking outside stopped, the area seemed unnaturally empty to Max, even after so long in the isolated mine site. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Max asked Nico, who had sat down beside him with a book. White phosphorus bombs via drones to shroud the city center and burn the Narcians out? Nico asked, using that unnervingly innocent voice program in her new voice box. I was going to say bring the support staff indoors because we are definitely about to be attacked. Max corrected her. We can do that too. Nico agreed, nodding her head, but the expression on her face never changed. All stalwart units not on patrol, report to your battle stations. Narcian attacks are expected to be incoming immediately. Plan to proceed into the city, protect all support assets, and move them to shelter. The announcement came from every Mecha's speakers in Nico's voice. The fact it came from everywhere meant it only needed to be a little louder than the talking volume to get everyone's attention, a small blessing for those with sensitive ears inside the warehouse. Max hurried to send the same message to all the other scout unit commanders, and the camp erupted in a flurry of activity again, and not a moment too soon. The outdoor facilities were quickly being packed, and the support assets with the least to organize had only just begun to move into the nearest bunkers when the drones that were patrolling the camp picked up the first signs of movement. Being at the very edge of town, it was still well away from where Max's unit was, so they circled the bunker and waited for more information. Fortunately, the only unit with his location as their closest bunker was a single infantry. Mechanics Corps unit, which was more than happy to ditch what didn't run and drive the rest to safety, leaving the area clear of forces that could be ambushed by the Narsians if they had managed to sneak past the edge of the city and into the Kepler back lines. With them inside, there weren't any friendly targets in the immediate vicinity to worry about, making every heat and energy signature a possible hostile unless it came from one of the other defensive positions on patrol. Contact from the forest, coming inward at 30 kilometers per hour. Vincent reported being the closest crusader to the target. Confirm identity before firing. I don't want to hit a friendly with damaged comms. Max ordered before shifting a squad of infantry over for support. Confirmed. Narsian scout unit, moving to engage. Vincent confirmed. Negative, stay where you are. Narsian communications indicate that there are stealth units approaching from the woods. Nico stopped him suddenly. Tereth's rage, follow me and we will support the forest line. All other units maintain your positions. I don't want anything slipping by us. Max ordered as he climbed the ruins of a building to gain the advantage of high ground. That wasn't an easy thing to do in a 10-meter tall mecha. Standard building materials weren't designed for that sort of concentrated weight, even with the anti-gravity systems of Stalwart working overtime to help offset the bulk of the mecha. Without them, the Kepler army would simply sink in the mud on every planet they visited, but the systems still had their limitations, and a Crusader-class mecha still put a significant amount of weight on the ground, and far more lateral force when it wanted to move. Tereth's rage had moved out in front of the defensive line, being heavily biased to close combat with only 3 rail guns as ranged weaponry at the moment. Her presence was taken as a slap in the face by the Narsians. The hull of her mecha was already decorated with the corpses of Narsian officers and a few of their finest weapons, and the hateful mecha had come out to challenge them the moment they were detected. The giant's first instinct was to charge, but that was clearly what the bone and bronze mecha with the gruesome ornaments wanted. The pause in their movements as they fought with their instincts cost them dearly. Every ranged mecha in the special tactics unit, as well as the 3 heavy weapons emplacements that the infantry had set up in range, began to rain fire down on them in the surrounding area. That was Max's idea. If they couldn't detect the stealth troops in the woods, they would simply remove the woods from their weapons range. With a kilometer of clearing before the city, it would be much easier to deal with anything trying to sneak into their territory. Somewhere in Max's newly returned memories, he recalled doing this before. Clearing firing lines, they had called it then, and the practice was considered an essential function in defending a fortress in an era that was now long past due to the invention of advanced sensor systems and powerful weapons that didn't see foliage as an impediment. One after another, groups of Narsian stealth units popped up on his sensors as their cloaking covers were damaged, and the giants did their best to flee, hoping to get away and try again at a point that might have less capable defenders. Area secure, sir. No Narsian signatures and no indication of enemy advance over the communication systems. Nico reported, standing down and backing up to rejoin the line of mecha at the edge of the city. We don't know how much they have left for us, but the battle for the city center has turned up the intensity. Everyone hold their positions until further notice. Max ordered, breathing a sigh of relief. Stalwart Special Tactics Unit waited 2 whole hours before the all-clear was sounded. The might of Carpe Noctem added to the Kepler heavy mecha had overrun the Narsian base in the center of the city. The entire city was now theirs, and all remaining signs of the giants showed them in full retreat. What the mecha on the ground couldn't know was that this scene was replaying on battlefields all over the planet. 4 Phalanx-class mecha had been dropped to retake the most troublesome areas, and now the few Narsian forces that survived were headed into hiding. Mecha Squad C and Infantry Squad 4, sorry about your luck, but it's your turn on patrol. Everyone else, head back to the bunker and take your break. Alpha Squad and Infantry Squad 1, you are up for patrol duty in 2 hours. Max informed the unit before retiring to his bunk to get some much-needed sleep. 2 hours into his afternoon nap, the most wonderful of news came over the radio. 10 more ships of the fleet had arrived, and the initial landing forces were being relieved. The fresh units would scour the planet for survivors and begin the work of establishing a new colony based on their findings. The planet was officially considered back in human hands. It wasn't as simple as it sounded. They would likely be clearing out Narsian hiding spots for years, but in the estimation of Central Command, there was little chance of the planet being threatened again. Humanity had won. Chapter 139. Adjusting with the Battle 1 and the remaining Narsian troops on the run and being hunted by the main forces of the Kepler army, the entire Stalwart Special Tactics Unit had the next few days off. They still set a patrol around the warehouse and kept watch on the sensor feeds because nobody wants to lose friends to a desperate retaliation days before you go home, but for the entire first day, there was nothing to be seen. They were getting constant updates, though. This continent had been well managed from the start, and the main enclaves of Narcian firepower had been taken down with relative ease, but on the other continents, the fleet had resorted to more extreme measures. On 2 continents, they had employed orbital strikes by the dozen to eliminate Narcian-controlled cities and then swept through with Mecha to eliminate the stragglers. The true horror came on the final continent, where species-specific bioweapons were tested and destroyed the entire Narcian population in a matter of hours. The test was viewed as a success, and the chemical would be added to the Kepler arsenal for the next time they saw the giants attack. Of course, nobody really knew where their homeworld was, or if they even still had one, but they had appeared in Kepler and the surrounding nations before, so the threat was still considered uncontained. This was especially true after the second wave of arrivals. A second wave of Narcian attackers was a phenomenon that hadn't been seen before. With a persistent lack of linguists due to the rarity of Narcian attacks in their territory, the Kepler fleet was short on answers as to how and why it had happened to them. With a stack of reports in her hands, Nico made her way over to where Max was sitting, double-checking the inventory reports while watching the sensor feeds. "Hey Major, the final set of mission reports is finished, as well as the planet-to-ship transfer requests. You're a lifesaver, Nico. I'm about done with my work here as well, you want to go relax?" Max asked. "Sure. What did we usually do to relax?" Nico asked, clearly confused. That brought Max's brain to a standstill. What did they do to relax? All that they had ever done was to train, fight and train some more. Ever since they had met, there was always something that needed to be done and there was never actually time to relax. Once they were back aboard the ship they were scheduled to begin a 3-month leisure deployment. They would be taken to a safe planet space station, and the ship would remain there for 3 months while the mecha, equipment, and the ship itself were in for a full refurbishment and overhaul. Only after that would new orders for reinforcements be finalized. In short, they really didn't have anything to do now that the reports were done. "You know, I don't know the answer to that. We never really took a break, did we? How is your adjustment to the new body coming along? We could lay on the roof and watch the artillery in the distance while your calibrations finish," Max suggested. Hearing the two of them contemplate what the word relaxation meant, Ari could only sigh. She looked up from her romance novel and put down the chocolate cookies that Alpha Squad had pilfered from one of the buildings they had passed by. "You two are really hopeless, you know that, right? I'm even willing to wager that one of you two was thinking of a virtual reality combat simulator as a relaxing pastime." The captain joked, but both of the commanding officers looked a bit guilty. "You were, weren't you? Let me guess, a martial arts combat simulator so that you could train side by side." Nico just shrugged, not denying it. "We could move the setting to somewhere nice, like a waterfall in the tropics or something," Nico suggested. "That doesn't sound bad. Set it on minimum difficulty, so we can talk while we train," Max agreed, making Ari sigh in frustration. "There's a hotel nearby that hasn't been completely destroyed. It's in our zone, so there's nobody there. Why don't you two get a room, lay down, and watch a movie or something? Just take your mind off everything and actually relax." "Good idea. I have the perfect movie in mind," Nico agreed, smoothly standing and reaching out a hand for Max. Max had no idea what Nico had in mind for a movie, and he didn't want to spoil the surprise by reading her mind, so he just followed along, calling out to Ari as they left. "If anything happens, call for us. I'll have my wrist device on, but set to urgent alerts only." The so-called hotel was actually a former truck stop that happened to have a motel for the raw materials transport drivers, and it was right next door to the warehouse that they were in. The convenience store had been mostly picked clean, but Max found a couple of bags of gummy snacks and some warm soda in the stock room after Nico broke the lock for him. "All right, we have the snacks, we have the couch, what do you have in mind for a movie?" Max asked, curious as to what Nico's taste in movies was like. He had a sneaking suspicion that she preferred horror movies and action flicks, but for relaxation, he was pretty sure she wouldn't pick either of them. "Only one of the greatest classics of all time, Catgirl Rangers," Nico joked. The series was a cult classic, a children's cartoon series about feline mutated demihumans who looked after a forest. Having seen Nico's memories before, he was 100% sure that this was not on her list of favorite films. Nico laughed at the dismayed look on Max's face and carefully settled down on the couch, which was marked as safe for cyborgs by a faded sign on the hotel room wall. Fine, I picked the Slumdog crew. She finally gave in and held up a data storage chip for Max to insert into the holographic projector in the room. It was a romantic comedy about a bunch of hapless but kind criminals from the downside of a mega city and how they accidentally ended up living a normal working-class life together. Now that's what he needed, stupid mindless comedy. Chapter 140. New equipment. Max didn't notice when he dozed off. Somewhere in the middle of the second movie, he only knew that he woke up in the firm bed that the motel offered with his head resting on something that was somehow both comfortably firm and incredibly solid. That something was Nico's chest. He could see that she fell asleep reading a book, it was still in her hand, and he was draped across her chest. Hopefully, he didn't drool in his sleep, that would be too embarrassing. Good morning. How was the sleep? I've been working with the system to adjust the outer shell settings to a more natural feel. Nico greeted him, still not opening her eyes. The texture is perfect, but your torso is still a little solid. Max joked, before sitting up and realizing he was in his underwear. Noted. Let's get dressed and head back to the unit. We've still got time, there haven't been any updates, but someone has to keep them in order. With that, Nico also sat up, the sturdy bed dipping with her weight as she put her uniform back on. Hey, Max, what makes a person a person? She asked, staring out the window with her shirt in her hands. Their mind, I think. Do you recall the lessons on morality in the academy? I think that's the difference between people and not. The ability to reason, Max answered, wondering where she was going with this. Nico nodded, thinking about his answer. You see, I no longer breathe, I don't have a heart to beat, and I don't really eat. But I still feel like me. My system still works. Even my rapid healing system function finished adapting last night after you fell asleep. Max wrapped his arms around her from behind, giving her a solid hug. You're still you, no matter what. Even in a different body, just like the last time, you're still you. Thanks, Max. This time, Nico's smile was real and genuine, unlike the forced facial expressions she was practicing while they watched the movies. Nico just rested there in Max's arms for a few minutes before finishing getting dressed and laughing at a stray thought that passed through her mind. You know, my mother used to say I loved Mecha so much I was going to turn into one. If only she knew how right she was. We should send messages home once we're back on the ship. I'll send mine via your parents. Dave would freak out if he got an official fleet message, it might give him a heart attack. Not to mention the months of paranoia about the government watching him. On their way back, they stopped at the truck stop storage room and loaded a tarp full of goodies, and bundled them like a sack. Soda, cookies, chips, all of the customarily unhealthy snacks that had remained the staples of road trips for centuries. The bag made it slow going back to the bunker, but contrary to Max's fears, everything was running smoothly when they finally reached the rest of the unit. We found dietary supplements, Max called, and a handful of soldiers came running over to relieve them of their burden. Have I ever told you how much I love you, Commander? One of the men asked, opening a bag of cheesy puffs. I am a career officer corporal, it would never work out. Max replied in all seriousness, making the other soldiers smirk at their unfortunate comrade. While Max went to make sure he hadn't missed any messages, Nico disappeared into the corner of the warehouse where the scrap and damaged mecha parts were stored for recycling. There were all sorts of goodies hidden there, and her system was begging her for materials to complete the modifications that it deemed to be essential to her optimal performance. Need any help, Major? A corporal from the 3rd platoon of the infantry company asked as she started digging through electronics. Nico only raised an eyebrow at him. Not many soldiers would even understand what she was looking for. I am a huge tech nerd. I've heard you modified all the mecha in the unit, but if you need an assistant, I'm happy to help. He explained. Good enough. I've sent you a parts list. That's what I need, Nico explained. There were various units of light alloys, capacitors, energy relays, and plasma conduits on the list, and his first thought was that she was making a new weapon for the infantry. But there were a lot of metals listed and not a lot of electronics, so maybe it was for the mecha and needed to be maneuverable. Corporal Walker, do you understand the principles of stabilized energy barriers? Nico asked, hoping to pass the time with a similar mind. Ion barriers like the one on Stalwart, yes. I've been researching them, but these parts don't all seem to be for that. You're right, only some of them are. I am going to make a stabilized energy blade as well. Nico informed him. Corporal Walker has read about them, but they were theoretical. Nobody had made one work for more than a few seconds without overheating as far as he knew. But where will you find the focusing crystals? He finally decided to ask as they dug parts out of the pile. There are the remains of a Crusader-class laser cannon right here. I already grabbed them. Nico smiled, giving the corporal the creeps. Her smile was just too unnatural for his mind to accept it, like a predator wearing human skin. The corporal just assumed that was normal for cyborgs, and Nico didn't realize there was a difference between this smile and the genuinely happy one she gave Max. With everything assembled, the two tech aficionados sat down in a relatively clean room to begin their work. There were 3 items to be created: the energy blade, a combat shield with an integrated energy barrier, and a mystery third item Nico had collected a lot of rare ultralight alloys for. Corporal Walker didn't know, but Max, who had been searching her thoughts to see what she was up to, did. Her system demanded those particular materials for an upgrade to her skeletal structure and internal systems. The upgrades sounded pretty sketchy, but he had never known the system to harm the user. According to what the system told her, it should cut her total weight by half and increase skeletal and hydraulic strength, while allowing for better integration of the nanobots. It wasn't quite living metal, but it sounded very close to it in Max's mind. Nico was doing the upgrade stealthily, sitting on the pile of materials while the nanobots broke it down and rebuilt her body on the molecular level, discarding the unneeded material into the scrap pile. While the system worked, so did the 2 soldiers. The first item was a new design of the classic combat shield. Tereth's Rage has an integrated energy shield, but Bulwark, piloted by Captain Ari, does not. This might not be as powerful, but it will take a lot of punishment. So, which unit will get to try the energy blade? One of the corvettes, the corporal asked as he sorted the necessary parts. This prototype won't have enough energy output for that. At best will be personal weapons if it works. The unit wouldn't hold up for mecha use with the parts we have available. Nico told him sadly. She really did want to give Tereth's Rage an energy blade, but it just wasn't feasible. But for herself, using the cold fusion power cell of her new body, the blade would be sufficient for most purposes. Chapter 141. Goodbye and good riddance. While Nico and Corporal Walker were deep in discussions about the fine-tuning of the energy blade, the officers of Central Command were deep in discussion about how to avert a political disaster. Somehow word had gotten out to the anti-monarchist faction that the first wave of troops to land had taken heavy casualties against the Narsians. And they were going all out to paint the royal family as callous warmongers who were too detached from the consequences of their actions. For this reason, the nobles who ran the bureaucracy insisted that they should be removed and the more caring and connected politicians should take over. It was an easy sell to the civilians who had never seen war and those who lost loved ones. The ones who would never understand that every battle in the last 10 years was a defensive one, protecting their allied planets. So Central Command needed to do something in coordination with Army intelligence to salvage the situation. They were already hunting down the informants, but the easiest answer was an intensive propaganda campaign. The recruitment from Kepler 111 would be folded into other units as an auxiliary reinforcement, with the survivors' registration numbers altered to hide the total numbers. Nobody would ever be able to prove how many were lost, and they could paint the entire mission as heroic work to save civilians from hostile aliens. The more truth there is in a propaganda campaign, the more effective the lies you folded in will be after all. To the Allied worlds, the initial force won't have taken heavy casualties, they will have joined the following waves as experienced local guides and bonded with their new units. Since the following waves of arrivals were much larger, the numbers will easily vanish in the fog of missing in action soldiers that are expected after any large battle. By the time the casualty lists are finalized, the uproar will have died down and the propaganda department will be launching its own offensive, accusing those spreading negative reports of being traitors to humanity. Is not the first time they have done something similar, and the ones making the most noise against the Emperor will quietly disappear over the next few years. For this to work, we need a public face. Someone from the first wave that we can show in the thick of battle. It needs to be a unit that didn't lose many officers, so we can make a big deal of promoting them. Emperor knows we have enough vacancies. One of the generals suggests, checking his reports. What about these ones? There's lots of good footage of them in combat. They still have all 6 of their officers, 2 majors, and 4 captains, plus the bronze and white is pretty photogenic. Another general suggests, bringing up a short video of the Narsians charging at Tereth's rage, which appears to be taunting them with its sword while the artillery fire of the Carpe Noctem rains down around it. The two majors are my protégés, so I would ask that they be kept together. General Tennant informs the group, looking over the footage that they have. It looks like the tech department has already claimed them for a special project. I'll send the group the data logs. From what I can see here, the two majors both managed to meet or exceed the maximum design parameters of the Crusader-class mecha chassis. They must be absolute monsters in the cockpit if they are faster than the machine can keep up with. No wonder you wanted them for yourself, Tennant. General Mons laughs, connected to the group chat via the holographic link from the Carpe Noctem. The generals looked over the data set that Tech had provided along with their request for transfer and found that one of the two routinely pushed the movement of the mecha well beyond design parameters, while the other had an astounding rate of fire with precise targeting adjustments between every shot. It was the precision that had caught the Tech department's eye initially. It suggested to them that he had a system skill that was well suited to their newest project. The incredible rate of fire was simply a bonus they would have to examine later. That works in our favor then. We won't even need to make up a reward for them. Tech will do it for us and the messaging group can spin it however they like. Why don't we send the others to you, General Mons? They can take a promotion and become company commanders to replace the ones you lost, and we will fold a chunk of the recruits from Kepler 111 into your regiment to make up the numbers. The head of the committee announces. He might have phrased it as a question, but he had already made the decision. The Special Tactics Unit will be broken up, with the infantry forming a new Special Forces unit, and a round of promotions will be announced in a few weeks, once they are safely away from the battlefield. The orders that make it to the unit are simple ones. Stalwart Special Tactics Unit will join Noctem Regiment aboard Abraham Kepler, headed to the orbital base in orbit of Camor for designated relaxation time before redeployment. Good news everyone, orders are in and we are boarding a lander in the first group to head up. Abraham Kepler will be taking us to Camor, a heavily populated planetary system with 2 designated vacation worlds plus the industrial hub world. Max informed the unit, turning the quiet discipline into raucous cheering and dancing. A system with vacation planets was the very best of options. The vacation designation meant that they had been terraformed after the expansion of the main planet's population, and hadn't had their natural beauty exploited for resources. They were paradise worlds, intended for nothing but pure enjoyment. They didn't even have to go looking for a working lander, one was being sent for them that same evening to leave in the morning. That cut their time on the planet almost a day shorter than they had anticipated, and for Max, it couldn't be soon enough. Chapter 142. Onwards to vacation. Before first light the following day, the lander had arrived to take Max's unit back to Abraham Kepler, and their designated berths there. The other units in their warehouse had arrived somewhat later and would be leaving later, so it was a quick and teasing goodbye, as the Special Tactics Unit wished the Mecha and techs that remained behind the best of luck with the cleanup. They were all too excited to speak much on the flight up to the ship, but when they were landed in the hangar and ready to disembark for examination, Nico's smile kept getting more and more genuine. Excited to be home and off the battlefield? Max asked her quietly. Yes, but that's not the best part. I'm totally going to fail the scan. Nico chuckled. Of course, she would. She left as a fully organic human and returned as a full conversion cyborg. The ship's data logs were going to freak out and trigger the infiltration protocols. It happened a lot to pilots who had undergone emergency battlefield augmentation and occasionally to those who had undergone a system upgrade that changed their body by a significant amount during the mission. Max had forgotten because their previous missions didn't have any such fancy medical technology with them, and nobody had undergone one of the rare system upgrades that would trigger the scanners. Stalwart Special Tactics Unit, fall in, Max yelled, getting his unit into formation within seconds. The staff of the Abraham Kepler looked impressed at their discipline, but all eyes in the unit were on Nico, who had taken her place as executive officer at the front of the formation. That meant that she would be the first one scanned, and everyone would get to watch the show. Max decided to prolong the process just a little, and took his place at the lead, stepping between the man with the scanner and Nico, so he could be processed first. Generally, as the unit commander, he didn't need to undergo the screening with the unit. He could do it later at the medical bay, but a little suspense would make it all the more entertaining, and assure the tech that their device was not in fact malfunctioning. The wand beeped happily and the tech saluted Max. All clear, sir. You are in perfect health, no diseases or harmful microbes detected. Thank you. Corporal. Max smiled, stepping aside to watch the man scan Nico. The first part of the scan was across the head to check for altered brain chemistry, which would indicate brainwashing, drug impairment, or one of the mind-altering life forms that some other nations used. The man waved the wand and nothing happened. A full conversion cyborg's brain is in an armored capsule in its torso, not its head. After only a few incidents with snipers, the designs for full conversions were changed centuries ago. Thinking is overrated. Why not try the rest of the scan? Nico asked the momentarily confused tech. Yes, of course, Major. He answered, then paused and waved the wand in front of her chest. The happy beep was back and the man sighed in relief. I should have guessed right away. He muttered, and then the happy beep became an angry beeping, indicating that the person he scanned did not match the data on file for that registration number. An entire platoon of ship's security immediately rushed over, guns drawn and aimed at Nico, who was doing her best not to laugh in the very serious situation. Ma'am, we will have to ask you to come with us. Do you have any weapons, drugs, or body armor on your person? No, Lieutenant, I am clear, Nico answered, and the tech brought out his metal detector, which predictably went insane the moment he turned it on. Damn it, sorry guys, she's an unregistered cyborg, the tech said sheepishly, while the entire special tactics unit had restrained tears in their eyes. It was like watching a bad comedy skit. They fell for every single mistake they could have made. But having gotten so used to things going right, the security force was still following the procedures manual and was patting her down to check for weapons and armor. Cyborgs often had hidden storage areas for weapons, so patting them down was useless, and they were armor. They didn't need to wear any additional armor unless they were blending in with a unit, or were only partial conversions. We will have to escort this person away, for the ship's security protocols. Please continue your scans, the lieutenant informed the tech with a sigh. He could clearly see he was being laughed at, since the entire unit already knew that she was going to fail the scan, they just didn't bother to inform the ship. Alright, the show is over. Everyone behave for the tech and let's get this done with. Max called, silencing his troops in an instant. 4 more of the infantry failed for infectious disease scans, which meant that everyone was off to the decontamination unit for a shower. They were given an antibiotic pill that would take care of all possible internal ailments, as well as a sanitizing shower, and then everyone was released to pick up their uniforms from the cleaning machines. The rest of their gear would also have to be sanitized before it could be returned, but that was an expected part of every return, so nothing that could be damaged by the process was left in their bags. The moment Max entered his bunk to change into something more casual, a notification beeped on his wrist device, informing him that his official status had been changed from actively deployed to in transit for vacation, with a date of return exactly 3 months away. He now officially had nothing to do but relax. At the moment, he wasn't even officially responsible for the oversight of his unit anymore, since they too were off duty. Though they would all still face reprimand if someone misbehaved while aboard the ship. It was 2 more hours before Nico returned, and Max noticed that she now had hair on her previously shiny head. Leveraged the medical department or bought it from the stores in exchange for credits? Max asked, checking out her new style, which was much longer than her old pixie cut, but just as jet black. A gift from General Tennant. They had it waiting for me when I came into the med bay for my examinations and registration. Nico explained, running her fingers through the long locks of silky hair. It was a strange experience for her. She had always kept her hair short and neatly trimmed, but the general's instructions said to leave this hair at its current length as long as possible, and that it might be necessary for her upcoming duties. His message didn't explain what they would be doing after vacation, but it must involve some level of human interaction, which meant she likely also wouldn't be allowed to kill anyone, no matter how much they deserved it. A shame really. The battlefield made things so much easier. Max had no idea what was going through Nico's mind, he was simply shocked at her appearance. The mighty Tereth Nico actually looked girly. Even with his brain's increase in processing speed, Max was having a hard time accepting the change in her appearance. She was actually cute, and that's not a word he previously associated with her. Chapter 143. Making plans. Max was almost certain that the unit didn't recognize Nico when they walked past to head to lunch in the closest mess hall. The only thing that had changed from this morning was her hair, but it was such a dramatic difference from her usual style that Max caught more than one soldier checking her out as she passed. They were busy talking about the amenities of the Camor system, which was on the northern frontier of the Kepler Empire, closest to the galactic center. There were no more organized empires or alliances in that direction for hundreds of light years, so the planets of Camor had a fairly peaceful existence for most of their history. It was only when the Kepler Empire expanded that they were first faced with a real threat. In response, they began developing state-of-the-art mecha technology as a preventative measure, as well as a number of advanced artificial intelligence systems that were intended to assist them should battle come to them. The war never actually broke out though. The AI that they had developed made contact with the AI that governs Kepler's system, and they brokered a deal between them for mutual assistance. The real attraction to the soldiers of Kepler wasn't their military alliance, but the state of the planets. The advanced mecha showcase was a major attraction to the pilots, but the pristine beaches and forests of the outlying planets weren't easy for anyone to turn down. For Max and Nico, the real attraction was a bit nerdier than that. There was a video game tournament set to start a week after they arrived, where the contestants would get a chance to run a newly released first-person fighting game against the planet's best gamers. Nobody knew the actual layout, control method, or even the setting of the game, only that it was a first-person survival game that had been developed under strict security for the event. To true gamers, this was the greatest of challenges. It was entirely new and would come with no instructions. The fastest to adapt and master the game would have the greatest advantages, and the top 10 would get a 2-week stay at the planet's most luxurious resort. Nico had, of course, already booked their spots in the tournament, using her military authority to overcome the obstacles that would normally prevent those who weren't currently on the planet from applying. They had proof they would be there, and off-duty, and with a little persuasion from the major, the tournament officials were happy to invite a pair of active pilots to join the match. Over lunch, everyone in the unit was talking about it. The S were all over the data network if you searched for events on Camor. The contestants would only play the game for 12 hours to determine the winners, so there was a big buzz about which of the famous streamers would adapt fastest and win the prize. I'm telling you, it will be Lord Pocky Pock. Nobody else adapts to a new game as fast as he does. Remember Gears of Grindage 17? He was in the endgame within 24 hours. One of the soldiers insisted, pulling up video streams from his chosen champion's past efforts. What about Callsign Flood? He cleared Ark of the Lost only 50 minutes after release. Another one suggested, making a few others laugh. The game was an incredible flop, largely thanks to his run-through. He hit all the hidden waypoints and skipped all the fluff content, so it was clear that he had an insider on the development team that gave him directions in advance. If only Blood Goddess was still actively gaming. She was a monster at every fighting game released for like 8 straight years, then just vanished a couple of years ago. One of the sergeants sighed. Blood Goddess Max whispered to Nico, who hid her smirk behind her hand. What can I say? It had such a nice ring to it. Maybe I should use it again for the tournament. Nico chuckled and then turned to the other soldiers. If she were there, we know Pocky Pock would have no chance. Remember when she went 197-0 on him in the duel mode of Neversummer Days, live on his own stream? Nico joked and a few of the streamer's fans groaned. Don't remind me, that was just brutal. She even hacked his webcam so he couldn't log out, all he could do was just die and die and die. The soldier groaned, while a few others quickly pulled it up to see what they were talking about. Being on a ship in the middle of nowhere, their access to streams was outdated. It would only catch up to live again when they got to a populated planet, but the streams they were looking for were popular enough to be archived, and old enough that they were definitely in the computers. If they weren't archived, they could try to pull them up as they passed within signal range of a populated system, but that could be days away. Let's get our mind off combat. Who is up for a nice leisurely game of Uno? Someone asks, bringing a round of jeering insults their way. Uno was never a nice leisurely game. There might not be any money involved, but the game always ended in a fight. Fine, I've got my sketchbook. You bastards sit still for a while so I can memorialize our first day back aboard. The same soldier complained, moving to sit by the door where he could see most of the cafeteria with a pad of paper and a pencil in his hands. Other than cards and reading, doing sketches was one of the most popular pastimes for the infantry, though most kept a rugged data tablet for the purpose, since the paper in a sketchpad was expensive and easily damaged. They laughed and joked for hours before the staff kicked them out so they could start cleaning and setting up the dinner buffet. The ship was full now, and they were expecting the notification that they were leaving orbit soon, so everyone wanted to get a meal in before their evening nap. After years of experiments, the pilots maintained that sleeping was still the best way to deal with the nausea and side effects commonly suffered after a transfer to faster-than-light travel. Chapter 144. In transit. Even though they were all off duty, there really was no escape from training. An hour or two at the gym every day, a little time in the mecha simulators, racquetball games against each other, there was always some sort of physical exercise to do. Nobody wanted to lose too many credits to gambling on this voyage after all. They were going to a highly populated planet, with a 4-star orbital station known for its luxurious accommodations, and that meant they would need pocket money when they arrived. Actually spending their salary was an uncommon luxury to the fleet-based military assets. What they needed in combat was provided, and most of their rest time would be at a military spaceport that didn't have anything worth buying. Between watching over the unit and his own training schedule, Max managed to avoid getting bored for the entire first week. But then the lethargy started to set in and he knew that either more intensive training or a proper distraction was needed. He decided that training was in itself a proper distraction. So, for this voyage, the stalwart Special Tactics Unit started a new Mecha Combat League aboard Abraham Kepler. Not a new idea though, they had set up these combat tournaments before. The only difference was that this time the fleet was watching them more closely, so they couldn't set up a betting pool on the matches and had to pretend that they were just friendly training exercises. They had a lot of highly skilled Corvette-class pilots to go with their Crusader-class pilots, whereas most of the units on the ship did not. The Noctum Regiment had many more in total, but compared to the number of line mecha pilots, their numbers were minuscule. So, the League was born. Everyone fought in completely standard line mecha simulators, and everyone got the same weapons. A sword and an ion rifle. For many pilots this was very familiar, for others, the sword was an accessory that they had rarely used. But with everyone relegated to the same level, they could battle to their heart's content with the simulators linked and let the training program keep a ranking system for them. Nobody could complain that the others had an advantage other than their system and pure skill because every mecha was the exact same. To most, that made it even more interesting. Some scheduled fights so that they could learn from an opponent, others challenged pilots who annoyed them, and others were just there to kill time between card games. But every simulator was soon busy, and the rankings were written on the wall boards in every training arena aboard the ship. The fleet staff thought it was hilarious, especially after Max pointed out that the hangar bay staff were all required to be qualified on the line mecha. Sure, most of them had never been in combat, and they had only barely passed their exams, being removed from the piloting program and shifted to a maintenance track, but they were qualified, which meant that they were allowed to use the training equipment and they could join the battles. Central Command, are you watching these battles? The admiral piloting Abraham Kepler asked the authorities that he is certain were monitoring the ship's training devices from one of the command planets near the Empire's core. Stupendous idea, fleet, though I'm certain it was actually the junior officers that got bored and instituted it themselves. We have recorded a number of outstanding prospects for advancement through the training so far. Central Command confirmed. That Special Tactics group though, there's something else. One of the security officers mutters, switching the screen in front of the admiral to a scene where one mecha is teaching 30 others close combat techniques at a speed that a line mecha shouldn't be capable of. Are they training their Corvette-class pilots online? Mecha, the admiral asks, looking closely at the scene. The major insists that if they can't get a line mecha up to 100% output, there's no reason for them to use the more complex systems of the Corvette class. It's an odd idea, but some of them are getting very close to the goal. The security officer confirms, munching popcorn as he watches the units spar with each other and practice their sword forms. How much would changing mecha change their combat effectiveness? The admiral asks. He was never a mecha pilot, he went directly to the Fleet Academy once his innate talent for interstellar navigation was discovered. With the same input speed, they should be about 30% more efficient due to the reduced lag time and larger size of the Corvette-class mecha. The officer confirms as one of the more gifted students steps forward to challenge the instructor inside the melee training simulation. Which ones are those? They're all using default mecha avatars, and I can't tell them apart. The admiral complained, sitting back to watch the fight. That should be Lieutenant Wolf challenging Major Max. Those words had the crew bringing every secondary screen in the ship's bridge to the feed from the training match. If a pilot thought he was ready to challenge the major, he should be able to make the line mecha move at its maximum control speed, so the fight would come down to talent and technique. At first Lieutenant Wolf thought he might stand a chance against Max in a firefight, moving behind one of the obstacles for cover and opening fire. Max only subtly shifted the torso of his mecha to avoid serious damage while returning fire, and the sensor head on the lieutenant's line mecha was destroyed in a flash of sparks. Without the primary sensors, there was no point in hiding anymore. The line mecha would just be torn apart. Fortunately, it has a small armored window in the front to improve visibility in exactly this situation, so Lieutenant Wolf charged at Max, sword up and in the combat stance that they had been practicing. He had been doing extremely well at it, and his logs showed that he was pushing the maximum speed that the barebones line mecha was capable of, so he should stand a chance against Major Max, whose default spec line mecha couldn't move any faster than his own. The two swords clashed with a whine of steel on steel and overloaded hydraulics. Max easily blocked the strike and pushed Lieutenant Wolf back, firing 2 quick shots into the mecha's torso to remind him that he did in fact have 2 hands and that ignoring the rifle just because you were close to your target was a fatal flaw. The two mecha closed again, exchanging blows while Nico narrated for the rest of the unit who was watching the fight. You see how he's swinging wide to avoid having his blade intercepted mid-strike. That's costing him time, and at the peak of the line mecha's speed, it is making him unable to land a blow. Watch the small adjustments that Major Max is making. See how they put him in a position to block with minimal movement. That's the proper way to use what you have been learning. Nico's narration made it very clear to them where the lieutenant was lacking, and the man himself could watch it back afterward to get her commentary and hints for self-improvement. Max took it easy on him, giving everyone time to learn from his small mistakes, which added up to a big advantage for Max. Eventually, the line mecha began to slow due to repeated damage, and Max knew it was time to end the fight, using his rifle to knock aside a sword strike and piercing his blade through the cockpit of Lieutenant Wolf's mecha, resetting him to the starting area of the simulation. And that's how it's done. I expect you all will be able to do the same by the time we reach the space station and our vacation properly begins. Nico declared before encouraging the unit back to work. What a flawless style. Make sure you record that. The order from Central Command was more than pointless. That battle had been recorded on dozens of devices all around the ship already. Nobody wanted to miss out on the Major Max Combat Hour, as they called it, where his executive officer narrated the challenges to help the pilots improve their technique. A few even thought to set it to upload to the streams, until they realized that it was a military training exercise and was, therefore, both confidential and security locked. Chapter 145. Comore Station. By the time they arrived at their destination, almost all the Corvette-class pilots had met Max's standard to finish the training in the line mecha, and some of the line mecha pilots who joined them for training were getting close to it. That second group could easily pass the Corvette-class examination right now, but it wasn't within Max's authority to issue the exam. They weren't members of his unit, only visitors to their training regimen. With some luck, most of them would be allowed to advance by their own commanders soon, possibly even at the end of this vacation period, but even if they didn't, those pilots would be the elite among their peers. They also now had a much more rounded fighting style than the training they got in the academies, which heavily preferred ranged fire over melee. All hands to stations. Docking with Comore Station in 10 minutes. Came the announcement of their final approach to the vacation destination. You heard the computer. Get your gear ready, we are in the first wave of units off the ship. Grab only what you need for the day. Until you have clearance to leave the station, you will need to report back to the ship at night or pay the exorbitant rate for an orbital hotel. Max announced, getting his troops in order. Everything seemed to be in order, and everyone was accounted for, but one particular pilot looked very depressed and not at all eager to start their vacation. Max made a note to send a counselor to their bunk, but Nico was already headed over to see how she was doing. The two women chatted for a while and joined the lineup with Nico's arm around the pilot's waist in a friendly embrace. It was only when they got closer that Max realized what the problem was. The pilot was Breckenridge, who was previously bunked with her stepbrother Murphy. They were inseparable from the moment they joined the unit, even though they fought constantly. Max hadn't noticed them bickering for some time now, and it finally dawned on him that her brother was not with her. Max didn't recall him being lost in combat. They were both assigned to Alpha Squadron, which lost Mecha but no pilots during their deployment. Max searched the unit for Murphy and found him further back down the line, giving his finest effort to an attempt to suck the tongue out of the mouth of one of the infantry soldiers. Max couldn't see who it was, but he knew for sure that he wasn't getting in the middle of that relationship mess. If Nico could solve it, he was happy to let her. If not, Either the professionals could deal with it or he would do it himself if it became an issue while on duty. Unlike many other armies, the Kepler military only gently discouraged intimate relations within the ranks. They didn't have an official ban on the practice. The only time it became a disciplinary issue was when it affected operational effectiveness. The siblings had 3 months to work things out, and if their fallout had already happened while they were on duty, they kept it out of their work, so no rules were broken. The only time it would become an issue was when it involved favoritism from a commanding officer. A complaint that a bed partner was unfairly promoted was a serious allegation. In their finest dress uniforms, the stalwart Special Tactics Unit prepared to disembark and join the crowds of the space station. The facility itself was not exclusively military-run like most others. It had 2 separate wings, serving military forces and private vessels. The central area of the station was a mingling ground for all walks of spacefaring life. Everyone from corporate vessels with bulk cargo to pleasure yachts and cruises joined the massive military transports and the sleek gunships aboard the station, giving the crowd a more urban vibe, where the multiple cultures mixed randomly. "Max, come join us. Breckenridge here is in need of a proper adult beverage and some dancing," Nico demanded, grabbing his hand and pulling him along towards the exit of the ship. "Did you say drinks and dancing, Major? It would be our honor if we could join you." One of the pilots in line, who was part of the Noctum Regiment's special forces, asked politely, sneaking glances at Breckenridge. "The more the merrier," Max agreed, drawing the man and his friends into their group. It was barely lunch by the station's time, so there was a good chance the dance clubs would be totally empty when they arrived. But if they could round up more soldiers, they could make a proper party of it. Nothing could have prepared the pilots for the shock they received when they stepped off the ship and onto Comore Station though. The design was incredibly luxurious, but very strangely styled. The theme seemed to be steampunk, but the thick carpets, real original paintings, and crystal chandeliers gave off a very expensive vibe. Before becoming part of the Kepler Empire, this station was Comore's gateway to the world, a private station for their region of the galaxy's most wealthy of private guests. Even now it maintained that aesthetic, and the military only sent essential patrols and a small number of elite guests to the station annually as a reward for exemplary service. There were 4 other stations around this planet alone, with 3 of them being strictly military in nature, so troop transfers and repairs would be done there. The Comore Station was strictly for vacation. Seeing this, the soldiers' mood brightened, and even Breckenridge started looking forward to what a dance hall on Comore Station might look like. Nico was the only one that knew where they were going. The ship didn't have a map of the station aboard, mostly for security reasons agreed to in the treaty with Comore. But she had gained access the moment they were in communications range and gathered all the necessary information for the first few days' outings. "Welcome soldiers of the 43rd Armored and the Noctum Regiment to the Pit, Comore Station's most eclectic dance club." A clearly augmented human greeted them at the door, wearing some form of a steampunk butler's uniform with a pair of bouncers in plain black suits standing behind him. "We have been expecting you. Please, come in, the party never stops in here. After all, every ship is operating in a different time zone." The man's airy voice seemed like snobby was its natural state, but he was being very polite to them, even more than their station and ranks demanded. But if they were getting in and partying, Max decided that it wasn't worth thinking about. Chapter 146. The pit inside. The lights were dim, strobe lights flashed, and thousands of people were dancing in a half-dozen differently themed areas, each with their own music. Max had never seen anything like it in his life, and most of the pilots looked completely stunned by the sight, which made the greeter smile at their naive nature. In truth, the pit was one of the galaxy's best-regarded perpetual parties, and extremely difficult to simply enter. If you weren't up to their standards, the doors would remain firmly closed in your face and no amount of money would open them. The reason they opened for the crew today was simple. Nico had promised them fresh meat for the augmented aunties that frequented and owned shares in the club. None of them looked a day over 20, and every one of them was stunning in appearance, but that was all synthetic. Most of them were hundreds of years old and all of them had a taste for fresh-faced young soldiers. These dozens of pilots, who outnumbered the women of their regiment over 20 to 1, had only been away from the academy a scarce few years, with the ones from the Special Tactics Unit being new graduates. If the ladies couldn't find what they were looking for in this group, then what they were looking for might not exist. Max saw what Nico had done in her thoughts and said a silent prayer for his comrades in arms. Their sacrifice today would be honored for life, though never spoken of again. Max decided to call this an educational moment for them, and it was the perfect opportunity to mingle with civilians and take Breckenridge's mind off the dating status of her brother. If you prefer, the club offers a fashion service for our VIP clients. Would you ladies care to partake? A server asked the small handful of women in the group. That sounds lovely. Please lead the way. Nico agreed, winking at Max and dragging Breckenridge with her. The others came very willingly, and the staff grabbed a few of the men to come with them as well, making Max chuckle as the ladies at the bar gave him a knowing smile. There was no doubt that those were the augmented aunties that Nico's thoughts had referred to, and it was also clear that they knew he understood who they were as well. The changing process was incredibly fast, with makeup being applied and hair styled by an advanced robot in a matter of seconds. The outfits were themed to a portion of the club, and those who had been offered the service could return at will to match the section that they wished to mingle in. Both Nico and Breckenridge returned in short cheongsam-type dresses with their hair up and fishnet stockings. Breckenridge looked highly uncomfortable, trying to adjust her dress a bit so the slit up the leg didn't show as much, but the skirt was cut just specifically to not show what it shouldn't unless the one wearing it wanted it to. Relax. Nobody will see your underwear. We're going to dance and drink and forget all about your problems. Nico insisted, giving a little twirl before grabbing Max in one hand and Breckenridge in the other. A few of the pilots, including the one who first asked to join them, followed behind the ladies like lost puppies as Nico led them into an industrial-themed portion of the club with a bouncing pop beat. Shots of some glowing blue local liqueur were brought over the moment they entered, and both ladies downed them before Nico spun Breckenridge into the arms of her admirer, telling them to go dance while she found a table. The table she found was in a corner, but up on a slightly raised platform that let them see the dance floor, and those near the dance floor see them. The server placed a reserved sign down on their behalf, along with a round of electrolyte replacement drinks, perfect for the exertion of dancing. Thank you. Max smiled at the server, who gave him a polite bow and walked back to her station. Max didn't miss the signal that she gave a table full of ladies as she passed through. They all looked like local nobles' daughters, wearing high fashion and not the themed outfits that the club assigned to this room. Everyone knew that soldiers didn't carry any cash on them, and their credits could only be used or exchanged at specified locations, so the hungry looks the pilots were getting could only mean one thing. Nico, what have you done? Max whispered, knowing her ears could hear him. Created some fun. Trust me on this, nobody is going to get hurt, and they will have a wonderful tale to tell when they get back to the ship. Nico responded softly, as the pilots met the approaching ladies halfway and began flirting before heading to the dance floor. Now, shall we? It would be a shame to get all dressed up and not dance. Nico pouted, pulling Max to his feet. It wasn't necessary. Max was in a party mood, and ready to relax. He couldn't help looking into the thoughts of the dancers though and found something very interesting. Nearly a third of the patrons at this time of day, all female, were actually employees of the club, here to dance and party with the paying customers. This was how they maintained their reputation as a peak party spot. The club simply hired pretty women to show up a couple of times a week and party. What else they did was up to them, but Max stopped searching before he got to the details of their side jobs, for the sake of his own mental health. Max recalled that some clubs did that back on Kepler Terminus as well. They would pay celebrities to show up to their clubs and bring an entourage with them. In exchange, the celebrity would promote the club and bring in visitors and revenue. Of course, a lot of the celebrities ended up spending more than they were paid, living the party lifestyle at a reduced cost, but that too was a win for the venue. Max's stats were far beyond human average, so dancing was no trouble at all, and he had put a lot of work into his stamina. Hours passed, and the club got absolutely packed with patrons for the evening. Breckenridge and her admirer had disappeared with a wealthy socialite some time ago, and most of the other pilots were occupied either on the dance floor or at one of the tables, so Max and Nico returned to their booth while Max ordered a fresh drink. The one on the table wasn't empty, but he had left it unattended for hours at a time. No way would he drink that in a place like this. Every few hours that evening Nico demanded to change outfits and regions of the club, checking up on the other pilots and all aspects of the party. They had just finished their 5th costume change of the night and were relaxing in what Max would have called a cabaret, with a lovely singer from a blue-skinned species Max didn't recognize when they finally found Breckenridge and her admirer again. Both had a telltale glow and tousled hair, but more interestingly was the way they were both hanging off the obviously wealthy woman in between them. That wasn't what Max expected when this party started, but if they were happy it was fine by him. Alright, everyone is happy, can we go now? You might not get tired, but we've been here over 12 hours. Max complained, quietly so as not to disturb the atmosphere of the room. Just a little longer, I ordered you some more snacks. You have to try these ones and then we can go. Nico agreed, humming along with the singer. The pastries were the last straw for Max. They were filled with a strongly alcoholic fruit paste, and his vision began to blur a little as he heard Nico chuckle and escort him out of the club. They stopped for a few minutes while a staff member brought him water and Nico changed back into her uniform, but she left with a large bag that had the club's logo on it. The material printers make them on the spot. The clothes are intended to be single-use, so the club only uses a specific pattern for 1 day a year, Nico informed Max as she half-carried him back to the ship. That was great news, he was looking forward to seeing her in some of those outfits again. Chapter 147. Amenities. Surprisingly, Max woke up the next day with only the faintest trace of a hangover, but an incredibly sore body. Every muscle and joint seemed to ache from hours and hours of dancing and partying at the pit last night. His wrist device had a message to contact Nico when he woke up, and he saw that it was nearly noon already. Max had never slept in that late a single day in his life, but given his condition last night, he isn't completely sure what time they got back to the ship. The most important issue for what was left of the morning was food, so Max headed for the mess hall, where he could already hear boisterous voices talking about all the wonderful things they were going to do with their vacation days. The most popular was the video game tournament, followed by something called a hyper luge, which seemed to be a winter sport that took place in the mountains. There was still nearly a week until the tournament venue opened, so Max didn't know what he was going to do for the next few days, but knowing Nico, she had something insane planned. He didn't see any of the pilots who went to the club with him yesterday, but that wasn't surprising given the state that they were in when he left. Most of them wouldn't have come back to the ship last night anyhow. They were officially still stationed aboard Abraham Kepler, but as long as they didn't leave the station nobody was going to reprimand them for staying out all night. Once he had enough food and coffee in him to function, Max started to notice the envious glances the other soldiers were giving him. What, is there something on my face? The closest pilot was Vincent, who only laughed at his question. No, Commander, your face is spotless. But we heard a wild tale of your adventures last night. Did you really manage to sneak an entire wing of pilots into the pit to take down a dozen of the planet's wealthiest bachelorettes? Max could shake his head at that interpretation. I didn't sneak anyone in, we passed the doorman's scrutiny. I'm not sure who everyone else went home with, but I came straight back to my room this morning. Oh, I saw that part, you were nearly passed out over Major Nico's shoulders singing cabaret tunes. I checked the records, and nobody else came back, not even Breckenridge. We were worried about her, but when we contacted her some pilot from the Noctum Regiment answered for her. The swarthy captain chuckled. We've all heard the rumors about the pit, and the women who frequent the club, but to think that so many of the pilots would luck out and we weren't invited. Paul sighed, joining in the conversation. I'll just say this much, you got luckier than they did. Those innocents were no match for what they found in the club. Max told him with a smirk, thinking of the ones who were grabbed up by the antis. They might never look at a woman the same way again. There is a suit in your room. Get dressed up fancy, I've found us somewhere to visit on the station. Nico sent Max's wrist device just as he finished eating. Alright, Nico has plans for the day, and I'm included, so I will see you all later. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, and enjoy your vacation. Max ordered his troops in a serious voice before going to get changed. The suit, as Nico called it, was a full formal military tuxedo, mostly worn to political events and weddings. Nobody wore these for daily wear, but Nico had sent it for a reason, so Max reluctantly got it all on and tried to tame his hair, which was getting a bit shaggy, but still in regulation. Nico has a hair styling device that will give him a perfect trim, so Max made his way to her room, finding the major styling her hair into a half-up half-down style and wearing an elegant silver ball gown that he recognized from the reception on Kepler 111 after the recruitment. Can you give me a haircut before you tell me what exactly you've got planned for today? Max asked. No problem, just wrap it on your head and I'll trim you back to regulation. Unless you want something a bit fancier, since we're on vacation. She asked with a smirk. If you're thinking of giving me a perm like the first day we met, forget about it. Just the regulation high and tight is fine for me. Nico looked a little sad at the idea, but a second later, Max felt his hair being trimmed, so he took the cloth-like device to the sink to shake it out. The mirror showed him the image of the perfectly trimmed blonde officer, a shining beacon of hope, straight from the Kepler propaganda videos. The stress of repeated battles had given his youthful face just enough maturity that he didn't look like a junior officer or cadet anymore, and Max wondered just when that had happened. "Now Lord Max, if you will kindly accompany me, we have an appointment to keep," Nico informed him, adding matching gloves to her outfit to hide the slightly mechanical look of her hands. The body had adjusted quite a bit, but nobody's knuckles were that smooth, so her hands were still clearly artificial. A round of appreciative whistles followed them down the halls as they made their way to the exit again, and Nico made a point of giving sarcastic curtsies to the people she recognized. Again they walked through the opulent halls of the Khmor station's military wing. Then Nico led him to a moving floor and they rode it to the far side of the station where the yachts were docked and high society parties were held. "Tell me we're not party crashing," Max whispered, worried that she was causing trouble. "Of course not. This time they actually invited us without anyone asking. You will understand in a few minutes," Nico whispered back, stepping off the conveyor in front of a grand ballroom where a large number of nobles had congregated. There were no questions when they approached. The doorman simply held out a fingerprint scanner for them to verify their identity. Both scanners went green and a bit of data appeared on the screen. "Sir Max, Imperial Lady Tereth, the Lord General is waiting for you inside." The response from security immediately put Max on guard. The only ones who would call her Imperial Lady Tereth were higher nobles who were observing every bit of the formal ceremony. Everyone else would call her Lady Nico or Major Nico. When they stepped into what was clearly a noble gala, Max was shocked to see Lord General Kirkland, one of the Cygnus officers that they captured on KSF 129, their second deployment, where the Cygnus army intervened. Though the two nations were again at peace, it was a bit of a shock to see the highly regarded Lord General here, on the far side of the Empire from his home territory. "So glad you two could make it. I saw your transport come in and simply had to invite you both to come to visit. We're having a little soiree for the titled locals in celebration of the marriage between the Imperial family and the Khmor system's ruling Chen family," Lord General Kirkland explained. "That explains the tuxedo." Chapter 148. Amenities PT 2 inches. "It's a pleasure to see you again under such auspicious circumstances," Nico responded with a smile, making the Lord General laugh. The last time they parted they had been joking about meeting in combat. "Please do come and meet the soon-to-be Imperial Lady Chen. We might have finally found someone your size." General Kirkland laughed, motioning them toward a table where two children and their parents were seated. "Imperial Prince Wushu, Imperial Lady Chen, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Imperial Lady Tereth and Sir Max of Kepler Terminus." He introduced them to the two children, who were most likely the betrothed couple. He was right about finding someone Nico's size. Max decided, noticing that neither child was old enough to have been sent to a military academy yet. Now that they were married, they likely wouldn't be, as they would be transferring to Cygnus, but the standard was still how Max measured age in his mind. The two children's eyes lit up at the introduction, recognizing the names. It was the boy Wushu who spoke first though. "So it's really them. I knew it was true, only two nobles held off the advance of our super heavy mecha. There was actually a third one there, a viscount named Carb," Nico clarified, and the kids got even more excited, looking forward to Nico's version of storytime. "Why don't we go socialize? They will monopolize your date for at least half an hour." General Kirkland laughed, leading Max away to introduce him to everyone else there. "How did you end up on wedding convoy duty instead of inside a mecha? Don't tell me you retired already," Max asked the athletic man in his later middle years. "The royal family was greatly disappointed with us all. Though the Lord Commander took the worst of the punishment, I've been transferred to the position of political emissary. In recognition of my work to ensure a fair and balanced trade deal in the wake of the disaster, of course," the general explained. "My condolences. I don't think I could do politics full-time." That was a topic that both could agree on, and they turned to pleasant chatter as they met with the various Khmor nobles who were present for the engagement party, as well as the members of the Cygnus Imperial escort that had come along. "We have arranged to lodge the pair of you here in the Khmor Royal Hotel for the remainder of the weekend until passes to the planet can be completed. It's much better than staying on the ship," the clerk who came with General Kirkland informed Max politely when they met, making his eyes bug out. He had heard about this place last night. If the pit was the party place on the station, this was the most desired orbital resort. It had everything from galactically famous chefs to its own exclusive luxury mall and a 300-acre orbital lake with an armored glass bottom, so you could swim out and look into the cosmos from the safety of the space station. There was even a golf course, though Max had no idea how the game was played. Tomorrow there's another special event you should attend. A bare-knuckle boxing match that is supposed to have a pair of beta-ranked fighters as the headliners. The general explained after all the introductions were finished. Max had watched these as a kid but never in person. He could only afford to pirate them off the data network. They might not prove as interesting now that he was stronger and faster than the fighters were, but it was guaranteed to be a good show. A noble gala was much more subdued than the wild party last night at the pit, and Max took his time to chat with everyone who seemed to be friendly. Many of them put a high value on titles, and he was a knight, the lowest of titled nobles, but for those who were the younger children of nobles, he was still something to aspire to. A man who earned his own title in combat and didn't have to inherit anything from his family. Before long, the young couple was removed to a secure hotel suite to get to know each other better, though they were already bonding well over a love of the highly exaggerated war stories that Nico told. She had long since moved from her own experiences to retelling Kepler military legends for the pair, whose parents had sheltered them from such things in their youth. The parents still didn't seem really happy about the stories, but Nico told them so flamboyantly, with the gruesome parts glossed over, that they would only make the kids wonder what was being hidden if they objected to the stories being told now. That would lead to them searching themselves, and unsupervised searches on the data network could show them many things that sheltered noble children didn't need to see. How is it that you never ended up married into a ruling family and instead ended up a mecha pilot, Lady Tareth? The father of the groom asked with polite, but intense curiosity on his surgically beautiful features and in his voice. I have an alpha-ranked system compatibility, and piloting is my family's hobby and primary profession, so I was sent to the academy like all the other talented children, Nico answered with a smile. Her family no longer cares about its noble heritage, but that would be impolite to say to a family who rules over a planet the same way they used to. The vague answer has only intrigued them more, and Max suspects that one or more of them will try to access her data later to see what sort of achievements she has managed to back up that devotion to Mecha. They are about to retire to the suite that the general has booked for them when one final guest came in, clearly hurrying, and somewhat disheveled in a white lab coat. Forgive my appearance, I was involved in my work and lost track of time. Please do give my best to the couple, the scientist declared, drawing stifled laughter from many of the Khmer nobles in the room. Uncle Lou, it's after 11. They have gone to bed, you'll have to see them tomorrow. The father of the bride declared, smiling in affection at what was apparently his uncle. Oh, and the noble couple from Terminus are here as well. I have heard a lot about you, and I look forward to seeing you again. The scientist announced with a bow towards where Max and Nico were standing, then abruptly turned and left towards the hotel. His nephew sent guards after him, likely to stop him from barging in to see his grandniece and her fiancé, and the party's atmosphere began to turn towards retiring for the night. Unlike the clubs here on the station, we don't often party until the morning. I thank you all for coming to today's announcement, and a proper series of engagement parties will be arranged in the near future. The bride's father announced, bowing to the crowd before leading his wife away. For most that was a signal to disperse, but for some, it was a signal to stuff their face with the remainder of the snacks and start pounding drinks. As Max suspected, there were two very different kinds of nobles. Chapter 149. Swanky General Kirkland approached the spot where Max and Nico were admiring the devotion of some of the Khmer nobles to gluttony. He weaved his way through the thinning crowd with a smile until he got close to the two Kepler pilots when he held up a hand with a pair of hotel keycards in it. As promised, your rooms are ready. I hope you don't mind that they're on the Cygnus delegation's floor. It was the only way to obtain an extra room on short notice. The hotel is pretty much booked full for the upcoming engagement parties. The general explained, as luxurious as the rooms on a capital-class transport are, I'm certain that anything you could find us in this hotel would be an improvement, Lord General. Max chuckled. The broom closet is 2 meters by 3 with hardwood flooring and golden fixtures. I checked, Nico added, making a number of the guests laugh. No aspect of the hotel was overlooked so that malicious photographers would find there were no bad angles to embarrass the luxury of the resort with. The general led them to a glass-walled elevator that overlooked the indoor lake, and they slowly ascended to nearly the top of the hotel. If you don't want to stay in for room service, the beachfront cafes have an excellent selection of seafood-based breakfast options. In addition, material printers in the room will create your choice of hotel-branded bathing apparel and formal wear. It's included with every stay, so don't be shy. His description made this day off sound better and better. A whole day spent lounging on an exclusive resort beach with all-inclusive galaxy-class food and drinks. Max was practically in heaven. Say 0800, Nico asked, and General Kirkland nodded. I'll be there. I live by the ocean on my homeworld, but good seafood is hard to find on deployment. Ah, here we are, your room. Forgive the plethora of guards. It is protocol with royalty in the building. The entire hotel is on a discreet partial lockdown until after the young couple leaves. He explained. That's to be expected. I certainly don't want to get caught up in any meaningless international incidents. Max agreed, touching the key card to the door, which automatically swung open. Max and Nico shared an incredulous look at the room. It has deep cream-colored carpets, burnished bronze accents, blood-red curtains, and bedding, with golden filigree on the walls. Though there was an extremely slim chance that it was intentional, the hotel room almost perfectly matched their unit's colors. General Kirkland noticed the unique color combination when his men checked in. When he spotted Abraham Kepler docking, he even rearranged some of the room assignments so that he could put Max and Nico in this particular room for their stay. The Kamor royal family's brother, the scientist named Lou, who had come to the announcement party late today, had asked him to help impress these pilots to earn their goodwill. The general wasn't privy to the details, but he suspected that they were about to become much more famous in Kepler than he had made them infamous in Cygnus. That would not be easy, though. They were the antagonists in a new hit docudrama that had aired all over the Cygnus nation. It had a surprise happy ending, with the antagonists releasing the captured heroes at the end and walking away from the battle to let them escape, but the filmmaker had used their actual names in a close copy of their likeness, so any Cygnus citizen they casually met would likely recognize them. Of course, it was censored and blocked in Kepler since it was foreign propaganda, so they would likely never learn of their own infamy. After bidding the general goodnight, Max took a moment to truly admire the room. It was properly a suite since the bedroom was separate, but the dining room and sitting room were in a matched theme. There was also a large hollow projector on which he couldn't wait to watch movies in a bronze leather couch softer than any cloth he had ever touched. Could you unzip me? They've got a bubble bath that smells like orange blossoms. Nico demanded, pointing to her back. Max obliged, and Nico simply stepped out of the dress right where she was, heading for the bath. There's a separate auto shower if you don't want to smell like orange blossoms. She called out right before the sound of splashing let him know she was in the tub. After a whole day of socializing, Max was ready to shower and have a nap. Whoever decided that these functions should be 12 hours long was pure evil. Max finished washing, stepped out of the shower, through the gold-framed doorway that dried him with warm air as he passed through, and grabbed a robe from the wall. Nico was making happy noises in the tub, so he headed for the bedroom without bothering her, finding only one enormous bed. It was what the slums called a harem king-size mattress. At 3 meters in either direction, it was suited for many species of varying sizes but vastly oversized for the two of them. It was incredibly comfortable, though Max was asleep seconds after he lay down. The next thing he knew, he heard Nico whistling as she got ready in the morning. He cracked open an eye and found her braiding her hair in a dressing gown, bringing back unpleasant memories of mornings with his mother when she was home and would insist on styling his hair for the day. She had chosen a fashionable one-piece swimsuit that laced up the sides, showing off her flawless metallic skin, which she had managed to alter enough to almost exactly emulate her previously alabaster organic skin. She also had a yukata, a form of simple short robe commonly worn during summer festivals, waiting for her to finish her hair. You know, those are usually worn without anything underneath. Max joked, and her eyes lit up with mischief. Wouldn't that cause an incredible scandal when I went swimming? Maybe I should change. Max shook his head at her, then noticed a pair of shorts and a lightweight button-down shirt waiting for him with a pair of sandals. I took the liberty of picking matching outfits. Now hurry up or we will be late for breakfast. Fortunately, she didn't go overboard, but the shirt was the same red as her swimsuit. Come to think of it, Max himself had never been to a lake unless you counted the day that Planet Belmont flooded. Chapter 150. Curious minds. The moment Max stepped out of the room, a small voice called out to him from down the hall. Excuse me, Mr. Stalwart, I mean Sir Max, are you going to the beach? The young Cygnus noble asked hopefully. Indeed I am. Would you like to come along? Max asked and the boy cheered. It is a pleasure to meet you again, sir. We would love to accompany you, but Mother said that the first guards they sent today were unsuitable, so we had to wait. The young Lady Chen informed him, joining Max and Prince Wushu in the hallway. Lady Tareth will be with us shortly. She was unhappy with her sandals. Nico told the two children who looked at their own bare feet. We will be right back. Please wait just a moment. The prince yelled as he ran back into his room for shoes. As a royal, he has a servant dedicated to dressing him, but they hadn't expected him to go outside quite yet, so he was still barefoot. They were also joined by 4 Cygnus bodyguards and 2 nannies in traditional maid outfits that nearly reached the floor. The beach area was kept very warm for comfort while minimally dressed, so they would be sweltering in those uniforms, but their serious demeanor said that he shouldn't ask them to change. Nico joined the group, taking one small hand in each of hers and then placing them together. There we go. If you're holding hands you won't get separated. The Lady Chen blushed a little and Prince Wushu tried to hide his embarrassment, but neither of them let go of the other's hand all the way to the elevator. You're a cyborg, aren't you? My uncle tells me all about new technology. Is that synthetic flesh? The little girl asked as they gathered in the glass box, her curiosity getting the better of her. This version is the highly malleable metal shell. The synthetic flesh isn't suitable for combat. Nico corrected her and the girl took Nico's hand in her free one. It's so real though, that's amazing. They won't let me in the lab, so I've never touched one before. Young miss, the lab is a military facility, it is no place for children. The nanny reprimanded her in an exasperated voice. Don't look at me with those puppy eyes, I can't get you in either. Nico laughed as the young lady pouted. But you've got the next best thing. Major Nico will stay near you until the replacement bodyguards show up. Max suggested, making the nanny sigh. Even though she was getting married off early, Lady Chen had high hopes that she could still grow up to be a scientist like her favorite uncle. It probably wouldn't be an issue, since she seemed quite intelligent, but it would be in Cygnus, not here in Kepler, so she was kept strictly away from confidential information. General Kirkland, I do hope you don't mind a bit more company for breakfast. We found a few stragglers and brought them with us. Max called out when he found the Lord General sitting at a table, sipping on something white and slushy. I thought they were grounded until new bodyguards arrived. The general asked, smiling at the kids. Who better than a pair of active-duty pilots with alpha-ranked systems? Even the bodyguards aren't allowed firearms inside the building, so there isn't much to fear. Nico shrugged off his concerns. And if someone does start shooting, she's bulletproof. Young Lady Chen pointed out. That's not how systems work. The general began before looking more closely at Nico. Yesterday, I thought that was court makeup, but you are a full conversation cyborg, aren't you? I don't know how I missed that during the treaty meetings. General Kirkland thought out loud. It's a recent development, a rather unfortunate incident with a Narcian invasion wave. The bodyguards all winced in sympathy and the general patted her shoulder, leading them to the table. I hope your taste buds survived, the food here smells amazing. He smiled, watching the nannies get the 2 nobles settled while they were still holding each other's hand. That was a far better progression in the young couple's relationship than General Kirkland had hoped for the first day. Young nobles often fought everything from the wedding plans to their staff and each other. If these two were calm and actually got along, it would be a blessing for him. The plate that was brought out for Max included a dozen matching pieces of sushi, a lobster tail, bite-sized crab salad sandwiches, and a salmon and eggs Benedict. Just looking at it, Max is certain that there is no way he can eat all of this, no matter how good it looks. Each of the others around the restaurant has received a similarly diverse meal, and Max notices that the Khmer nobles swap bits off their plates to get an even wider variety. It is the custom here. You rarely end up with more than a single bite of anything but your main dish. Lady Chen explained, noticing his confusion. In Max's case, that's the Benedict and lobster, which he starts with while Nico swaps one of his sushi rolls with a stuffed mushroom from her plate. The meal is a bright and lively scene. Even if the swapping of food between plates makes Max's eye twitch in annoyance, the end result is worth it. Now he knows which ones to order up to the room later. The Khmer nobles started a game of beach volleyball just after the meal, to burn off calories, and invited everyone to play. The only problem is that Khmer is a first-generation Kepler ally. Only those who are very young were born with nanobots and a chance to activate the system. Max considered playing at a human level, just for the promise of bikini-clad bodies, but declined with the excuse of watching the kids until replacement guards arrive. You can go if you like. With the others here we will be fine. Prince Wushu tells him before General Kirkland whispers something in his ear and the boy's eyes open wide in shock. No way, that's true. No human can do that. The boy informs the general with full certainty. Major Max, might I ask how tough you can jump? The general asks politely, making his point. We don't really have a vertical jump in our testing, but with a couple of steps to get momentum it is no problem to jump on top of my Crusader-class mecha. Stalwart, Max replied, keeping the answer vague since his strength is incredibly high even by Kepler standards. Young Lady Chen looks intrigued while her fiancé looks horrified at the news. A standard volleyball can't take a hit from a Crusader-class pilot. Nico informed the boy gently and he just shook his head in denial, unwilling to accept the news. Is that why Mom said we needed Kepler guards? The little girl asked Nico. Most likely. With the system active we are very strong and fast. But I can sense that you will have it too, so you might be like Sir Max here if your compatibility is good enough. You mean I might be able to run as fast as a bicycle and jump over hovercraft? Her standards are much too low. Even the D-ranked infantry can mostly do that. But to a little girl who didn't grow up around it, such things would sound fantastic. Come here for a second and I'll show you something cool, Max told her, holding out his arms to pick her up. Once she was in his arms, Max jumped up and over the volleyball net to land in the spectator area on the far side of the court. Lady Chen giggled and clapped her hands while Prince Wushu gave her an envious glare. Do you want to fly too? Nico asked, but he only gave her a strange look. Could you even pick me up? No offense, but you're pretty small. Max, he wants to fly with you, Nico called, darting over to his side in a split second. And you could fight against that kind of speed when you're in a mecha. Mecha really are amazing. Prince Wushu congratulated General Kirkland in a very serious voice. The old man didn't have the heart to remind the boy that he lost, or that their mecha control systems are very different and the Cygnus models only need a strong mind to move the powerful metallic suits. He can find that out for himself later. Today all General Kirkland wants is for the young couple to get along with each other.